That thing is frozen, but the chat appears to still be moving.
Weird, right? I have no clue. But obviously, Dave, you did something wrong.
That's usually the case. I can't argue with that. That it is often the case that I am technologically inept.
Yeah.
My job as a YouTuber, I somehow have managed to make all of this stuff work, even though I don't know what I'm doing.
I know you've somehow managed to get 55,000 subscribers, and you have no idea what you're doing. It gives me such hope. Whoa, weird! Now it started working on your screen. What'd you do?
Nothing. I didn't even touch anything.
The heck?
I'm showing it right now. I'm showing OBS is showing you drawing a guy.
I just have school on.
Yeah, but on YouTube it was just stuck on that one thing for like the last half an hour. But now it's working.
It's still showing the cover on my view of it. But,
are you on YouTube?
I'm on the streaming page or whatever that YouTube gives you. That has everything all on one page.
Oh, well, it at least jumped forward to where I am now, so people can see.
Wait, it just showed up on my screen.
Weird, right? I don't know, man. YouTube sucks. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't understand how any of it works, to be honest.
I know.
I just like I always tell people, it's like we became YouTubers by mistake.
Oops.
Like literally by mistake. We just read the books a bunch of times, thought that no one would ever believe that we called a couple of things. And we're like, let's just make a couple of videos. It's like they're timestamped. Like 10 people will probably watch them.
Yeah.
But at least you can point to it and be like, there it is. I called it. It's timestamped. I put that video online 4 years ago. I told you. And then people watched it. And we were like, oh my God, we have to.
So YouTube for you was a see, I told you so.
Yeah, we did it out of spite. We did it out of spite. I guess that would be a good way to put it.
Nice.
It's like we're like, I can prove that it was actually that I actually said that. So
excellent. Cool. Well, I hope it doesn't infringe on anybody that I'm now also streaming.
No.
Okay. Cool.
I certainly am not going to get upset about it.
All right.
And Silver Lady, who sent the warning, or was it all Dennis? What makes the Targs special? That's going to be what makes the Targs special. Is going to be a video that we took out of. We took what was an idea that we were going to put in our last Danny video, and we decided that to explain it properly, it needs to be like its own standalone 8 to 10 minute video. So we're going to do that one separately. And but the first part, I don't think it's necessary that someone has to send all dreams. I think that some of the people have prophetic dreams that no one sends. I also think that it's almost nearly impossible to tell if a dream was sent to someone, if a magical or prophetic dream was sent to someone, or if they are just gifted with the art of prophecy or whatever you like to call it. So I think that you can make an argument either way, that, and you really have no firm ground to stand on with either argument, that it was sent or it wasn't sent. There's only one person who knows that answer. His name is George. He's a jerk. He's probably not going to tell us. There's something that I think I've noticed about George. I think that George literally loves being the only guy who knows.
I can see
think
that. I can see that.
Like when he gives one of his coy answers, you can see that little shading grin on his face. Like he loves that he knows the answer and he's not telling him.
Mm-hmm.
Like he gets like I mean, as somebody who created the thing, I mean, how much enjoyment would that give you? Just to know that people are interested enough that they're dying to know answers. That's probably a really cool feeling. But George definitely, in my opinion, likes being the guy who knows the answer.
You know, and it's hard to know answers and not want to share them, because you spend all this time crafting all these worlds and stuff, and I guess he probably shares everything with Paris, but that's kind of like the hard part about writing, is like keeping stuff secret that you don't want out there until the right time. The time is right.
I'm absolutely sure that Paris knows.
Expensive troops.
Yeah.
That's because you have to have someone that you can do like your fighting in, and his wife definitely seems to be in every shape or form, every way, shape, and form his partner in crime.
Right.
Like they are not just married, but they are like absolutely best friends. And she seems like Paris. She's George's best friend in the entire world. His wife,
biggest fan.
His biggest fan. She has mentioned before that she reads his stuff and like gives him her notes or her ideas.
Yeah, just thoughts, whatever. Great.
It's almost certain that he embodies the mind of, like we'll say, young girls, as well as he does because his wife helps him.
Yeah, I think she was very involved in creating Sarah. I mean,
or like,
you have to be a girl, or at least giving him some ideas about like when she lost her mind.
Or like just like embodying Arya in a situation,
absolutely.
or embodying
The yin,
Sansa,
the female.
and we're in her head, and he wants it to be real, like this is an 11, 12, whatever-year-old girl's inner thoughts.
Now, granted, as an author, you have to get inside the mind and heart of all types of people if you want to make it authentic. So he probably does some of it on his own, but I bet you there's some stuff where he's like, Paris, blah, 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 and she's like, that would never happen. Or something. Like no, that would not be the girl's thought. I'm sorry.
Or like the same way that like I had to explain to you in one of our podcasts. Remember I was doing the Wizard's first rule and how he tricked the guys into thinking that he had magically made their manhoods disappear.
And I was like, what do you mean? They were still there though, but like,
and I was like, yes, he used like their greatest fear.
And I was like, wait, that's a guy's greatest fear?
And I was like, well, it is every man's most prized possession. And
right, but just like men are from Mars, women are from Venus, and the way that certain things, I bet you he can do a lot of it on his own, but I bet you there's some things he's like, something doesn't feel right about the way I'm doing this with Daenerys. Is that right? And she's like, no.
Or the way he was in her head the night she lost her virginity. George has no idea what type of things that go through a girl's mind.
No.
When they're going to lose their virginity.
No, and that scene is so well done in the books. I remember reading it and being like, wow, I feel a little flushed. I did. I felt I was like, wow, George, because I hadn't read it in so long, and I was rereading the books, and it was late, and I was like, oh my God, it happens like this in the books? And I remember I wrote myself like a little note, because I was like, Dave, did you know? Do you remember? And he's like, no. And I was like, because it was very well done, in my opinion.
I just didn't remember it being as brutal as what they did in the show.
No.
I was like, but it was a completely different scene in the book than it was in the show.
Yeah. They like creating rapes and just like hardcore like sex assaults on the show.
You're like, for no reason.
Right? Yeah.
Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? I get it. This is a harsh world, but why is this happening?
Now, including rape as part of something that occurs in wartime is definitely authentic and whatever, but like you don't need to create and invent things that the author who you're basing this on took painstaking efforts to write and create.
No, Dan and Dave just hate women.
They must.
I think that they just don't understand what a powerful woman is.
Good. Right. I mean, they. Oh my god.
In my opinion, they just don't understand what makes a woman
Don't even get me
powerful.
going on D&D.
But
Whatever, D&D Wenny off. They really.
I love that you just call them Wenny off.
Wenny off. It just sounds kind of like wiener,
That's-
but like not.
It's like fantastic. You're like, I'm just gonna call them Wenny off from now on.
I created a word.
Like it's like the Brangelina.
Yeah.
All right.
Like they don't give Rick on any lines or dialogue, but the random courtesans with Braun will have a couple of lines. It's just whatever. All right, so okay, we know that Mike. All right, Mike, your favorite character is Ed Odd Stock. Who's your? Oh, and then after that, you never got a favorite again, right?
That is correct.
Okay, that's right. So I was gonna say, what's your second? But then I recall.
I refuse. This is,
You refused based on principle after George killed your first one.
That is
You didn't
correct.
attach it to anyone else.
that is correct.
I will not.
That makes a lot of sense.
Fool me once, Mr.
Yeah.
Martin. Fool me once.
You're like, I'm not gonna be abandoned again like that.
See, I was just telling Quinn about this last night. Freaking my brother fell for it, and he's like, "Man, I love this Oberon guy." He's like, "He's my favorite new character," and blah blah blah. And I actually got to sit down with him and watch that episode. It's the one episode we got to watch together because we live so far apart. And I was just like watching him in that moment of time when his face just fell because he was so crushed that Oberon's face was crushed. And he's just all, "I hate George R. R. Martin." I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
He always really makes you like someone before he kills them.
That's right.
He does.
It's like you're gonna really, really start to like Robb Stark, and then he's gonna die.
Yep.
You like Ned instantly. He's your favorite. I think he's probably everyone's favorite character.
Really?
Walder reading the first book. Him or Tyrion. Tyrion's super entertaining. But like Ned, you're like, this is the hero that we're going to rally behind.
That's right. This is
And then you're like, oh, he's not gonna die. He can't die. He's not gonna die. We were there. We saw him talk to Varys. Varys is arranging it. It's not gonna happen. And then it happens, and you're like, oh my god.
Here's a
It's not
question.
happening.
Who do you think is dumber? D as in David or D as in Daniel?
does it matter?
I don't know. Somebody asked, so I just thought it was funny. It doesn't matter, but we have nothing else to talk about. So whatever. My life, I just talk nonsense all day.
That's what we do.
That's what I do now. No, he better not do it to Danny too, Bernard Lands. See, don't you dare say that.
Yeah, Bernard, I'm gonna have to give you a serious talking to later.
I would say David. It depends on what kind of smart you're talking about, too.
I would say that if you're going to base it on street smarts, I would say that Dave is the smarter.
Absolutely. And by street smarts, I mean savvy, manipulative games.
I know.
Like, underhand, like, playing the game, I guess.
Okay, right,
Game of Thrones.
But in terms of, if
All
I
right,
was going to guess
let's
IQ
put
points,
Dave-
I would probably
Let's
say
put David and Daniel in houses in the world of Westeros.
oh, this is going to be fun.
Okay. Which house would David Benioff, formerly David, what was his name? God, I can't remember. Friedman. Which
Right.
house would David Friedman belong to if he was in Westeros?
I already got the answer.
Oh, Tarly.
Gnarly.
I went with Frey.
Frey. Oh my god.
No, because he's a freaking spoiled brat. He'd be like Sam's older brother, right?
His older brother. I love that you just pulled that out.
That was
Yes.
slipped in there.
He's like, yeah, and Sam's older brother. You're like, that's the entire, like, one of the most crucial parts of Sam's entire arc.
It's
Have you
just
not
the whole
known
arc.
that he was forced
It's
to take
almost the
black?
whole arc.
Right.
All right. Yeah.
So somewhere out there, he's got a little brother that's actually smarter than him.
Tully, and the fan created house words of House Tully would work perfectly. At least I tried.
At least we tried.
We tried. We failed miserably at everything that we tried, but we did try. If you're gonna give Weiss
House Frey, I would put Weiss in House Frey. He looks a little like.
See, I was gonna put him in Florence because he got the ears.
Oh, Florence.
That's where I went. I went straight. I went straight to the Florence because of the ears situation.
I know. All right.
Quinn showed up.
I see him in the chat. Yo,
he's playing hooky.
Yeah. Or he's just he's a little tardy. He's a little tardy.
Tardy to the party. I'm telling you, I bet you he was asleep.
Hop in, Quinn. All right, so I would say Weiss. I'm putting what's like a dirty but has money house.
Possible.
I'm talking about Weiss. I'm talking about Benioff still. I didn't even do my Benioff yet.
Oh, my bad.
I need an up jumper. Even though he's not an up jumper, but I need a little bit. I need more I need more dirt.
Works kind of curious.
He's gonna be dirtier.
I was gonna give him Hightower.
House Braun.
Right? No, do not give him Hightower. No. Maybe a Crownland, like Rosby or.
How about a little finger?
Baelish.
Give him the second littlest finger.
Okay, the peaks, shady people.
We haven't met a non-shady one except for the dude that's in the freaking Golden Company and his son.
Yeah, they're fine. But the peak guy that was with Aegon Dragonbane. House 4.
In the other.
House Bolton. The peaks.
Yeah, Bolton. Bolton works.
They're saying, Quinn, you're on Greenhand time. That's right. Just an hour and 17 minutes late. That would be me.
We got another little batch of people who just showed up.
Oh, very nice.
I like it.
Unwin Peak Reborn.
Unwin Peak. The Westerlings. I like my 2 picks. I'm going to make him a Frey. Because the Freys are quite wealthy. Because of the position that they hold the crossing. All goods that have to go over that bridge, they get a piece. They have a good strategic location for making money.
Strategery.
What up, Pastel? And Brody Ward, Charles Walden, Girl Nettles.
Oh, the Brackens too. I'm putting Winnie. Oh, not Winnie off. I'm putting Benioff in the Brackens. I'm putting Weiss in the Florence.
All right. I like it. I think Weiss with the Florence was so perfect when it happened in my
everybody
brain.
Said that. That's
I was like,
said.
that's the only. Once I said it, I was like, that's too good. I can't put him anywhere else. What's up, Jeffrey? Why? Ooh, Betha of House Blackwood. Which one of us got into the books first?
Well, I got them for you, and I got obsessed with the lore, but I wasn't reading them. You read a few chapters, and it was so similar, and then you put it down, and then we started over, because it was a long time ago.
Yeah, I got to the battle at the Green Fork. That's about as far as I got.
And he wasn't even into it hardcore. You were just reading it for leisure here and there.
Oh yeah, because I was just a really big show fan. I made her watch the show under threat of breaking up with her. That's a true story. And I was super into the show. I got her to do it, and then she got me the books as a gift. I read 2/3 of the first one, or 3/4 of the first one.
Okay.
I got far enough in to realize that Kevin Lannister is way smarter in the books than he was in the show.
I just need one of them. No, don't
And then,
destroy all of it. Don't destroy all of it.
I kind of got busy and went away, and then I had surgery, and then I convinced her to read them
Oh,
to
no,
me.
you didn't pick one of your guys.
Yeah, so I read like the first couple of books.
Wow, free audiobook.
What the?
There we go.
Right?
And then I go, all
I
right,
don't
no,
think,
no,
I don't
no,
think you
no.
got all the way through the second one. I got you read the whole first one, and then your patience for me milking the fact that I couldn't do anything.
I was like, no. So then I got it to be, I read 1, or I read 5, he read 1. That lasted about a week, and I go, no, all right. I read 1, you read 1. I read 1, you read 1. This is gonna be
That sounds
1 to
weird.
5 ratio here.
I gave it my best shot. What can I say? I took a chance. I rolled the dice to see how much I could get you to read to me while I laid on the couch and watched TV. But then we did start, and I actually think the fact that we read them aloud together really helped us notice a ton of things. It was like two brains absorbing the information at once. And we like pause and go, that seemed important. We should talk about this. So
Yeah, being able to bounce ideas off each other as you're going, that's probably a good way to really understand the material.
And the other thing is that the key words, because when you read something out loud, you're not skimming anything.
you have
You're
to read
literally
every
reading
word.
every word.
Yeah, I know from talking to you guys and Quinn about, the Brienne chapters, I really did come to the conclusion that I skipped a lot of them.
Yeah, I might have skipped that chapter. Not a couple of words. I might have.
Yeah, I think I read like the first paragraph and the last paragraph.
Building going on.
Yes, again.
Talia
Talia has arrived.
I love it.
Hey.
Thank you, Quinn.
And
what's up?
What's up, bro?
Oh, the killbots
this
attacked
channel
my building.
and Indiegogo link are in the description. So if you guys haven't gotten on his email thing for Indiegogo, go get on there.
Yeah.
And
Okay, these killbots are very annoying.
Hey, Quinn.
what's good, Quinn?
Nothing much, just hanging out. What's
Yeah.
going on with you guys?
No, nothing. We were just talking about what house Wenioff would be in. David Benioff and Weiss.
I'm very late for this stream.
It's okay.
I'm
Word.
asleep.
I win.
Mike called it.
He's like, I think he's probably
I
napping
think
or
he's
something.
probably
Yeah.
sleeping.
Yeah, I sleep at weird times. I'm never awake or asleep at the conventional time.
No, me neither. It's YouTube, I think.
I think
Yeah.
he does do that.
Because I'm awake when you guys are like, you guys are streaming. And I'm like, absolutely, I could stream right now, and it'll be like 5 a.m. No, yeah, like it's crazy, like how different your schedule gets when you do this.
Because you get to like this, I'm not stopping working on this video until I am.
Like I get the appropriate number of hours. It's
You
just
know, I'm just like a nonconformist, bro. I'm constrained by your sense
Oh,
of
these
time.
killbots.
I'm like,
I
everybody's
don't want society to
now,
tell me when I should and should not sleep. You know?
right. That's not 100%.
Quinn's a rebel with a cause.
Yeah.
Don't judge my schedule,
I'll
man.
never last.
Like
Exactly.
I just don't care about sleeping with everybody else. But yeah, so which house do you think David Benioff would be in if he lived in Westeros?
Oh God,
I love that disdain.
Oh,
he'd be one of Craster's unwanted children.
Made him to another.
He's an other.
We're afraid.
Yes, yes,
He's a weasel face.
yes. That's what I said too.
They both kind of got weasel faces.
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
I put Benioff in the phrase, and I'm gonna let you do Weiss before I tell you where I put him.
They both can go to the phrase.
Yeah, there's lots of phrase. They could be Walder and Walder.
Exactly.
No,
You know, I think
They're big and little Walder.
basically, I feel like they look more and more alike as the years go on. The more time, the more pictures they take together, the more and more they look alike.
100%. I thought of that the other day, and I was like, not just me. You just thank you. Oh my god.
I put Weiss in the Florence because he's kind of got the ears.
Hmm.
You pose really interestingly together. Like I know we just hate on them for everything they do, and it probably doesn't mean anything, but it's a very interesting dynamic. If you like, because I'm usually looking for pictures to throw in a video, and I'm like, why are they posing like that together?
Your buddy Zin
Yeah.
has a particularly relevant
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
super chat to this
All right.
house phrase words. Weasels need love too.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Well played, sir.
Weasels like hiding as well, which we'll be drunk on Patron with our wives for a couple of weeks after the last episode airs. Great.
In a cabin without internet access. When they said that, I was like, oh no.
I feel really good now.
This is going to be really bad. I was like, they know it's bad. I was like, if you're hiding, you know how bad it is.
You know, but the thing is, they've been like rich their entire lives, so
Mhm.
they've never like really had anything to lose. It's like, oh yeah, Game of Thrones messes up, whatever.
Eh,
I'm still be rich, whatever. doesn't matter.
I don't really know anything about.
That's why I said Tully. I mean, Tarly.
Mm.
I just know that I don't know anything about Weiss prior to him meeting Benioff.
All I know is they suck.
I thought you were going to give them the visual adaptation rights to Toddy.
I love Quinn made a video. It's
That will not be happening.
season 6 of, or what season was this? 8?
I don't know.
Season 8, episode 3 still sucks. The second
Oh
time
yeah,
around.
yeah. Because I went back and watched like all of season 8 on Blu-ray because I got the Blu-rays.
Yep.
And I was like, so I have to make another video.
It still sucks.
Yeah.
Wait, why did you buy the Blu-ray?
I can't just like have 7 out of 8 and then
I
not have the
understand that.
21.
If I had all the other ones, I would have done it too.
Were you like biting your lip the entire time you were paying for it?
Basically. I just kind of like bit my tongue and just like bought it off of Amazon. Just send it to me. Whatever.
I'll complete the collection.
That's a complete collection. Yeah.
I am not taking the time to go to a store to get it though.
And it's so lame too because now they're like re-releasing all the Blu-rays with like these like special like little ornaments that come in them. They have like one for House Stark and House Targaryen, and they're really cool looking. But it's like,
You're like,
No,
can I
I'm-
just buy the ornament without
Exactly.
buying it, please?
yeah. But I actually didn't have the Blu-rays for season 1 and season 2. I just had them on DVD, so I got those. I was like, okay, get those. But
You'll get
It's not
those and now
for a
never
rewatch.
watch them again.
yeah, the rewatchability of the show has been punched.
Oh yeah.
It's
You
one of
ruined it.
it really is one of the only shows that I truly loved that I have no interest in looking at ever again.
It's very sad.
I know.
Like The Wire, I probably rewatch that once a year.
Yeah.
Other shows like Breaking Bad, I'll binge watch a bunch of it once a year probably just because it's great. Usually when it's like going to be Saul season and I'm really feeling in the mood. But there's like other shows like I'll watch and then I'll watch it again.
I'm
Especially
always rewatching Mad Men. Like I'm always watching that show over and over again for some reason.
I just could not get behind that show.
Really?
Yeah.
I love
Show's great.
You know what my problem is with what they do with a lot of the shows, and they did the same thing with a show that I really liked back in the day, Suits. When your main character, who's just the man, who's just awesome,
Oh, we're about to have a conversation about about Mad Men. Just continue.
I don't really want to watch the guy become pathetic. Like if the show is about him being awesome, that's what makes the show.
That's what you think the show's about.
Well, that's what I watched it for. I watched him just being like, I would buy that from you if you said it to me in that voice. That's why I mean, like he does those like Mercedes.
He's the
does
ad
those-
man.
Yeah, he does the Mercedes commercials still, and every time I listen to him, I'm like,
Yeah.
I need Mercedes.
See, Dave, you bought the image that he sold you.
That's right.
The false image. So you know that show is about illusions. His life is an illusion. He is not who he says he is. His family is an illusion. Like the beautiful wife, Betty Draper, and the nuclear family, the 2 kids, it's all a lie. She's not happy. They aren't really in love. He's cheating on her constantly. Their kids grow up to be like crazy. Like everything about his life is an illusion. And what that show is about at its core is like seeing through illusions and exposing the illusions. That's why it's so brilliant that they work at an advertising agency. Because advertisement is really just like the art of creating illusions and the art of like lying and creating a story, making people think that they need to buy something that they don't. But yeah, I mean, I didn't see it as the story of necessarily Don Draper being destroyed. I saw Mad Men as the story of Don Draper confronting his true identity, Dick Waltman or Whitman, whatever his name was, but confronting that identity, coming to terms with it, and then growing as a person. Because he really does grow over the course of that show, even after, destroying so many lives, destroying so many women.
Yeah, but then he
destroying
becomes a
that.
hippie.
What did you say?
I said, but then he becomes a hippie.
Yeah, but then he goes back because he thinks that right at the end, he gets wrapped back up into it because he thinks it's a perfect Coke commercial. And he's like, okay, now I'm going to have this Coke commercial now, and I'm going to go back and do this Coke commercial. Everyone's holding hands. That commercial is like the perfect lie.
Right.
Go back and look at that commercial that he thinks of. It's like all these people of different races and colors and ethnicities and countries, like all holding hands, like dancing together, like drinking Coke. Everyone's so happy. But it's a complete lie. And then also what's so epic and awesome about that show is that it takes place over the course of the 1960s, which like so much changed in America over the course of the 60s. Like, and you see it.
You know what? That's a very pessimistic perspective, dude. They weren't trying to sell a lie. They were trying to sell a dream.
Who was trying with the Coca-Cola?
Yeah.
Complete lie.
No, but that's
I mean, dream, lie, whatever. It's a falsity. I think the point that I'm trying to get across is it's not like the idea that one day everyone can be happy. It's the idea like, oh, you can get Coke.
oh.
Buy Coke and then everyone will be happy. It's like when they released the Pepsi.
Okay.
commercial a while ago.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so that's like the thing with advertisement. It's like so like.
Don't you
in
know though,
commercials-
Quinn, if you do buy a Coke, all the world's problems do go away.
I really like that show. I like how they show like the 60s whole like experience from every possible angle.
Yeah.
And the characters, man.
It's
Yosten,
just freaking American.
Joan.
It's amazingly well written TV.
See, what drew me to the show initially was I enjoyed watching Don, like, just winning. It was I enjoyed watching, like, he would in fact come up with the most brilliant advertising idea.
Yeah,
it's
smart
like
guy.
watching him do the presentation in the
He was a genius.
it was like genius, and you're like, that is awesome. It was like watching Suits, and I used to enjoy watching Harvey Specter just kicking ass and taking names. And then next thing I knew, he's having panic attacks and he's like having a mental breakdown. You're like, this is not why I watched the show. I watched the show. Like,
In Mad Men, though, it's not like Breaking Bad. In Mad Men, you know that Don Draper is a bad man from like the first episode. Like it introduces him like the first half of it, and you see like this perfect life. But then like the second half of the episode is like exposing the truth behind it. And then you do like they start dropping the seeds that he's hiding something early on in that show.
yeah, about his past.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you see him first, if I remember, he's already trying to skirt the lie that cigarettes are bad for you, and
And it's so funny in that show. It comes full circle because in the beginning of it, their advertising agency is like advertising for cigarettes. They're trying to prove they're not bad. And then in the end, they're advertising against the cigarette company. So it just comes full circle.
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh my God. It's really well written. I get it. I get thinking it's boring. It is like, dialogue heavy, and it's more just about like what's happening like thematically in every episode. But you can take every episode and dissect it. And it's like every episode is like a work of art. Because like they really planned everything that they were gonna do in that show from the beginning. Like they're setting up things with like Don and Betty.
well, it was based on a book, wasn't it?
Was it? I don't know. I've never read the book.
I believe it
People
was.
in the chat.
I believe it was.
Uh-oh.
Someone in the chat, do some research. I think it was based on a book, so that's a good way to plot something out.
I just knew that everyone was talking about it, and I was a couple of years behind. So then I binge watched it on Netflix and got caught up. And dude, the other thing that really annoyed me, you know how at the end of every episode on TV they do like the scenes from next week.
Uh-huh.
Their final season, they would be like the most random words with a random look on people's face, and that was the scenes that you got for next week. It'd be like, who? What? Why? I was like, why did I watch the commercials so I could see that? That's what I'm wondering. I watched all those super commercials and waiting to see the scenes from next week, and you guys started doing that to me at the end. Those aren't scenes from next week. Those are random words spoken by characters that give you absolutely no idea what's going on whatsoever.
I generally don't like when I'm watching TV shows. I hate watching like when the scenes from that next week. Like for instance, Doctor Who. Right? If you're binge watching Doctor Who, they always want to show you what the next episode is about. And I'm like, no, don't show me. Like, because for me, always like the cool part about watching Doctor Who is like the mystery of what the episode is going to be about. Because it could be about anything because it's Doctor Who. So I hate being like told. I want to be surprised. I don't know. It's kind of why I hate trailers too.
I'm someone who needs to see the scenes from next week as soon as it's over. I was like, all right, give me the scenes, give me the scenes, give me the scenes. And
I need it.
I need it. I need it like my next breath of air. And then it comes and you're like, oh, come on. That's like one of the things that I do like to rewatch a lot of shows that I watch like on Netflix as the only time I've ever watched the show. Because when you watch a show like on regular TV and you have a week in between each episode, you inevitably go back and rewatch it over the course of that week. And when you binge watch something, you miss so much stuff.
It's also very bad for marketing because, you know, a lot of shows will get a lot of fans based on word of mouth, but like something like The Boys where it's just dumped all at once, you get like 1 week's worth of word of mouth and then it's gone. But like, you know, Picard, you're going to be hearing about this every week for the entire time it's coming out. Right? So
an image from the Dune movie just leaked.
Oh yeah?
It's just like a picture of the logo though, and there's like, but they were showing it, I guess, on stage somewhere.
It's a picture of sand.
It's sand, and it's like the new logo, I guess.
People are going to complain. That's not the right kind of sand for Arrakis.
You know, if there's clouds in the sky, I feel like they know that it's going to get held.
That sand is totally SJW.
Most likely. That sand is too lightly colored.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know anything about Dune.
Arrakis, there's a planet.
I almost feel like I need to like watch your videos. So when is this?
No, dude, just listen to the audiobook. Listen to the audiobook, then we can all talk about it.
Or just watch my video.
Hey.
I think Quinn's rather me watch his video.
Well,
you can do that after.
I can watch his videos and then I can tell everyone to watch them. Quinn's Dune stuff does really good.
Yeah.
I have noticed. And yes, how Betha of House Blackwood, Peaky Blinders is
Peaky Blinders.
That's because
I know,
slowly
Quinn.
built an audience with Dune, right? Slowly. Like the first Dune video that I posted on my channel was not popular. And it was like, I had to try really hard to build an audience, right? So that first, I think I put up a video called The Bene Gesserit of Dune first. And it was just like, whatever. A few people watched it. Not many people watched it. And then I was like, you know what, whatever. If I'm going to like make a video about Dune, I'm going to do like the best Dune video ever. So I conceptualized ultimate guide to Dune. And I was like, I'm going to spend like 6 months making this video. And like initially I was like thinking, I'm going to make one video about like all 6 of the Dune books and it's going to be like 40 minutes long. But then I realized I couldn't do that. So I was going to make 7 parts. So I made that first video. And then after about a week, it had like 3,000 views, which was like really low for me at the time. And I was like, okay, whatever. No one's watching it, I guess. I'm not going to be able to make the rest of them because I don't want to like put a bunch of effort into trying to make it if no one watches it. But then I guess like 3 weeks in, people just started watching it. It just exploded on the internet. And I was like, okay, I have an audience. People were like sharing it on Reddit and Facebook. And they were like, look at this video. Because there's really not the market for Dune. It was like wide open. I think people really don't talk about it. I guess because it's like stranger, more esoteric stuff going on in Dune that people don't really get. It's difficult to grasp. So
yeah, I didn't even know that it was a book series. I just remember
The movie.
Dune
Yeah.
being like a movie from back in the day, and I feel like there was a computer game,
There was, yes.
and I vaguely remember playing the game, and that's about all I knew about it.
Dude.
And then I looked at like your channel, then your channel's videos come up as suggested videos all the time. And like I saw it, I was like, dude, Quinn put a video out a couple weeks ago that's like 190,000 views about Dune. I didn't even remember that thing existed.
Yeah.
It's like way to be.
Everybody's talking about Dune now. Everyone's like Dune. It's gaining more and more traction. I'm seeing more and more people that have never talked about it becoming interested in making videos. You know, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I feel like
It's you. You did it.
it was me. Like I'm not
Everyone
even.
wants to be like Quinn.
I have the biggest Dune video on the internet. That's my ultimate guide to Dune Part 1.
Beep, beep. Somebody tooted his own horn.
I don't know how long that's gonna last, but like it's been that way for a while.
Yeah, like some like emergency awesome type huge ginormous channel will probably do one for the
Emergency Awesome can't handle Dune.
Well, I was just thinking about someone who does pop culture stuff that gets tons of views whenever he covers pretty much anything.
Yeah, I know like Ted Ed, that channel did a Dune video, really good one. But you know, they deserve. I mean, that's the thing though. Like Dune is not something that like you can just read the Wikipedia page on and then make a video and then have like fans of the series take you seriously.
Right.
People have tried to do that and it's failed miserably. I'm not going to give his name, so it's funny. But
It's like
yeah,
there's quite a few people that did a Song of Ice and Fire that you and I have talked about before that
we're pretty sure this person didn't read the book.
didn't read the book.
That type of thing would be even more obvious with Dune, because you come in with Dune and you start talking like you know what you're talking about, and you're saying things. Because Frank Herbert like reveals things like subtly and slowly over the course of like all of the books. So I don't know if you're coming in talking like an expert and then you're not considering what happens later on in the book. I mean, you're exposing the fact that you really don't get it,
Or that you didn't even read it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to we got 2 quick super chats. I'll take them real quick.
I sound like a smug bastard, but you know whatever.
Toot your horn, man. You deserve it.
Yeah, just let it flow, man. All right, we got Pat Riley just thanking us
Oh my
for
gosh,
being
yeah,
us.
all over.
Thank you very much. And then we have Brian Culp. Maybe the show hinted John's future via Ramsey. He refused John
Feel bad
one-on-one.
for them.
One reason was, rumor had it that John was Sir Arthur Dane come again. Mayhaps
That
Gurm
explains a bit.
gave dip and shit info as per usual, and they kind of forgot about it. I kind of like the way you phrased that. I just think that John being sort of the morning
crap.
makes sense.
Our base.
We need a sword of the morning in the story, and John has to be him. Quinn, do you have any thoughts on John potentially being sword of the morning, regardless of lineage?
No, I don't have any thoughts on that.
He's like, I don't care about John anymore.
Fair enough.
So we spent 2 hours talking about Game of Thrones last night.
All right, we got Pat Riley just coming in again. Would any Quinn? This is a question specifically for you. Would you recommend any of your Dune videos before someone reads the books?
Ooh, that's a good question.
It depends if you care about spoilers. Now, I do have a few videos that are spoiler free. You could start with like Dune explained in 5 minutes, spoiler free, if you just want to like know something about the series and what it's all about. And then also I have my video 5 misconceptions about Dune, which was like crazy popular for some reason. I wasn't expecting that video to be as popular as it was, but yeah, you can watch that one.
Oh no, he's got
Yeah.
the big fleet.
I wouldn't recommend watching the ultimate guide if you're concerned about spoilers. But after you read the first book, you can come in and watch Ultimate Guide Part 2, and that just covers the first book. And then you can like watch the episodes as you read the books if you want. Or you can just not read the books and watch my episodes and you'll get all of the story because I give a pretty good synopsis. To each his own.
Yeah, but you don't want to like, you know.
Yeah, but look, this is the thing. I've had so many people, thousands of people, like not even joking, tell me that they read Dune after watching my videos. So, I don't know. But, you know,
So maybe you're a good salesman. You didn't know it.
perhaps.
I bet you that you've probably had as many people say that they decided to read A Song of Ice and Fire because they watched your videos too.
Yeah, I have had a bunch of people say
When
that.
did Doom come
December 18th.
out? Wow.
Oh, we barely got it.
Of course, Quinn knows the exact date.
Well,
Do
yeah.
you know who the Amazing
I
Atheist
didn't
is?
need it.
Dave?
No.
He's a YouTuber.
Kind of
It's
figured.
funny. It's funny because he blocked me on Twitter.
Oh no!
But I just looked, and he did a video about Dune. I just looked up Dune on YouTube to see what was popping up.
What? Why do you block? Oh,
Didn't
he doesn't
block
tell you.
so you would so you wouldn't know that he
He's stealing
watched
your stuff.
video and,
I have
and
no
then
idea.
made it his own.
He blocked me. I forget what he blocked me for. I forget exactly what it was about. But yeah, he blocked me like a while ago.
I don't understand people who block other people on
Who's this?
without like a
Atheist?
without
The Amazing Atheist is his
Oh.
name.
Oh.
without,
He
like,
sounds amazing.
He's not so amazing.
Oh my god.
He was a pretty big YouTuber back in the day, but his channel was like, he has over 1 million subscribers actually. But like his channel has been in free fall for years. So.
You guys all pay attention to your Social Blade?
Social Blade has been crippled by YouTube's like new thing. It's
Right?
Like, yeah, YouTube has like kind of destroyed them.
I think my
Really?
friend wants to
How?
put a notch of
what is social blade?
page
It's that thing where you get all the stats, like like subscribers.
Because YouTube is no longer giving out like real-time subscriber data.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's going by like the thousands.
Well, it depends on the size of your channel. Like mine, it goes by the tens because I only have 60 something, 100, whatever. And then if you're bigger, it'll go by hundreds, and then if you're bigger, it'll go by thousands. But it's like it won't go just. I don't know why they won't just give the freaking actuals.
I don't know, man. They used to for years and years and years, and they just suddenly stopped.
And then they're like, we're coming out with a new creator studio, which
Oh
none of
my
us
God,
actually
hate
run.
it.
I hate
Everyone hates it. It's just like in the way, right? Just like,
Yep.
God.
Yeah.
You hit the page, you have to wait for it to load, and then
And it's so slow.
And it's so slow. And then you click in the bottom corner, like, please, for the love of God, take me back to the old one.
Exactly.
And you're like, and then it asks you why, and I write the answer every time I go because this sucks.
You know,
I write it. I write
Actively
that every
write it
single
up.
time. Like, this sucks.
for a while it gave me the option to like not have to go to that and take it directly to the old one, but then it stopped letting me do that. It's like, we're just gonna force you.
I even created like shortcut links for me to go straight to the old one, and they
Disabled them.
they like disabled them, and it like takes me to the new one.
They're like, you will use our new creator studio, or you will
And it's
suffer.
like, you guys stop tracking things that I like to pay attention to and are tracking things that I do not care about now. Thank you.
My love is alive.
Maybe if we all say that over and over and over again, we'll just do away with the darn thing.
No, I don't.
They won't listen to anybody.
I mean, really, they just like are. They seem to be. They really want to destroy themselves. They're just waiting for a competitor to rise, and then it's gonna be over.
Yeah, I actually do think that they are, if a legitimate competitor does step up, that they will lose a bunch of creators.
Yeah.
If they, if like BitChute and DLive could somehow just combine forces, so you had good live streaming and good video storage, that would be cool because they're both decentralized, which means there's no authority standing over you saying you can't put this in your video or we'll take away your monetization. Freaking douchebags.
We had a pretty decent problem with
Well,
trolls flagging some of our stuff.
Mhm.
yeah, just because they don't, right when the video goes out is when it's going to get a bunch of the views. And so, like, if for the first 24 hours your thing is flagged,
Yeah.
you're not make as much revenue because
your biggest earning day on every single video is day one.
Mm.
And
or like tends to be or whatever, you know.
That's typical.
Yeah. So that could
it made us
really-
think that it was someone who knew that, otherwise known as someone who also had a channel that was just flagging every single thing that they made.
People are bitter, man.
Yeah.
I'm starting to come to the terms that you just can't please
do
everybody. People just get mad about stuff that like you have no control over, and they take everything as a slight.
Right.
People feel like you owe them stuff, and I'm just like,
Yes, it's very frustrating. It's very, very frustrating.
just chill.
Like my thoughts were always like, if I clicked on a video and I didn't like it, literally I don't even hit the dislike. I just turn it off.
Saying, like a video has to like really offend me,
Right.
for me to dislike it. In general, if it's like something I don't like it, I don't like your theory, I don't like whatever it is, I'm just not gonna watch it.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna like maliciously dislike another YouTuber's video.
No. Or like if I'm like just like, oh, this is boring, I'll just turn it off. Or like it could be something even like
it's like watching TV. If I don't like the show, I change the channel.
right.
Same basic principle. Just like I don't get it. I don't think I've ever hit the dislike button. Ever
I've
in
never
my
done
life.
it. All right, so do you guys watch
I'll
Better
dislike
Call
like
Saul?
news videos and stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense actually. But
What were you asking about Better Call Saul? Did
Yeah.
you guys watch it?
I think you want to play Age of Empires.
I watched the first season or two.
That's like the most blasphemous thing I've ever heard.
I've never seen it,
oh god.
That's even more
so
blasphemous.
and I don't want to.
Okie doke.
Not kidding.
Throw up a little bit in my mouth.
Maybe I watched it one day.
Save Huel Babino.
Save Huel Babino. He is. It is not what I thought the show was going to be. I thought it was kind of going to be like a dramedy, and I guess it kind of is, but it's more heavy into like the drama. It's a way more
Yeah, it's
layered
Yeah.
show than I had anticipated. I
More
thought it was just
nuanced.
going to be following Saul being Saul
No,
around all
right.
day.
Yeah.
And at
it's
first I
like
thought
a
that I-
cartoon almost.
Yeah, like I didn't.
Oh, wait.
At first, I didn't like it as much as I do now because my perception of what it was going to be and what it was were so different. But
It
then,
throws you off like at first. Yeah.
the more I watched it,
Prepare to die.
by the time the first season ended, I was like, "This is the best show on television."
I just want to say I called. Oh wait, I don't want to say a spoiler.
Yeah.
Never mind. I
What?
called something that happened later in season 1.
Spoilers.
I'm not gonna say it.
Yeah, Quinn, I'm gonna need you to get on board with that and watch it.
Mike doesn't know that yet. So he's only been through season 1 and 2.
Perhaps.
It is the best. Did you like Breaking Bad?
Yeah, I love Breaking Bad.
Oh.
But Breaking Bad was nerve wracking to get through though.
This
It
show
was anxiety inducing.
doesn't quite have the
It was
anxiety levels.
inducing. You need like a beer with that.
Yeah, this show is every bit as good as Breaking Bad. You just need to wrap your mind around the fact that it's not just a comedy, which is like you thought it was just going to be Saul being ridiculous. It's like kind of like the journey that he makes to becoming Saul.
That's great.
Hmm.
Because there's this isn't a spoiler. There's Jimmy McGill, who he was
Oh
at.
my God, why'd you spoil it?
And then there's his kind of alter ego that flirts on the side of being, a darker version of himself that he calls Slippin' Jimmy. And Slippin' Jimmy evolves into Saul Good.
It's all good, man.
Yeah,
Saul
and
Goodman.
that's how he came up with that name, Saul Goodman.
Because he loves it.
Where's my space blanket?
Oh my god. Quinn. Oh my god. All right. This one is spoiler. I'm just going to tell you. So,
Don't spoil it.
all right. We watch.
You find out in the first 10 minutes of the first episode. It's
It's
not like
because
a
it's
spoiler.
so bugged out, though.
No. Like, I don't even know where you come up with this idea. His brother is a brilliant
Attorney.
lawyer. Like one of the probably like an elite lawyer.
in the country.
In like countrywide elite lawyer.
Yes.
And
in his field, maybe like top 2.
yeah, like he is known like nationwide as a whiz at financial law and business law. And
However,
However, he's convinced himself that he has a legit physical allergy to electricity.
yes. So he wears these like aluminum foil space blankets.
And has no electricity in his place. He's got little lanterns everywhere. There's no cell phones allowed. You have to
ground yourself before you walk in by touching this little grounding thing. Like
Yo,
I don't know where the hell you even
Chuck.
come up with something like that.
Chuck
And his
McGill.
name is Chuck, which makes the whole thing even better. It's just like I don't even know where an idea like that comes into
No,
someone's
me
head.
either. It's crazy. And so and then he meets this girl, Kim, which actually Ray Seahorn, the actress, is super cool. Like we tweeted to her and she's liked a couple of our things.
Yeah, like she actually
That was,
interacts with.
Yeah, that was like so
on
exciting.
Oh, that's cool.
She's very cool. Like
And
what did
she's
we say? We were like
brilliant.
Kim McGill, or we were like Ray Seahorn for an Emmy or something, and she liked it. And we were like, what?
I think I said something to the effect of like, if you don't win, you were robbed or something like that. The girl who plays like his sort of love interest or whatever in the show is tremendous. I had never seen her in anything before this, but she is extraordinarily good. And her character, the characters on that show are just so
Really rich, really layered, really authentic. And you get to meet, so Ding.
yeah, Hector Salamanca.
Hector Salamanca's, this is pre-stroke.
Yeah, you
So Hector's walking about. You also get to see Pollos Romanos, Gus Faring, who, all right, so like I used to run probably how many meetings a year? 500?
800.
800 meetings a year. And I had somebody that came with me to record them because they were legal proceedings. And whenever something occurred at the table, we'd write down like a villain from TV's name. Like this person could get got by Gus Fring, or like Pollos, or like we wrote Nelson from Boardwalk Empire. Like if somebody was just ticking us off, like Pollos was like a bad one. Like if somebody was really ticking us off, we would just be like,
Because you know how you get the Pollos text when like
Yes.
all hell breaks loose when all hell breaks loose in Breaking Bad, you get like a one-word text that just says Pollos,
Pollos.
and it means go to the chicken.
So
shop.
she and I, we used to do that. And sometimes we'd write Richard. He was another one from Boardwalk. We'd write Nelson. And we often wrote Pollos. Yeah.
She's sitting across from a parent that's like a nightmare or something.
And I'm
She's
just like, how about that? Just to get through it. Because I'm like, wow, this
Pollos.
is my 15th meeting of the day. And I'm running
Pollos.
out of patience. But yeah, so because like she was a very like quintessential like housewife, but this chick behind the scenes was hardcore. Like she liked hardcore shows, and
Yeah,
she was
one of the
like
best,
from Mad Men.
Watch.
She looked like she could have been from Mad Men. Like, hi, here's some cookies, and then meanwhile she's watching Breaking Bad.
She's like, you guys
and-
need to watch Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah,
You're like, I wouldn't have pictured you as the Sons of Anarchy type.
no. So she was interesting. It was fun. She got us into a lot of shows actually. She's actually watched like every show that's ever been out. But
The moral of the story is I will be truly disappointed in both of you if you are not
because
ready.
the new season starts 2/23.
Oh gosh, I'll get around to it.
I
There's
will
so
watch it
much
in
I need to
12
watch.
Okay. Quinn, I'm very disappointed.
Yeah, I don't know if we can be friends anymore.
But yeah, like, all right, so this is a topic, Breaking Bad. Let's talk about the detective, the brother-in-law, Hank.
What about him?
Okay, all right.
She
So,
is spiteful.
like, Dave and I have debated him about it.
Hank Schrader from
Yes.
or Schroeder or
Yeah.
whatever his name is.
Like, or Mike is my favorite too. I love Mike. Like, there was that thing going around, like, where everybody put a different image of themselves to match up to that social media. And Mike's was the same for all four.
I've seen the same meme with Stannis.
Yes.
It's like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, except for all, like, except for
There are
For
no
Mike-
other versions
for
of me.
Mike,
There's
he-
only me.
he has one look.
But Hank and what Hank and what was her back Marie did down the stretch. Do you think that was justified?
Wait, what are you talking about?
What is
So in
about
Breaking
Breaking
Bad,
Bad.
because nobody's seen Saul. I'm not talking about that anymore. In Breaking Bad, Hank and Marie,
Mm-hmm.
they have dinner with Skylar and Walter.
Yeah.
They know everything now.
Yeah.
They want them to come clean, to admit. Do you think that they were justified in doing that? Would you have done something different if you were in their shoes? Mike, what do you think?
Justified in asking them to give themselves
Come
up?
forward. Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Right. See, this is Dave and I have debated this. Okay. I kind of saw their point in a way.
Yeah.
On the flip side, Dave always says to me, but what about the kids?
I was like, why are they so hell bent on destroying those kids' lives for a guy that's dying? I was like, as someone in like your family, like they should care and be taking into account the unbelievably terrible effect this is going to have on their niece and nephew.
Oh.
And it wasn't something that they considered at all. They were completely single-minded.
It's because he's a cop. Thank you.
Because he's a cop. He's bought into the authoritarian mindset, and then also he's just got a gigantic ego, and he's mad that Walter like slipped under him, that Walter
That's true.
outsmarted him, because he was always like, oh, look at Walter, this cute little science teacher. I'm so much cooler and like more awesome than him. But guess what? He outsmarted you this entire time. So it was his ego. You know, Hank was just like a complete hypocrite anyway. Complete narcissist.
Yep.
Total hypocrite. His wife was a hypocrite. One of the most annoying people on the face of the earth.
A narcissist.
They were both terrible.
Because
They were both terrible.
It was okay for his wife to be
she had an illness.
a serial thief.
I
I was like, but he's not going to turn her in, but he's hell
They've
bent
got
on
tons of money, and
destroying-
she just has to steal cars.
He just covers it up for her, and then he's like smoking on illegal cigars. But then he would like lock someone up for smoking a joint. But he can have his illegal cigars, and it's fine.
Yes, he definitely had. It was that mentality.
Complete
And
hypocrite.
That's what bothered me about it. That it bothered me that it didn't occur to them that they were destroying the psyches and like the lives of their niece and nephew. Like I was like, I understand. Like morally, obviously,
Morally.
the move is to arrest the mass murdering drug dealer. I was like, but when it's in your own family, shouldn't there be considerations made as to the effect it's going to have on the kids when you consider that this guy is a dead man walking and you're going to blow up these kids' lives?
And even still, he underestimated Walter because Walter had a plan B.
Oh yeah, Walter was like a Macedonian like genius.
You're like,
But you know, look, I honestly can't say what I would do in Hank's situation because I would never be in Hank's situation. I would never be a cop.
Dude, why is it so loud?
Seriously, turn
And then,
that.
I don't know. I feel like if I just
Turn
saw
down
that
there.
book and I was like, oh my god, like my brother-in-law's a drug dealer. Like to me, that's not even like. I mean, where I grew up, that's not even like that far off from
No.
maybe the truth. Anyway, so it's like, I don't, it's like whatever. I don't know.
But it is what you said, Quinn. It's an ego thing. You beat me, and now because of that, I need to punish you. It was really they weren't thinking outside of that vacuum.
Yeah, that's what bothered me is that the punishment really wasn't going to be levied on Walter. It was going
Because
to
he'll
be
just die in prison in a
it
year.
was going to be levied on Skylar
Mhm.
and the kids. They're
He was the dead man.
really freaking
He
suffered.
was.
And that bothered me to like no end. I was like, if you're really a family, the effect that it's going to have on the kids and the wife who just got stuck in this situation.
Right, like as much as we all don't like Skylar,
Like,
the
I
world
hated
hates
Skylar.
Skylar. She didn't tell him to go do this.
No,
She's now in this situation though.
no. Once she became aware of the situation,
Then she started embezzling the money through the car wash and whatnot. Whatever, they're washing that clean. Like, fine, just let them have the car wash. And just
let the kids and her have the car wash and move on with their lives without them being destroyed. That's where I always drew the line.
okay.
I
So
was
here's
like,
another thing that Dave and I debated quite a bit. Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on Jesse, Mike?
Which part? I mean, just in general,
Yeah, in general.
a likable idiot.
Okay, I can get down with that. That's absolutely true.
I think that Walter White saw weakness in Jesse Pinkman and he exploited that weakness.
I totally agree.
And he led him down a worse path. You know what I mean?
100%.
Walter like destroyed him even worse than he was already damaged, but Walter like completely destroyed him.
Because
Yeah.
saw in him a need to be attached to something new now because his family had disowned him. So Jesse was seeking out like acceptance from someone else, and that was his teacher. He looked up to his teacher, even though he kind of like on the surface bucked the system and didn't care about school. He's still a person. He still kind of like wanted that older, like he kind of saw him as a dad in ways.
He was definitely a father figure.
And like he definitely used that influence over Jesse to exploit him.
Right.
Now, my thing with Jesse is that I think that Jesse is the luckiest MFer of all time that his business partner really genuinely cared about him. Because
Did he though?
Did he?
yes,
No, he didn't.
because someone who didn't care about him would have put 8,000 bullets in his head, like 20 million
You know why
times
he
over
didn't?
the course of that.
His own conscience. That's it. He
That's
couldn't
not
live
true.
with himself if he.
He saved him over and over and over again. He made Jesse his partner because Gus was going to kill him. He ran that guy
Yes.
over with those guys over with his car because Jesse was going to die. He did. He let that crazy girl die because if he didn't, Jesse was going to.
Now, here you go. Jesse was a bad influence on Jane.
Yes.
Yeah, Jane was hanging on by a thread. I'll
Yep.
grant you, but she was still hanging on by a thread. And it could have been someone else, not Jesse, that pushed her over that edge. Like she was like a ticking time bomb. But
Yeah, I mean, she was still hanging out in like the.
the tattoo place,
The
she could have
tattoo
met someone
place.
tomorrow in a week, like just Jesse, like same. But I don't know. That's the genius of what that show is. All the characters are very gray and debatable.
And then you watch El Camino and you're like, yep, I still hate Jesse.
But I had a soft spot in my heart for Jesse Pinkman. Still do. I just still do.
He was just so wrecked in El Camino.
I didn't watch it.
Oh, you didn't?
No,
Right.
Me either.
I just don't care about it.
Like there was like some redeeming things that Jesse would do, and you're like, Jesse, you're wicked smart. Why? How could you be that smart and that dumb at the same time? Like, how could you?
Yeah, Mr. White. Yeah, science.
like, how could you be that same guy? And he's like, who's like able to think really quick on his feet and get himself out of a situation. And then when he like lights a fire, he dumps all of their drinking water out when there's a freaking fire extinguisher right there. Like, and he's like, and Walter's looking at him like, thinking, that's your problem. That's what your problem is.
When
He's
he
like,
left the thing in the ignition.
like the number of that, I won't even blame him for because he didn't turn it, and like that could happen. It didn't beep. It didn't do anything.
I don't know. Like,
It didn't do the beepy thing, man. It's like it's also hard to like really respect someone whose voicemail.
yo, this is 8 to the 3 to the 5 to the
Leave a message. Yeah, and you're like, yeah, that's somebody who is going
I
places.
love you, Jesse.
You're going places. That voicemail. Any serious.
But
person
Jesse has
leaves
a good
you
heart.
message. No, Jesse's a good dude, but I just feel like he's unbelievably lucky that his business partner is not Gus Fring. Because if Gus Fring was his business partner, he would have been in a hole in the desert like years ago.
All right, barring Walter White, who's your favorite character on Breaking Bad? Dave.
Saul. From
Okay.
the very first moment he
You
walked
need
onto
a
the screen.
criminal lawyer. Quinn, who's your favorite character? Barring Walter White.
The pizza on the roof.
That
That
scene
was-
is so freaking.
I want to know if like that just happened inadvertently and they went with it, 'cause I don't even know if you could throw the pizza in the box like that on purpose and have it fly out perfectly and land like that. Like he just threw a temper tantrum and threw the box onto the roof.
Oh,
and the
they
pizza
can't see Mike
flew out.
drawing. I don't know what that means, but earlier in that episode, when he's on the floor, right, and
Mhm.
he wakes up from being in that stupor, and he flips out, and yeah, that's just like a great like little segment of Breaking Bad right there. All right, Mike, who's your favorite character, barring Walter White?
Mike.
Absolutely, Mike. Oh my
So,
god.
of course, predictably, Mike's favorite character is himself.
Of course.
Ermin Trout. He just handles it. All right, who's mine? Let me think.
I like Bill Burr's character a lot too.
I know.
I just love Bill Burr.
All right, I gotta say probably. I'm torn between ironically.
Skylar White.
Yeah, Skylar White. Yeah. I would say probably. Oh my god.
John
Agreed.
Hager just took the one that I was going to yell out.
As much as I.
Tight.
Oh my. He's like, what are you, crazy?
Like, you know you did something crazy if Tugo thinks, what are you, fucking crazy? Love Tugo.
I guess I would say Mike Ermin Trout.
It's hard to go. Mike is just such a solid dude.
I'm pretty sure Walter White's son is just based off of the character Jimmy from South Park. You know, the stuttering kid that's on crutches all the time.
But actually, in real life, that guy has cerebral palsy.
I know, yeah, he's really good.
I met
He
him.
is really good. Have you? Oh yeah. He did an event around here for like educational professionals that work with kids with.
Yeah, he was at San Antonio Comic Con, Alamo City Comic Con.
Yeah.
John Hagen goes, Todd.
Oh my God, Todd.
Todd.
Todd
What a
is
perfect name for that character, too.
perfect. Okay, all right. Here's a show we started watching. Have you guys seen You?
No.
All of it. All of it.
Okay, Quinn.
Love it.
We
Started
are-
reading the books. They suck. I'm still going to read them because I started. But
Okay.
yeah, I love the show.
So we're through how many episodes?
We watched the first 5.
Okay.
It's
Just watch it. It's so good.
What is it? Tell me. What is it?
It's about this. It's crazy because it's from the point of view of this guy, this unreliable narrator guy, and it makes you really like him. But the twist is he's like a stalker and a murder potential.
Oh,
murder potential.
you mentioned
Like,
this.
totally crazy.
Okay, I think you mentioned this. Yeah.
Dave said it's terrifyingly sweet.
It's so good, man.
I called the show terrifyingly cute.
But
Yeah.
that actor is so funny because I'll see interviews and he'll be like roasting people because people online will be like, "Oh my God, I'm in love with this character so much." And he's like, "Hey, he's a murderer. He will kill you. Stop falling in love with a murderer like you're crazy."
Love with the murder.
Okay, so I'm glad I'm not the only girl that was like, "Oh my God, Joe."
The only thing that
Show is not good.
about the show is these are supposedly, I was like, this group of friends here, these people all went to Brown.
Mhm.
These are very smart.
I said this the other night.
I mean, the show's not 100% taking itself super seriously either.
Like,
it's not.
like
It's-
some of the twists that they do, you're like, these really smart people would have all figured this out like in 2 minutes.
I'm like, okay, you're in love with her. None of you would still be friends with her. Peach has got to go. Like, just come on.
Everyone knows that Peach.
I don't care if
posted
you've
that
been
video.
besties
Come
for
on.
12 years. She's out.
There was 4 of you that were there. You posted something that made her look bad the day before, and the next day your life got ruined by something she posted.
It's almost like a caricature. It's almost like a parody, but like it's serious.
I thought that first season in like a big part of that first season was about like how much people put on social media and how that can be used against you. I thought that was a big part of that first season because that's how he was like stalking her and learning everything about everybody
Like,
just from like Facebook and Instagram and stuff.
yep, she walked out and he goes, okay. And he's like, she gave you her full name. He's like, true. okie doke. And then, and he's like, okay, so this is that, this is where you're from. Then he calls the gas company and he knows that they're going to show up. And then he just rolls up like it's the boyfriend. He's like, hey, Beck, you home? And the guy from the gas company was like, oh, you're a boyfriend? Cool. So now he's in her place. And he's like, oh my God, this place is a disaster. When we're together, Beck, I'm going to clean for you. You're going to start eating healthier. Look at this TV dinner here. Like,
and the thing about Joe too, is like no one would ever look at that guy and be like, oh, like that's a stalker. That's like a crazy predator. He just looks like the average Joe, literally.
Yeah,
literally
right.
just like the average Joe.
God, the literal average Joe. And the thing is, there's two people that have him pegged. It's Peach, who's also a stalker, and
But she knows what to look for.
And the psycho guy that's
That
his
lives
stepdad
next door.
who can recognize another psycho. He recognizes him because he's a POS, and they're both POSs. And Peach recognizes another stalker when she sees him.
It's like how Dexter could always pick out the sickos.
Yes.
The sickos know how to pick each other out.
But yeah, that show is pretty neat. It's
Just wait till the second season. The second season was great.
really
Wait, okay, when is this on?
Netflix.
It's on Netflix.
Netflix? All right.
The second season is legitimately great. Like it really. I don't even want to say anything about it. It's just really good.
It's kind of addictive.
It is.
We watched it like in binge mode, and then like we had to do other things, and I was like almost like counting the seconds until I could put it back on to see what these sickos do next.
I'm like drawing like a heart with the name Joe on it on my notebook.
Don't do it. Don't get suckered in.
I'm like,
I will say this: every show that we have ever watched together, Mary Ellen like falls in love with whoever like the worst person. Like she was like in love with Jesse Pinkman, and then she was in love with Jax Teller, and you're like this is not.
I was in love with James Darmody.
And then you like
from
love
Fort
James Darmody. You're like, this dude's dead. Okay, he's the only character in the show whose name is not.
They all have like mom issues. Like what in the mother?
Dave, at what point did you realize that she has terrible taste in men?
Pretty early on, I explained why she was with
Let's
me.
see, James Darmody. Does he have mommy issues? Oh, hi, Jillian Darmody. Jack Teller. Does he have mommy issues? Oh, hi.
Hi, Gemma.
Gemma Teller. Oh, I only put a fork in you know who.
I can't even look at a
I don't
carving
know.
fork the same way ever
No.
again after I saw that.
No.
scene.
Oh my God, that's ridiculous.
But-
No, but Joe looks so basic.
Jackie, we're talking about the show You on,
I mean, his outfit, everything is just so basic.
and that's the other thing that I noticed about it. Is it actually is related to something that Break Glory just said. It's a complete ripoff of Dexter.
It's better than Dexter.
Okay, so like,
Oh,
the
Dexter
second
was great.
With, Ted-
Dexter got really bad.
You think so?
Dexter got really bad.
I don't know if it was really bad. Its decline was not as bad as, we'll say,
It was like Lost. Well, Lost. I felt like Lost was consistently bad after the first season. But that's just me.
I never even watched Lost. I watched the beginning of it and I called it. And I was just like, I'm not going to say it in case.
What was there to call? I feel like they still have not explained what the heck even happened in Lost. Everyone has like a bunch of different theories, but I'm just like,
I don't
No.
like it's that ambiguous.
it doesn't make any sense. I mean, look, when that show was first coming on, like the creators had said something like everything in the show will be explained as like a scientific explanation, and they abandoned that at some point. I don't know when, but
I forgot about that.
they were like, nope.
By the way, did you ever watch the pitch meeting video of Game of Thrones season 8?
No.
No, I don't watch videos about Game of Thrones.
No, it's from
Oh my
it's from
God.
Screen Rant.
I know, like I don't watch.
No, if you watch it, you will literally
Oh, I can't
laugh
play it because I got in
hysterically.
trouble. All right, I was gonna play, but no, I won't. But you should watch. It's very funny.
It's like a 7-minute video that is completely worth your time. You will laugh virtually throughout the entire thing.
Okay,
It was perfect.
here's a question for Quinn. How did you feel about Trinity's last deed?
But what are you talking about?
This is Dexter, the Trinity killer, John Lithgow.
What happens in Trinity? Is that when she's in the bathtub?
What did you think about Trinity's last deed?
I don't remember what happens. What is his last deed?
Well, what happens?
Was
when
that the one that
when Dexter gets home and he finds
And they find her in the bathtub.
Yes. What did you?
what was
What do
your
I think about that?
Yes.
seeing?
I was shocked because it was like I didn't expect him to take out that character like that. I thought she was gonna be, but then I thought it was a good decision to do it because it gave him new motivation. I guess.
Yeah, it changed.
It shook things up.
Yep.
It shook things up.
Okay, here's what I can't take about Beck and you. She does the hey that Rita used to do, and I can't abide that whisper.
Let's
like,
wait. You get to
raspy.
season 2.
No, like she's doing it so much now. Like when she's like, "Hey Joe," like or "Hey Peach," I'm like, "Can you
Same.
speak? Can you stop breathing?" Like
The same way that every word that
Came
Rita
out of
said
Rita.
in Dexter, like was a whole breath. Dexter, can you stop?
and get some baby
Get
Tylenol
some baby
for Harrison. I'm
Tylenol.
like, can you spit it out?
Can you like not use a whole breath for every word that you say?
Yeah. So like, that's
Me and my
something I can't
friends, there were 4 of us in the room when we watched that scene, and 3 of us were unapologetically celebrating Dexter finding
I was
Rita in the
alone,
tub.
but when Rita was in the tub, I was like,
There were high fives going
Because-
I
around.
don't remember celebrating. I was just like,
I was like,
because what was playing is you're like, whoo, all right, the Trinity Killer's dead. That music was playing. That meant the episode's wrapping up.
And Dexter
And I
always
was like,
ends
oh.
the season with him winning. That
Well,
was the
right,
first
and-
time that it wasn't an outright.
Not looking too good for Daniel.
And like,
That's the
there's
Just
shortest
annoyed
way of putting it.
incredible level.
right. So there's that music. You know how that music plays at the end of the episode, and you're like, it's wrapping up, and they'll
That
do
creepy
slow
carnival
montage, whatever, right? I'm like, oh, it's cool. And then I was like, oh yeah, thank you so much, because I couldn't take another second with Rita.
I did not appreciate that.
I was so ready for her not to be on the show anymore.
Don't you what me?
But yeah. So I guess Jackie Frankovich is saying that Rita died, but doesn't die in the book version of Dexter, which is interesting.
I didn't even know there was a book version.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I did. I didn't read them.
there's a book version of everything. And
Right.
if there's not, they make book versions.
Right.
They take like movies and shows that are popular and make books out of them. They really do that.
They're just adaptations.
It's weird.
It goes both ways.
It's actually, it makes sense because they do it the other way around. So why couldn't it go both ways?
Yeah.
Right, Corey? What did I do that makes me have to go to hell?
I don't know.
Was it my high fiving with my friends? When
Maybe,
Rita
and
was
then I
gone?
just said it too, so I'm probably going with you, baby.
I
See you
was
there.
I was I just couldn't stand her as a character. I just found her. I just couldn't take her voice. It annoyed me, and like she was just so annoying.
Dexter's an okay show.
I loved
No.
Dexter for the first 4 seasons.
Yeah, I feel like I did really like Dexter. I just feel like I would never go back and watch Dexter again.
It really peaked. The Trinity season was just unbelievable.
No.
Yeah.
That
Bay
unprovoked
Harbor
attack
Butcher
didn't feel
season
very good.
was really good. Like it was just really good. Period. And then
Oh yeah.
it just
sorry
got
about that.
kind of like too much.
It got very convoluted, and then like especially after like his sister found out about everything, then it got really crappy. It got really crappy. It was like,
I only watched it once, so I'm having a hard time even remembering a lot of it.
same. I don't remember a lot of it. I just remember that I gradually like lost interest.
Mm.
It definitely started significantly better than it finished.
Yeah, because it's what I think what happened was it suffered from them continuing to make seasons when it started to become stale. Like they should have wrapped it up after like 4 or 5 seasons. And instead they did like 7, I think.
Yeah, it might have even been 8.
Yeah,
Sometimes shows do hold on for too long.
they do.
It's
It's
hard
like
to blame the people that make them for doing it, but it's like obviously
I'm suffering
They're,
from success.
it's their job, and now they're being when you work in Hollywood, you want to get paid. And you only get paid when you have a job, so they're like, let's keep this going because I'm employed. But
The same thing that happens in comics. It's like you got to keep pumping this stuff up and out, and it doesn't matter if you've got a great inspired story or not. You just have to keep it coming out.
that is true. Pretty much with any form of entertainment, you have to keep it going in some way, shape, or form.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. If you've just got a movie or something and you've got a great inspired story, it might be a single movie or a trilogy or whatever, but you could just get that story out and done.
Bruh.
That's why so many sequels suffer, because it's like a sequel is just like taking the opportunity of a success rather than building an inspired story like organically.
Agreed. A lot of shows. The shows that I've always appreciated are the ones that they have, we'll say, like a model for each episode or each season, and it works and it's great, and they don't try to reinvent the wheel. Like even like a show that's as simple and like silly as like White Collar or something. Like there was, you guys ever see that?
No.
It was like Neil Caffrey, con man. It was kind of like Catch Me If You Can on TV. Con man and FBI agent working together. Neil, the con man, was always kind of up to no good, but he was helpful. Peter was a good dude, wanted to catch the bad guys. And they kept it simple. And they didn't overdevelop the characters with contrived, weird cases that they're trying to solve that are super personal to the people. And you know that they do that on every show. They're like, you need to develop the characters more, so they overhype or overdo the character development by having overly dramatized things that affect the characters on a personal level, so they can tell us stories about the past. I don't really care. I just want to be entertained. I don't really care what these characters were doing 25 years ago. That's irrelevant. I was like, you can mention it in passing, but I don't need 4 whole episodes devoted to like this person working through these issues that I didn't need to know existed and didn't care that they existed. I feel like Dexter kind of did that. It got too layered. They decided that they needed to have, what was his sister's name? Deb. They needed Deb to find out. And Deb was already annoying and already having a mental breakdown, and they have her find out. And it's like, well, she's gone.
That actress was really good in the movie The Exorcism of Emily Rose.
The actress herself, I mean, I'm not going to blame the actress for the
How would you
arc
feel if
that
I
her
said I have about
character
800 times the gold that I have food?
she was fine in the role. It was just like, I just felt like there's a level of character development
Quite a bit.
that is unnecessary to go to, that kind of almost ruins something that's perfectly good to begin with.
Let's just say Daniel didn't mind. when he was
Overdoing it kind of kills the joy of the show. Or like House, for instance. House never changed. It was entertaining every time you watched it. He was a complete ass to everybody, but he was a genius that always eventually figured it out. And like you watched it because it was fun to watch him try to figure it out. And like they didn't overdo it. They didn't change the pattern. That show was the most
it's kinda
popular
hard
show
to
on
say.
television for like 7 years in
Why
a row.
do your guys look different?
Huh?
I liked House, but it did get a little formulaic.
Yeah, they did turn it off a few years before they did, but it
Who does it
was
with
exactly they
No, why
they
does
had
it
it.
guys look
That's who the characters were, and they didn't
Why
change.
does your guys look
Mm-hmm.
They're yellow.
Or
Oh, that's
I would imagine, I don't watch it anymore, but NCIS was super popular. I think it probably still is. It's been on for like 87 years. I was looking every single week,
You're gonna beat your treasure
Gibbs
chest.
shoots the bad guy.
Yeah,
People are like, I'm okay with that,
No,
and like,
no one.
I enjoyed watching it. Thank you. And I'll see you again next week or whatever. I just feel like there's an ability to over dramatize that kind of takes something that was good and ruins it. So what other shows do you guys want to talk about?
Look at the show.
I don't know.
Well, what are you guys currently watching?
Oh, not much. I mean, I watched Sabrina, but I don't know if you guys watched that.
I should not say that I have.
Yeah, Chilling Adventures of Sabrina.
I hate how they fly.
Pretty good.
What the hell am I watching?
I'm not watching much of anything. I'm just reading a bunch of stuff. Right now, I'm rereading Dark Tower by Stephen King. I'm reading them again.
I don't know. I tried to watch Witcher.
This is not appropriate.
Didn't get into it.
Stopping.
I still haven't tried to watch it.
I don't know. I'm not really watching much of anything right now. I gotta watch Mr. Robot, but I guess I missed it somehow or another.
Rotator.
I don't know. When's that going to be available on Amazon Prime?
I don't know.
And then
Gotcha.
waiting for the next Viking season that I don't have on Amazon Prime yet either.
You know what show I watched recently just because the preview came on when I finished watching something on Netflix. And it was not what I imagined it to be. The title of it seemed like such a clickbait, dumb title, but I found the show to be strangely entertaining, even though I'm probably not the demographic they were going for. Have you guys seen the Sex Ed show?
No.
Yes, only season 1 though. I haven't seen season 2 yet. So yeah, it's good.
The trailer started playing when I finished something on Netflix like last week, and I thought that seemed like the dumbest show of all time. Like I had never even considered watching it, and then I saw the trailer and I was like, that actually seems like it's.
Have you finished season 1?
I watched both seasons.
I haven't even finished season 2 yet. I haven't started it, but I will.
But that show was way better. It was like not what I imagined. I thought it was going to be like gimmicky and stupid, but the characters on that show are tremendously likable.
Yes.
What's the kid's name? Otis, like the main character
The
guy.
Ender's Game kid.
Yeah, I had never seen him before, but I thought that
Your castle is done for.
it was
Bro, it's
shockingly good, and the girl. What's the girl that he's partners with? Name? Weird name.
I
I
forget.
can't say Kobe anymore, Michael.
Maeve.
Something like that.
Maeve. Something like
Yeah. I should go watch it. Yeah, I'm done with this film. I'm gonna go watch season 2.
that show
Why do
was
you like horses so much?
not at all what I imagined
It's
it would
always
be.
the honest.
It was really funny. Had a lot of heart.
I love the main character kid. Like I just find that kid super entertaining, and like he's just like an endearing little nerdy kid.
Oh crap! I didn't even.
Yeah, I love his like his arching, well, his arc in the first season. Because there's a goal that he's trying to accomplish throughout. He finally gets it, and like, is that it?
At the very end, he finally accomplished his goal, and we don't really need to talk about what his goal is here, but
It's called Sex Ed, I can guess.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that if I gave you 100 guesses, you would not guess it.
Yeah,
Really?
probably wouldn't. Yeah.
No.
Hmm.
There's one that would make sense, but that's not what his goal actually was. It was he had a disability, if you will.
Okay.
I wouldn't say disability.
Or a phobia.
Yeah, more like a fear. He was
It's not a fear that is common as far as I know. I personally had never heard of such a thing until I saw that show. But, I was absolutely shocked that show was good. And never in a million years, if I didn't happen to be watching Netflix and finishing a series on the day that the new season came out, would I have ever watched it. It's like if you don't touch Netflix when you finish something, they play a trailer. Like I went into the kitchen, I was making a cup of coffee, and the trailer came on. I go, that seems shockingly watchable. And I threw it on, and I found it thoroughly entertaining.
Seems like something I should check out.
No, Mike, you wouldn't like it.
No?
I mean, maybe. It's quite.
Are you protecting me, Quinn?
Yeah, I would say that there's a level of vulgarness to it that you might not particularly enjoy.
There's a lot of body parts.
Oh, no.
There's a lot of really awkward topics of conversation.
There are, yeah.
Mm.
Because his mom is like a sex doctor or something, so she's always like.
Oh,
And she's-
all right.
And she's wildly inappropriate within the
Yeah.
things that she would like to discuss with her son.
And then in season 2, I saw the trailer that she's like teaching at the school.
I broke one of my furnaces.
In your chest.
Yeah, so sort of teaching at the
No,
school. She's
well,
like
half of my
affiliated
kids.
now with a consultant or
Maybe I
something.
should fight you right next to my
Cool.
face.
It's
Smoking.
causing
Go to
Otis
inventory.
issues.
Oh, have you guys seen Ozark?
I
Uh-uh.
have
My
seen
stuff
Ozark, and
got
that's
picked
pretty
up.
darn good.
Ozark is legit.
What's that about?
Marlene is so great. It's kind of like Breaking Bad, but it's like Breaking Bad, but if like Skylar wasn't like a whiny crybaby and actually buckled down and actually did what needed to be done to save the family. Yeah, that's what it's like. But like he's like in trouble with like like the mob or the cartel or something,
Yeah, like
or like
he somehow got
because of his partner. His partner did some stuff that he didn't know about, and so they have to go to the Ozark to embezzle money or something.
or to launder the money.
Yeah.
Like he needs to launder like an incredible amount of money.
But it looks like what they're gonna do with this next season is that like Laura Linney's character is stepping up to be like the big bad one. Did you remember like at the end of it, he was kind of like,
I thought this.
I kind of maybe don't want to do this anymore. And she was like, "What? Are you crazy? We're making all this money."
And she like became like the new mob boss.
Yeah, she took it over. I was like, "Wow."
And she's like 50,000 times more ruthless than he is.
Yeah, she's crazy. Yeah, she's like the opposite of Skylar White. She's like if Skylar White was even crazier than Monty. She's like, you know what? I'm just gonna take this over. I'm in charge. I'm the captain now.
Yeah. You just do your accounting and financing, and I'll take care of the rest.
Well, they're saying season 3 drops in March.
What are you doing down there?
The other show that I really like is The Last Kingdom.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I love that show. I love me some Utrecht.
Utrecht.
Sound of Utrecht.
Although I will say that Gisela is sorely missed. Because I just found that actress to be completely adorable. But it's obviously
Wait, no, which one is that?
Gisela's his second wife. Yeah, because he was married to
Very good.
the redhead girl, and then there's the girl that's the sister of whatever that northern king who's an idiot. Can't remember his name.
Wait, the Dark Crystal, is it gonna get a season 2? Somebody said. Did you guys watch the Dark Crystal show on Netflix?
No, I couldn't get into it.
Really? It's so good.
Yeah, but the puppets were just so weird.
But it's so good. It really is good though. I mean, there's some retcons in it as far as like being like accurate, but it's pretty accurate. God, it's good.
Okay, one more hit.
I like it.
How many rolls
Hmm.
did you get?
I binged it. I binged all 10 episodes.
Really,
Um,
Norseman is good. John Haymaker. I've not. I've seen it sitting there,
Stop lying.
but I was like, I already watched Vikings and this. Like, how much Vikings stuff
Oh,
do I need to
I
watch
completely missed one of
in a
his
given
runs.
day?
You need to watch all of the Vikings.
You know what I couldn't get into was what's that one about the Knights Templar?
Which one?
I got
There's
The
a
Templar show?
yeah,
Oh, Knighthood.
Knighthood. Yeah.
What? Never heard of it.
I tried watching it twice and I never got past the second episode.
that show seemed like it was a topic that had such incredible potential, and then they threw up all over it. It's like, how do you take one of the most intriguing topics, probably from European history period? I mean, the Templar Knights are really intriguing, filled with mystery, all sorts of conspiracy theories, all sorts of cool stuff, and then you didn't even play on any of that, and they just like went off like on like this. They took like a left somewhere, and you're like,
Oh,
this,
like
I don't know
Gold
what
Mine
happened.
in the north.
What am I watching?
Yeah, it was. I don't know.
Really get that back.
You're
Like,
like,
I got
why
nothing
is
out of
this-
it. It was just so bleh.
I was like, and they tried to like make the whole
23,000.
fall of the Templars due to the fact that one of them slept with the king's wife. Come on. I guess that's not
No, I was
entirely
prepared to
impossible,
do-
but it seems
or
much more
to
likely that that
defend.
ginormous loan
Because I was going against Daniel.
that
because he
he took from
decided
them
to kill him.
played
Like,
a significant
Amateur.
role. The loan that he could not afford to
he
pay
killed my
back.
chopping
and then
on
all of a
so I got
sudden-
mad at him.
He got a French pope to declare them.
It's used for carving nice taps
Killable.
into other people's faces.
I was like, that seems pretty straightforward to me.
Someone said the Black Mirror last season was so bad.
Where's get so much
It was. Well, no, that Miley Cyrus episode was really bad. I thought the other two were just like kind of okay. Did you guys watch? Did you guys watch Black
No,
Mirror?
Miley Cyrus was in it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wasn't-
But it's Miley.
No. it wasn't good.
Just kidding.
Someone suggesting that the Vietnamese.
It's Hannah Montana. Come on.
I think
And the
there's,
second episode was a guy that was mad about the fact that he was texting and driving, or that he was looking at Twitter.
every other ship's got an episode.
So he
with that.
kidnaps
There's just
like
like
an intern
Just
that
replace the
works
farms
at
with
Twitter,
rice patches.
and he's like, "I want to talk to the person that runs Twitter." I forget exactly. I forget exactly, but the whole point of the episode was don't text and drive, and that was the point of the episode.
It's an interesting one.
And the first episode was about these like guys that were playing like a video game, but it's like a video game where you put it inside of your brain and then you're like actually inside of it. And so they're like two friends and they're playing like a Mortal Kombat game. One's like a guy character, and one's a girl character.
Just roll.
But then inside of the game they have like a relationship
She took
and they have like an affair inside the game. But they're like guys on the outside of the game. Like they're not attracted to each other on the outside of the game. It's really weird.
There's
It's
pizza.
not on it.
So that was
pizza. Go eat some pizza.
I don't even know what that means.
because in the video game, he turns into like this hot chick, and then like the other guy's like this like hot like Asian dude.
And he like thinks the other one is a girl.
No, they knew who they were, but in the video game,
They
they're
didn't
like
care.
Indian. But like in real life, they're like not into each other. They're like,
It's just what they got. So I could have just
and then both of them have like
take
wives.
everything you
Or at least one
pushed
of them.
at me.
The other one was like,
Hordes of stuff.
he had multiple women. But yeah, that was the plot of one of the episodes of the new season. And that was actually not the worst episode. That was probably the best episode of the whole season. There's only 3.
7.
The other show that I watched a while back that was pretty good. Did you guys watch the BBC's version
10
of Sherlock?
Yeah, of course.
That was
a
jam.
Heck yeah.
3 or 4 more barracks and stuff.
We talked about that last night, right?
Sure.
Sherlock.
Yeah.
I found that show. There were some moments where I felt like they were kind of
He went down to those
forcing the "this is a smart show" thing, but overall, I would give it very high marks.
Can you not make onagers?
I like Sherlock. I don't want them to continue the show though. I really think it should end with that last season.
Yeah.
It's been long enough that I don't even actually remember.
No.
They always
I've been using
take forever to
onagers
make
all
the
the
season.
Yeah.
I've just been
Maybe it's just like
trying to
Sherlock
every single
through his
episode.
life. Every 10 years, here's another series of stories.
Okay. We're gonna do Factorio.
But I don't know. You guys ever watch Psych?
That show about the fake
You
psychic.
could have.
Yeah.
Could have done a lot of damage with that
I
one.
never watched it.
Dude, it's so funny. You gotta watch that show.
Dude, if you just ignore my.
You can't just all watch just
it's
serious
straight
shows,
through, you would've
Quinn.
done
Come
so
on.
much damage.
I don't
That's
watch
pretty much
that
all I
serious
watch.
shows.
Dave's all, that's all I watch. I just watch serious shows.
I don't.
So my stuff?
I do like to watch the
No.
occasional
Or-
comedy.
I mean, in
My problem
army,
with comedy nowadays is
wiped out
everything
half
is
of it
played
with,
so safe
officers, but I just built
that
it
I
all
don't
in, like,
find a
2
lot of
seconds
it
again.
fun.
Yeah, well, Psych was a while ago.
Yeah, he
Is
killed
that
it.
like
What
was that the
happened
show
to
that was
him?
like on USA?
I don't remember what it was on.
Him will beat you to death.
I watched it on Netflix, so just like
Yeah.
everything.
So I got hit the villagers.
But yeah, it was about a guy he's just had he was like Sherlock. He could just pay attention to all the tiny details,
No,
right?
I
But
was
he
60
convinced the local police department that he was a psychic. So, you know, he could be like, you were just down at the, you know, town square picking cauliflower out of the thing. And it's like, because he's like noticing little clues on their clothes and they're like, oh, you're psychic. He's like, yeah.
I try not to over.
Did you guys ever watch The Mentalist?
Low population game.
Oh, I saw one of those.
The Goths, they really need that extra.
That was a pretty decent movie for the first couple seasons. I didn't
The army.
keep up with it afterwards, but it kind of reminded me of what you were just saying.
That
I was
that
so observant that he almost appeared to be
I
psychic.
just like.
oh, okay, that's not the one with,
all my guys.
was it the guy that was like actually doing tricks to people?
Food.
Like doing
Yeah,
mental tricks to people?
Yes, and he was like consulting and investigations. And
Oh, no. There was another one. There was this show where you know, people were showing how they do like they do tricks where it's like it seems like they're reading your mind and stuff. And one of the tricks they did, I actually pulled it on somebody else, and they're like, "What the heck?" And it was like they told the person to think of a number,
Yeah, I've only got,
right?
like, a
And then they guessed what the number was in their head,
1,000 over now.
right? And they get all weirded out. And the thing is, if you're in a room
Get that till-
and you're not even looking at, like, say there's a clock on the wall and it says 12:39, they don't even have to look at the clock,
like, it can
but
get me
their
out.
subconscious is recognizing that clock. And so when you ask them to think of a number, their subconscious will draw that as the first random number it sees. And so they'll say it and you'll like have it written down or something. And you'll be like, that's what you were thinking. It was like, and I pulled it on one of my son's friends. He's like, what happened? It was so funny. But I guess he had to be there. And then I found $10.
so
$10.
overall picture.
Never mind.
That wasn't the one I was looking for.
That was a
No,
First
those
one,
little
Those
cool
are
mental
good.
tricks
Imperial assassin.
are true, and that's how like magicians get shit done.
yeah.
They know all these weird things that like they will lead your mind
Factorio.
Yep.
right to
Yeah.
where they need it to be.
Yeah. They're like Bene Gesserits. They're like,
Yeah, like you think that you picked the number, but the person, the way that they acted,
they implanted the number in your head. Yeah.
Yes, they picked the number for you, and you didn't even realize that they did it.
Quinn, what are you looking up?
Nothing. I'm just listening.
Oh.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Just listening to the conversation.
Bruh. Bruh.
Someone in the chat says Dark is amazing. Dark is a really good show. I would say that if you want to watch Stranger Things but haven't yet, don't and never watch it.
What?
Watch Dark. Watch Dark instead.
Why would you say not to watch?
Okay, watch it, yeah, but also watch Dark.
Stranger Things as just, it's got that whole, I know Terry calls it the member berries. But-
Yeah. South Park
but-
reference.
I know, but it's like, it's great, that nostalgia for all the 80s stuff and just seeing that as an 80s kid, you know, watching back and seeing, yeah, that's what it was like. I mean, sans the giant creatures trying to kill everyone. Other than that, you know, riding your bikes around until the lights go out and talking to your friends on walkie-talkies and
Well, I used
everybody's-
to do that.
yeah.
Yeah, we had walkie-talkies. That was so much fun. I miss having walkie-talkies.
Ah,
Bikes.
now we just have YouTube.
Yeah.
Starting with the game.
I mean, when you're a kid, like exploring the neighborhood on bikes and walkie-talkies, it's like exploring an entire world in an adventure.
Right?
As an adult, it's just like,
I don't want to do
everything
that.
is so much more mundane. As a kid, I wanted to do that, but now I'm just like, nah, it looked weird. And plus, I don't have any weird adult friends that want to.
Hey John, I got you a bike. What for? We're gonna just ride our bikes around our neighborhood for
These weird grown people doing riding bikes.
Walkie-talkies and riding bikes.
That would look really suspicious.
The cops would be called immediately. Some housewife who was looking out her window would be like, "There's a suspicious group of young men riding around my neighborhood, talking to each other on what appear to be walkie-talkies. Could you come and check this out, please?"
And it would legitimately
And
look
then
really
the cops
suspicious.
go, "So what are you doing?" You're like, "Oh, we're just riding around talking on
We're
walkie-talkies."
just playing.
Just playing. Leave us alone. Jeez.
I called my friend and asked if he could come out and play, and his wife said yes, and here we are. And the cops are like, "All right, I'm gonna need you to come down to the station because I'm not buying this story." That's yeah, you can't get away with doing that kind of stuff once you're an adult.
Why
Nobody's gonna
not?
assume that you're doing
That's when you
something.
gotta get rich and get your own island.
We talked about this last time.
Gotta get your own island.
I don't understand why there is such thing as a billionaire that lives on the same piece of ground that anyone else does.
Right? I don't understand. Like Michael Bloomberg right now, trying to run for president. I'm just like, go live on an island. Like, why are you spending $200 million buying ads trying to be president? Just go live on an island.
It's like, I don't even believe that he actually wants to do it. You're like, what are you doing?
I think it's just some sort of a weird competition thing with Trump because Trump's a billionaire. He's like, well, Trump could buy the presidency. Why can't I?
It's like, but there was an enormous difference. Trump didn't even use his money for the most part. He just used Twitter.
I know. I don't think Bloomberg's probably quite as good at Twitter as Trump is. Trump knows the media, dude. He is the media. Trump has been part of the media for so long. Not like, the news or something, but just knowing how to play to a crowd and all that stuff for decades. So yeah, Bloomberg's like just some stodgy old rich guy.
Really, what Donald is good at is using the media as free publicity.
Yep.
He says something that triggers them, and then they will talk about it all day.
Can you
He
just
didn't
put
pay
me
a dollar,
directly?
but he got the
It's not
entire
gonna be
world
an
to talk about his thing without paying a dollar for an ad.
Yep.
It's he's the only politician that I've ever seen that does it. Everyone else buys those ridiculous ads that you're like, every election year, you're like, can we stop watching these ads? I don't believe that this guy tortures dogs. Okay.
The funny thing is he got billions of dollars worth of free advertising because the networks wouldn't shut up about him saying something on Twitter. And then they got all upset that he's getting all this free airtime and that, they should give free airtime to other people. It's like, well, say something interesting.
You're like, well, you're the one who did it. Why are you?
I know.
You're upset that you decided to do that. Like, I don't get it. Like, then don't do it.
Yeah. Hillary has to say hot sauce to get on CNN. So
Oh, is that the thing where she claimed that she had hot sauce in her purse?
yeah,
Like,
that got her on CNN though. I actually got her on Fox News. I don't know if CNN even covered it. But yeah, you got to say crazy stuff, man. Or if you want viral stuff, you can't just be like, the stock market hit 18,000 today, and we should all be proud to be American. Yay! That's not how it works. Yay!
they get you a lot of retweets and follows.
And they were forced to eat the minstrels. Yay! And there was much rejoicing.
All right.
You've been stuck on the same picture forever, huh?
Am I stuck again?
I don't know. Let me see where you're at. I can't even see what freaking page this is. The Wolf's Den. Yeah, let me turn my camera off and on and see if it changes. That's me. Hi, waving. You can see me now.
Ain't no river wide enough, baby.
No matter how far. Oh, sorry.
Don't worry, baby. How are you doing that?
No, you sing too good. You make me sound bad.
Yeah, after you sing, none of us are gonna.
Yeah. Just be like dum da dum da dum. I'll hum. I will hum along for you.
I am not tone deaf, but I am not good at singing. I hear that I'm not good.
I've never heard you sing. Like, I feel like you're just saying that so when you finally start belting, it'll just shock us.
Let's hear it, Dave. Go, Dave. Go.
It sound like Michael Bolton.
Now, I had a 100% Italian grandmother that continuously told me that I should be an opera singer.
Just taking all the iron and everything.
But my grandmother, like I feel like I'm like one of the only people that I know that's my age that like can identify like 85% of opera songs because my mother and my grandmother listen to it so regularly that I absorbed them without even knowing that I was. It's kind of like how having an older sister
Okay, so I have
resulted
a
in me
nuclear reactor.
knowing every Jewel song and every Paula Abdul song and
Paula Abdul.
every Mariah Carey song like of all time
Oh my
because
gosh,
they were just.
this is pathetic.
I just tried this enormous stereo and she just played them on like a loop and I now know every single word of every one of those songs that I never wanted.
Yeah.
I loved Paula Abdul.
Paula Abdul. I think I missed Paula Abdul. I definitely heard Mariah Carey a bunch growing up. Like A-Bine, she was all over the radio. Like when I was in middle school, she had that song. That song, When You Left, I Lost a Part of Me. That one song was everywhere.
What was that like? Is that We Belong
We
Together?
belong together. That one.
I completely
Yeah.
forgot about that.
That song was everywhere when I was like in middle school. And then that one, she's like, Touch My Body. That one was really big.
She had an incredibly unique. The high note that she could hit was she was the only person I've ever heard that could
Those whistle notes.
Wait, we need clip
That's
explosive.
what we call
Hey,
them.
Mariah.
and it's like the only
It's
other
like Minnie Riperton.
Drop off second.
the only other female singer I can think of that's in her
Drop
category
off
Whitney
second.
Houston was unbelievable.
Yeah, great singer.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Don Ward.
Whitney Houston had a very distinct clarity of tone and just like a lot of power in her voice.
Oh, you got plates.
And her range was incredible.
Mm-hmm.
She was just straight up good.
Okay, so
Yeah, she can definitely belt. Just like a lot of natural talent.
Like in the power that she had in her voice.
Mm-hmm.
She sounded like she was someone that was like 5 times her size.
Right? It's incredible.
Like if you listen to that, you imagine like a big woman or something with that kind of power.
She has like almost like an operatic quality to her voice. It's just very just like straight out there and very just like
oh, this is
Yeah,
another
just
topic.
power.
You know what it was? It was the crack really opened up her lungs.
she definitely declined after she got addicted to drugs. Like from like 95 on, like you see the decline of Whitney's voice.
I don't think I paid close enough attention to notice. I
Oh,
just
you
remember thinking that she was unbelievably good.
you don't really notice it until like you see like later Whitney, like when she like before she died and she like comes back and she's like trying to sing I've always loved you and it's like
Oh,
2
God.
octaves lower and then like her voice is cracking and she just sounds like just bad. You can just tell she's like really just torn up her chords.
Right.
But you know that happens too with age with
Yeah.
singers.
Yeah.
Right.
You just stop being able to sing as well. You know, like The Sound of Music. What's her name?
Julie Andrews.
Julie Andrews. She had vocal nodules, and she was actually gonna go have them removed. And when they went to remove the vocal nodules, they botched it, and like,
Oof.
she just couldn't sing at all anymore.
Oh.
They took away her entire top range. Like she can't even do like like those notes. She can't even do that anymore. Like she can only like do the lower part. And it's just it sucks.
Oh man,
She
I had
can't
no
sing the Sound of Music songs anymore.
Is she still alive?
She's still alive, yeah.
Oh.
It ruined her.
Well, if she can't do the Sound of Music, then what difference does it make?
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Amelia C says Tina Marie is underrated. Oh yeah. I love that song, Fire and Desire with her and Rick James. Just killing it. First white woman ever signed to Motown Records.
That's awesome.
Yeah, you ever listen to Sinead O'Connor?
I did today.
Oh, did you? Man, she had such an amazing angelic voice when she was a kid, or when she was a kid. She was like 17 when she cut her first album. And then she like became this just worldwide sensation. And now though, it's like after, I don't know, they've got her on lithium, and she's bipolar, and she's, I don't know, man, her voice, she can still sing well, but it's just lost so much of that magical quality that it was in her early recordings.
Is that like with Nothing Compares to You?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like I was listening to that and I couldn't actually believe how good her voice was.
Yeah.
It's
She's
just one of those
freaking
common
amazing.
songs you hear wherever, you know, and you're just like whatever. But I had headphones on and I was like, wow, her voice is really good.
Yep.
You know, I feel like back in the day there was like more emphasis on like singers like actually being able to sing,
Yeah.
and now they can get by without being able to sing like pretty much at all.
Yeah, they use
Right.
like those voice box things that
Absolutely.
you're like pretty sure that this person just talked into it. And it
Yeah.
There's like a few singers that can actually sing.
Like
as far as I know.
Pink can sing.
Yeah, Pink's been doing it for a while though. Pink came out
Right.
like
She's old.
What's
school.
the tiny blonde girl's name?
Christina Aguilera can sing.
Christina. Hell yeah.
yeah.
Um,
I see. You know, I really like Christina Aguilera, but you know, I have to say that her crazy technique of all that has really weighed her voice down, and I hear her sing now, and like she's lost an octave.
Oh, really?
It's very heavy. Yeah, her voice has definitely gotten heavier, and that's because of that crazy technique of her like slamming her chords together and doing all that growling. It's very unhealthy and it's very unnatural. Even though like she had a very naturally pretty voice, but for like to like inject, I guess, soul, she would always do that growling thing, and like that's like.
and over time.
That rips up your chords, like literally. You're slamming your vocal cords together doing that.
Ariana Grande's got a great instrument.
Oh yeah, she can. That little girl can.
I know, right?
And then like hit some really like she's got a really pretty head voice too. Yeah, she's really good. Really good.
Okay, I need explosives and grenades.
Both is really good. I'm trying to think.
What's that British kid's name?
Oh yeah.
Which one? Sam Smith?
Yeah.
That dude.
Oh my God, yeah.
First song that he
That
came
dude
out
can
with,
rip it.
I thought I could not have been
That's
farther
that "Stay With
off.
Me" song.
Oh
Yes.
my God. Forget
Guess
it.
it's true.
I
I'm
said,
not good, but I'm one night stand.
Yeah, she asked me, she goes, what does this guy look like? I go,
Sounds black, doesn't he?
a 40-year-old Southern Black Baptist.
You know, he said Whitney was one of his biggest influences, actually. Like, he grew up listening to, like, Whitney and Aretha and, like, Mariah, those types of singers. And I can hear that in his voice, just, like, the way he sings. He doesn't sing, like, he didn't grow up listening to, like, male singers. Because he doesn't take after, like, Luther Vandross or R. Kelly. He doesn't sound like that. He takes, like, he's got a more breathy tone, and it's more, like, he's more melismatic with the way he, like, does his notes.
Yeah.
Really good.
He is, I was shocked. Maybe it was like he had like that Baptist choir in the background of his first songs that sounded like a church choir-ish thing.
Won't you stay with me? Like
Yeah,
background part.
yeah. It just made, I was positive. And then she like showed me a picture of him. I go, no way.
Oh, so yeah, that dude.
Amelia C. Throne Shade says Ariana Grande is nasal.
Oh.
No, I will say that she kind of does lose resonance when she starts to belt. She's got a thinner voice. Her voice is like thin. That's like, and it's naturally set high, so she can just like naturally belt really easily. But it's like you'd like take her voice and like put it beside like a Whitney, and then obviously it's like night and day. Like Whitney Houston is like a waterfall versus like Ariana's faucet. But yeah.
Is there any like new artists or like album? Like, is there anything out now?
I don't know. I don't know. I know Ariana Grande just got snubbed at the Grammys. She had her biggest album yet.
Really?
Got nominated for 6 Grammys and won 0.
Oof.
Happens.
Yeah.
Does.
It's crazy.
That's why award shows suck.
I didn't even know the award.
I just happened to see it on my feed on Twitter like last night or something. And then Billie Eilish, that Whisper Girl, won like 5 Grammys.
I don't
You know
know.
that? You've never heard that song where it's like, I'm a bad guy.
What?
No.
It's some pop girl named Billie Eilish, and she won like 5
Never heard of
Grammys.
the check-in. Like, what?
Recently, in terms
How
of
is
music,
that
I don't know.
possible?
I've been listening to like almost nothing but like old school rap lately. That's been like
That girl
how
Halsey
I've
has a
been getting
cool
down.
voice.
Who?
Halsey
Oh, I thought her name was like Hazley or
or
something.
Halsey?
I don't know what it is. I don't know.
We're talking about the same girl. That girl, the one that's in that like Him and I song.
I don't even know any of her music. I just know
Oh.
that name. I know what she looks like too.
You and I. You and I.
Yeah.
Yeah. That girl does have a pretty good voice.
Yep.
Most of the time, I like stopped listening to like the new music channels. I was just started thinking. I was like, maybe I'm getting old or something, but I feel
No,
like
music is getting
people
worse.
can sing.
Yeah.
I was like, I feel pretty strongly that none of these people can actually sing.
What about the American Idol girl, Kelly Clarkson? She had a pretty good voice, right?
Not
She
bad.
had a pretty darn good voice. The other girl that won, the blonde one, whose name I can never remember. She's like
Carrie Underwood,
Yeah,
the country one.
Yeah.
she's the country one. She could sing.
Mhm. That's the one.
My
I
favorite
dug my
was
keys
ever
into the
was
side. Is
Ruben.
that her?
Yeah,
Remember
yeah,
Ruben?
yeah.
From way back in the day. We're probably dating.
Ruben
ourselves.
Studders, yeah.
Ruben was my dog back in the day. I
What was
wanted him
that song that was really big he had?
I wanted him to win so bad, but he lost to like Clyde.
Clay Aiken.
Like, yeah.
That's what it- I was close.
Clay was a good singer, man.
Yeah, Clay could sing. He did Unchained Melody and killed it. That's what won him the whole thing.
Really?
I was all
Yeah.
about Ruben. I thought Ruben's voice was just so silky smooth. Plus, he was so genuinely likable.
Somebody goes, meanwhile, Michelle Obama won for reading an audiobook at the Grammys. Okay.
What?
You want a
A
Grammy?
Grammy, that's speaking, that's not singing.
Michelle Obama.
Michelle Obama
She
won.
didn't. Are you serious?
Someone said.
Somebody look that up. Someone look that up.
That is not true.
This is false.
I'm gonna
That can't be true. So
Quinn,
does Ruben
Quinn,
Studdard like saying gospel now?
Quinn, look in your heart. You know it can be true. Look in your heart.
Yeah. You know, the Grammys are trash, though. Oh my God, it's true. It's true. It's 100% true. Yeah, the Grammys have been trash for a long time. And that's like evident in the fact that like Whitney Houston only ever won like 6 Grammys.
Like,
Yeah,
come on.
everything you
So
How's that possible?
Yeah.
I don't care.
Whitney Houston is one of the best-selling singers.
Exactly.
Period.
Right.
But she only has 6. But then like Beyonce has like 17 or something. I'm like I like Beyonce,
Right. But
but you know, come on.
let's be honest here. She's not Whitney Houston.
No, Whitney Houston, in my opinion, is the greatest female singer I've ever heard.
Yeah,
It's
people ride Aretha.
now
Aretha.
Madonna is interesting.
Madonna can't sing though.
Madonna? Oh hell no.
Madonna was a performer, not a
She
singer.
can't sing, but her
No.
music is fire.
Madonna is a marketing and business genius. That is how she got to be where she is the or Lady Gaga is the modern day Madonna because her instrument is it's okay, but it's nothing great.
Lady Gaga's a better singer than Madonna. though.
Yeah, but she's got the same sort of business
That's
mentality.
why Madonna hated
You know?
her for so long.
Oh really?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was vicious when I was in high school.
Really?
Dude, Madonna did not like Gaga at all.
Really?
Like, she consistently dissed Gaga. Yeah.
Because
I
Gaga's
remember
like,
that
hey,
because
look.
Right when
Adele's okay. Adele annoys me though.
she's overrated. People say she's a better singer than she is. Like she's an okay singer.
Like and once I saw this spoof that Bart Baker did, I like could never take her serious ever again. Forever.
Have you ever seen it's like that Hello song?
Yeah, I did see that. Mhm.
Dude, that's one of that video. First of all, I can't believe that he dressed up as her in the video.
It looked perfect.
Yo, I would love to know like what software that guy has that turns his voice, because he does every voice, and he turns his own voice into the person who he's impersonating's voice perfectly every time.
Madonna called Lady Gaga reductive. What?
like it was like Lady Gaga was copying Madonna, and then when that song, I forget which song it was, but it was like it sounded just like a particular Madonna song, and there was all these like images, all this imagery that Madonna had done that Lady Gaga was using, and so Madonna was just like, you know, why are you hopping all over my style? I'm Madonna, you're not Madonna.
Lady Gaga's probably like, because I'm not 80 years old.
Right, I can actually still move around the stage.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Don.
Just watching Madonna trying to act like she's still 20 just freaking gives me the skeevies so bad, man.
Did you see a couple years ago where she like kissed Drake on stage, and then his face is just like,
Yeah, because she tasted like old lady.
Yeah.
that was okay with Britney Spears like 15 years ago, but not now.
But all right, how about last year, Adam? What's his name?
Lambert. Oh,
Look,
Oh, the
bombing
Super Bowl?
Yo, I had to walk out.
What happened?
Yo, his Super Bowl performance was so bad. It was like embarrassing
You're
to watch
a
it. You're like,
judge and coach on The Voice.
What was his like voice messing up?
Oh my
Yo,
god.
he was-
I know he has that like high pitched voice. I can see him having a cold and not being able to hit any of those notes.
yo, he missed like every note, and then he like lost like the key, and he was just singing off tune, and you're like, this is
I wonder
on international television.
if his earpiece was working. Because I know like they say singers use as an excuse. But
I'm
seriously,
not sure, but like immediately after Twitter broke talking about Adam Levine, and like there was this like thing, like this kid, this little kid, he was 12 years old. He took a picture of his like family's generic pillow that came with the couch that they got at like the local like furniture store. It was like an ugly pattern, and he's like, "Why is Adam Levine wearing a tank top that's the same pattern as my couch cushion?" And then like that one by the way, just everybody was ripping this guy, and then he left The Voice because guess what? You can't be a coach on The Voice.
yeah, Adam Levine's been around for a long time too. Maroon 5. I was like a little kid.
There's another scoop by Bart Baker where Adam Levine is like, "It's all about me," that animal.
Oh yeah.
I've been a pop star for a long time.
Yeah, it was perfect.
Sexiest man alive.
He does that thing where he's like in the back of his throat singing all up in his like name.
And then the other guys are like, "Hey, we're gonna go too."
no, no.
Oh
You're
my
like, dude, how
God.
does a full-grown man make that noise for a prolonged?
Somebody in my chat said Madonna tasted like 9,000 wieners. Oh,
Oh God. Oh no.
Like a virgin.
And then like a prayer too, Quinn.
just like a...
Yeah, she's Madonna is a genius when it comes to like that. Like she pushed all those boundaries. and
See,
stuff.
my thing is, if I was Madonna, I would just be chilling.
If
Like,
I
she's
was
so rich.
Madonna.
Like I feel like Tina Turner's the only one that has the right idea.
Tina
Just like
Turner.
living in isolation somewhere.
I love Tina Turner.
Away from the world.
I always feel like the celebrities that like do not that elect not to live in Hollywood and LA seem
More normal. quote unquote.
to like have more longevity.
Yeah.
Or, like of normalcy.
Yeah, like they
Like,
like lose their minds. That's something I've noticed about like the difference between like European famous people and like everyone who's famous in America lives like in two different cities. You either live in New York or LA. And they all like hang out together and go nuts together. I was like, but the famous people like in Europe like live wherever they're from. Like if you're German, you live in Germany someplace, or you it's like, and they just like live.
Well, Europe's not a country,
Like,
Europe's not a country.
well, I kind of consider like the European Union.
but it's not a country.
It's not a country.
There's one country in Europe that speaks German, and it's called Germany. You know, if you're you're gonna live generally speaking, in one of the highly populated cities in the country that you're most comfortable in. Not
That's true.
you know.
It also seems like I've always said this about like Europeans. I was like, people are like, Americans are so bad at language, and I was like, that's because we all speak the same language. I live in New York, but if New Jersey and Massachusetts spoke Dutch and French respectively, I
You
would-
guys,
I would be
Right.
to learn them. because I need to.
I'm sorry, this is like random, but do you guys know what Madonna's net worth is? I just looked it up.
No.
Like
$850 million.
Oh my
Oh my
gosh.
My guess was pretty good. I have to say. I said 800.
Okay.
It's only
Oh
like-
my
Have a
God.
deconstruct this
And that
whole
woman
thing.
has been selling albums and selling out freaking stadiums for
It's not gonna look
40
good.
years.
Boy, she's got to keep shaking that old tin can of hers.
Yeah.
You take this whole
Let me look up some
area,
other
put it in
people.
the corner,
yeah,
you can turn that- this
That's
area
right.
I always
into a whole
wonder
manufacturing plant.
if those things are even remotely accurate.
I mean, at least somewhat accurate, I guess. Because if Forbes is posting it, they generally know what they're talking
Yeah.
about. So that Tina Turner, 258 million. That's what I would think. Mariah Carey, 520 million. That's that Christmas music.
Yeah.
Uh,
My favorite Mariah Carey song is like an off. It's not like I have two favorite Mariah Carey songs. One is The Roof. With-
The Roof from Butterfly.
Yeah.
oh,
Oh, I remember that one. Yeah.
And because I just like the beat and I like the Mobb Deep in there. And the other one is from Butterfly, Beautiful Ones, which is a Prince
The
song.
Prince song. Yeah, I love that song.
That song is so good.
Baby, baby,
Oh, it's like
baby.
construction.
Yes, like that song could break my heart every time I hear it.
Yeah, that's really good.
Like I keep listening to it. Those are my two favorite. Like, and I mean, obviously, like other like more mainstream Mariah songs. But those are like two songs I can listen to. Like the rest of them, they got so
Like,
played
you
out.
don't like explosives?
They did play the heck out of a lot of her
Like I
songs.
can't listen to. It's just like I don't care. I don't like this anymore, even if I like them. But those songs never got played out. So those are like my under. I love
It's like album cuts.
sections under video, under songs. Like they're just funny.
The comment sections on YouTube versions of songs are always the best.
Oh yeah.
It's like who's listening in 2020? That's always going to be the top one.
That's so
Like,
stupid.
So stupid. Yup. Hit like if you're listening in 2020. Okay, fine.
That is the top comment in every old school rap song that you put on YouTube.
Right. It's like wonderful.
That and then the next one will be why aren't modern rappers as good as they were when
I mean, some of them are though. That's the like thing though. Kendrick Lamar, exactly. I was just about to say. Like, why does no one ever like bring up Kendrick Lamar?
like
Like, he's one of the best rappers that's like ever. He's so good.
really what it is that he's like the only modern, maybe J. Cole.
Yeah, J. Cole's out there.
J. Cole can rap. I was like, but it then you have to like go back years of kind of like crappy rappers.
That's not true. I mean, Eminem just released an album that's fire from
Yeah.
start to finish.
Yeah, that's true.
But then you have the
There's
who's the one that's like in hiding because he snitched. You got like those types.
who?
Nation, whatever his name is. I don't know. That the guy with the tattoos on his face. You ever seen this guy? He's
Oh,
been like he was on trial because he
His name's 6ix9ine.
yeah, Mike's kids.
oh, what did they say?
I'm too old for this.
I know.
6ix9ine.
6ix9ine something.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Yeah, like just like crap rappers like that. It's like just a bunch of trash.
Sound like crap.
Yeah, Amelia See the Roof I love that song so much. I love that song. Let's see. I mean, like, so, like, really,
More like,
what
Okay, I think I'm gonna turn this whole
song
right
was
area
it? It was like a,
into the. 'cause
Was it like Fabulous Breed or something?
no, but actually, okay, so
Something
we were
straight
listening
fire.
to Fabulous Breed one day at Starbucks, and the guy behind us bought our
No, the
coffee.
guy in front.
The guy in front of us, right, bought our coffee because,
He hadn't heard the song in like a decade.
just because
Like,
we were
for-
playing
And
that.
I was in the drive-through listening to it, and I pulled up, and the lady's like, "The guy in front of you wanted to thank you for playing that song. He bought your coffee." And I was like, "Okay,
Amazing.
I thank you."
That's hilarious.
I was just like, "Okay." I had forgotten about this song until like yesterday when I remembered that it existed. So that was like my jam in college.
I was talking to, like, we were listening to Dr. Dre,
Keep their heads ringing.
Keep Their Heads Ringing,
Best
and
beat of all time.
and all he says is yeah, and I'm like, how can someone say the word
Yeah.
that cool?
Yeah.
Do you remember Little John? That was just always like, okay.
No, not like that. That's just watching. Like,
Did you
what?
figure out this force?
Okay, and then there's another one, which is what's that guy that always just
DJ
Khaled,
Khaled.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Another one.
like, come on, dudes. but like that's more cartoony. But like, no, he just said the word yeah. Like he just, and I was just like, how cool are you? Then?
Right side of the day.
Right. I was just like,
The other guy who just sounds cooler than everybody else when he talks is Snoop Dogg. Like you can
Oh,
just
yeah.
it's cooler than you by listening to him talk.
Snoop Dogg has to be like on a list of like the top 10 coolest people of all time, right?
oh, really? I always talk to my screen. Dave's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, what?
It's just like Snoop Dogg just sounds so much cooler than you.
He's so cool.
Like, I listened to his like first big hit semi regularly. What's my name?
Oh yeah.
Like that song is just straight fire. No, I just feel like
We sound really old. People are saying, yeah, this is what happened.
Hello, children.
that's what happens when you grew up like in rap's heyday, and then you're like I was a huge like Big L fan back in the day.
Oh, God, yeah.
And all the people that I like to listen to don't make songs
Okay,
really
yeah,
anymore, except for
make
Eminem.
some
I feel like I should not do this.
Are you reconsidering some art decisions?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, let's take a look.
Well, I'm having. I gotta not do this. I shouldn't even describe it, but I'm having the Bombshell Brigade open up their shirts, and like this glowing light just emanates to.
Your boobage?
Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead. I gotta not do.
No, it must. It needs to stay in.
And then heaven's
No.
light. They open their shirts and heaven's light.
That's. I don't know what else to do with them in the foreground.
Yeah, you probably don't want to do that.
I don't want to do that.
Like one might see it and be like, "What?"
Oh man.
Music just isn't the same nowadays, kids.
It depends on.
No, it always changes.
Fine.
Music always changes.
It was much better. I mean,
It
like,
depends on what's popular. Maybe like what's popular isn't good,
it's just like horrible.
but you can just dive in and sometimes find good stuff, man.
Yeah, like we were saying when I first started, because like Kendrick Lamar is not particularly popular.
No.
A lot of people have probably never heard of him.
I got loyalty. Got royalty. Yes,
Yeah,
I
I
like
think,
it.
Iron.
He's not popular? I don't think
He's
he is.
pretty popular. He's pretty popular.
He's not like chart topping.
This is my heritage. All my heritage, money and power to making of marriages. Tell me something. You motherfuckers can't tell me nothing. I'd rather die than to listen to you.
Did an interview and they were like, so when so and so coming out with an album, and he goes, now or sooner. And I was like, wait, nothing is sooner than now.
Yeah, what,
I
do
was
you,
so
what,
fucking
what,
confused.
what does that mean?
Yo, but he's funny. Like
Everything is sooner than now.
he goes now or sooner, and the guy was like, what? What do you mean now or sooner? Like there's nothing sooner than now.
What do you mean? Like yesterday?
Yeah, like
I don't,
what?
I don't know what that means.
So I love it though. Like he's funny. He's really funny.
His old stuff was really
Okay.
good.
Yeah. Some great 50 Cent songs. My Buddy, which is random.
Go shawty. It's your
It's a
birthday.
I had that album and played it on repeat.
I take you to the candy shop.
The opening
Okay.
of that music video where he's just hanging upside down doing upside down sit-ups.
Oh,
Go shoot.
It's your birthday.
He's upside down.
So I have multiple
And then
fucking folks.
like that album was just really good.
Yeah, I think that was like his debut album.
Yeah.
The first album where I had ever heard.
Do you know what song I was playing a lot when I was a kid? And I know this guy is like not celebrated anymore. But you know that R. Kelly song? He's like, "In the ignition, hot and fresh out the kitchen." Remember that song? I'm the only one that knows that song. Too black for you guys. Oh yeah, you do know it. That's it. That's it. It's the freaking weekend, baby. I'm about to have me some
Oh,
fun.
yeah, that's bringing me back
That's
right
way
there.
back
Wow,
in the
that's
Yeah.
proper high school.
Yeah, that's way back in the day.
Don't do
Yeah,
that.
that song played so much when I was younger. Okay.
So remember Jadakiss?
Of course.
I used to love him.
Jadakiss.
D Block.
Who else did I really like? Obviously, like I mean,
I really liked a lot of the West Coast stuff because I thought that Dr. Dre made the best beats.
JC is good, but like at times I'm like, I don't know. Like
Jay-Z's best tracks are when he's got like a female singer featured.
something
Like-
something else going on.
Like New York with Alicia Keys,
Oh my
Run This Town with Rihanna.
Yep.
Like those are like the biggest those are the ones that like really penetrated into like I guess like the mainstream zeitgeist. And he's got songs that stand on their own, but as far as like his like massive number one hits, those are the ones.
Impressive that he didn't write any of it.
Yeah.
That is impressive. I will say that, yeah.
Like he just goes into the booth and raps off the top of his head, and that becomes a song. Like that I've always found fairly impressive.
I tend to not like when he and like Beyonce do the team ups. I feel like he's tend to like because they have a lot of songs now where they're trying to be like the Carters, we're like a team, and he tends to like bring her down. I feel like, and she should do a song without him and not have
Like,
him.
okay, here's a popular Jay-Z song that I think is not horrible, but I just think it's way overrated, and I
Yeah,
actually
there's some
don't like
poison
it
in it,
because
right?
my sorority made me, when I was a pledge, get auctioned off to this song. And I hate this song because I had to go
There
on
you go.
stage. I was only
Oh
a
my
pledge
gosh.
and try to make my sorority money, and they picked this song, and it pisses me off. Can you guys guess what it
That's
was?
been a long day.
What song? 99 Problems?
Same one.
Nope. But I actually like that song, but no.
Which one?
Dirt Off Your Shoulders.
What show?
Yeah, I was like, okay, so you guys want me to
No,
do
no,
this thing? I
Dirt Off His Shoulder.
Okay.
but they made me. I had to. Otherwise, they were like, "Do you want to sleep tonight? Do you even want to get an hour tonight?
Oh no.
You better get up there and brush that dirt off your shoulders,
Get up
bitch."
there.
And I was like, "Ah,
Oh my God.
thanks for making my self-esteem better."
It's like
Like,
weird.
I got up there and did it, but I hated that song after that. I was like, "Don't play the song. Do not play."
It triggers me.
No, it's like the thing is, because like you're pledging, you can't wear makeup, nothing. I looked
You were
like
scarred for life.
no, but like I had to go up there looking like way worse than like I normally do. No sleep. Thank God some guy got me because I was gonna have to stay up there till it was over.
That's gonna get clipped.
But yeah, that was very traumatic.
That sounds
Gotta get clipped.
Thank God somebody bought me.
They got some about and so like this guy afterwards, I was so like hilarious. I was like, "Thank you for buying me. Who are you?" And he's like, "Oh, don't worry about it. It was fine."
No, he's all.
We have our pictures. Brother. And I had, and you go around to every person and you say, "Are you my big sister?" And they say, "No, take a shot." Okay. So I did this 8 times.
What is
Until
this
I got-
weird satanic ritual you're describing?
It's called college.
So I get to my 8th because there was 8 of us. So I go through 7 people, all wrong. They bring usually the wrong one every time. So now you're 7 shots deep. I go, "Are you my big sister?" I'm like, they're like,
I'm now slurring.
"Yes," and you beat your big brother, and it was the guy that bought me, and I just was like, "Thank you, that's why you bought me." He's like, "Yeah, I couldn't watch you sit up there anymore," and I was like, "I knew that you were gonna be my little sister, so I did that." I didn't know anybody; it was just ridiculous. And they had these ugly sweatshirts that we had to wear.
This sounds like it's the most scarring event.
Okay,
anyone's
it
life.
was. Right?
This is the textbook.
You guys want to
definition
know
of
the
traumatic.
experiences that made me?
This is the textbook definition of traumatic.
Well, it kind of was. Like it was like the whole school, like everybody in Greek life. I mean, but yeah, see, these are all satanic rituals, fun.
Yes.
Um,
Pledging is just the worst.
I remember
I was the worst pledge of all time.
they gave us
I never did anything like
yeah,
that.
the one that sent us
Me
like
neither.
literally all over the Northeast. Like I think we were like in Maine. We don't remember because we were so tired. And I was like, "Are we in Maine?"
I don't think you made it all the way to me.
Well, I don't know. We were like,
That's like 7 hours of driving just to get
You
there.
know what?
no, this is pledging.
I'm gonna need some defense.
And I remember last night they had us like sorting sprinkles by color with peanut butter on our hands, and I went nuts. John, this was
I would not. What is the point? Just so you can get into the fraternity?
It's the dumbest thing ever.
Like,
you wanna know what? I didn't like any of them afterwards, and I didn't even hang out with them.
That's like the stupid
Talk
thing
about
too.
all for naught.
I was like, I went and joined the thing because like the whole soccer team was all in the same frat. And I was on the soccer team, and it was just assumed, so I went and I did it, and I was like the most uncooperative. They're like, "Do this," and I go, "No."
Okay.
Yeah.
They're like, you don't understand what this is, right?
They're like, do this. I was like, nah, I'm good. They ranked us 1 through 27. I was at no point ranked anything other than 27. Because I was just uncooperative from the very first day. I was like, I'm already friends with all of you. Why do I have to pay money to join this thing?
It's just
When I hang out with all of you all the time anyways. This is like, I don't need to pay money to have friends. I already have them. This is stupid. But I went to a school that was not in a nice area. And the only socializing happened on campus in like super school affiliated Greek life. So basically, if you wanted to go to a party, you had to be a member. So you just kind of had to do it.
No, it's not.
yeah, that's well, that wasn't the case at my school, but like I just did it, and it was just what it was dumb.
I just felt like it was a whole bunch of people taking partying entirely too seriously.
Well, yeah.
Party.
It's like, why are we taking partying seriously? I don't get it.
And then you have the mixers with the themes, so
We like to party.
70s mixer, and all the girls would just look like very scandalous in a 70s outfit. It was just reasons for girls to just look a little
Well,
bit.
that's exactly how fraternities come up with like the theme for their party.
Yeah, because the guys, like, you know, a lot of the kids from Staten Island, they'll call you up. They're like, all right, so what mix are we gonna do? All right, let's do morning after sex. I go, what in the seven hells is morning after sex? And
Dress
he's
like the
I
morning.
want the
after
girls
the-
to wear basically booty shorts and a guy's t-shirt, and that's it. I'm like, okay, it's winter in the north.
Like that's not gonna
What?
fly.
Excuse me. Like,
Okay,
just
these little robots are actually
like
pretty
whatever.
helpful.
Just, it was
We should get
ridiculous.
some. Would you like me?
It was redundant.
I just told them to destroy a whole.
Yeah, I never did any of that.
For me.
I went to junior college. That was it.
You're better
I
off.
started drawing comics professionally. I'm like, all right, I'm out.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm like a low key person. So I don't like parties. I have a very limited group of friends that I hang out with.
oh my gosh,
That's
I can't
actually
believe it.
pretty ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
Usually it takes until your late 20s for you to realize that you don't have hundreds of friends. You have 3. It's somewhere in my mid to late 20s that I narrowed that group of friends from like 200 to like, okay, I actually like, and I'm about 3 of you. And that's going to be my group from now on.
Indeed.
That's so you're just ahead of the curve.
Ooh, achievement.
As usual.
Quinn has friends now that he just has to talk to on the internet, so
That's less
that
work.
Right?
that way he doesn't have to cook for us.
And if you feel like you're ignoring them, you can just say you were sleeping.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? No one can prove otherwise.
Exactly.
That's the best way to do it.
Best part about having online friends.
That's all right.
Is they're not real life friends. So you can just be like, no, I'm sorry, I was sleeping.
Quinn's
You
like,
guys are just people generated by this box.
This is all a mirage.
oh, that's what I'm saying. Quinn's like, this is as close to The Sims as I can get.
Right? Oh my God.
All right, Mike.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you to do a zoomed out. I got to see what progress we've made here.
So far, I've just, as far as inking goes, I don't know if you're going to be able to see it actually on YouTube. You'd have to go to my channel, Art of the Hero, with Mike S. Miller, because yeah, it's locked on a screen from like 20 minutes ago on your channel.
I really don't understand.
Oh, there it is. Oh no. Oh wait, it's working. Why is it working? That's weird.
Better be working. I don't understand why it's doing it to begin.
I don't
Doesn't
either.
make any sense.
Sounds like a lot of.
It definitely has been.
Ray Thulu from over in my chat says, "Hey, ya Quinn."
What's up, Ray?
I think I figured this out.
It's weird because Rayfulo just commented in art too. He's
Doggo is best friend. Yeah, people got both windows open.
Witchcraft.
multitasking.
It's witchcraft.
Well, they want to see the art in progress and hear us chat, so
Indeed.
it's working out all right. Mike Stewart also says, "What's up, buddy?" at Quinn's Ideas.
Hey.
Oh yeah, he was in here last night with us.
Oh yeah. Hey, what's up, dude?
He's your new
Yeah, we can talk about Picard together. Finally, someone that's actually watched it and actually given it a chance.
Dragon DM a day ago. I don't think I caught it. I'm not sure. Hit me up again.
Yeah, our home base copper mine isn't the best.
So, Dave, what do you think so far?
I got to admit, I'm not impressed.
Oh, all right.
Same, honestly. It's just quite
Trash.
mediocre.
It's
I can
trash.
draw that with my foot.
I mean, easily.
So easily.
No, actually, it's like pretty impressive, I would say.
Yeah, I still, every time I watch you draw, I don't understand how you do that.
But isn't this just disturbing imagery?
It is.
It's like
Oh my God.
I don't
Like
really understand
the
per se
birth.
what's going down.
it's the birth of the Sorosian.
Oh, it's the Sorosian.
Yes, he's coming out of meltdown, and yeah, now they're gonna destroy him. So
Get him.
yeah, so he blows up, and then his power is drained from the people, and then they just all fall down in a big old pile here on the ground. What is Clayface doing to Solomon Grundy? That's not accurate.
Mike Stewart says the stream from yesterday was fun.
It was fun. We have fun. We hang out. We should.
No, he said funny, actually. It was funny.
Well, it wasn't that funny. Brush. Why is this not brushing on my page? All right.
Okay.
So yeah, man, this is the second to last page. I'm almost there.
Freaking sweet.
Almost there.
Freaking sweet.
And we're doing Venom tomorrow night on Drawn and Quartered, by the way. For
Venom.
fans of Venom.
There's only one kind of type, I think.
Venom. Damn, who just did that?
Which really
I did.
Guy from Movies voice.
Me.
He just did like a perfect LaFontaine or whatever that guy's name is.
That was
I used to do like the back in the
Peck
day,
recipe, peck
both
the
of
ground
their
is the
cars
inside
were
of the
totally underwater.
oh, I can't do that.
They're a lot
Bond.
better.
Venom, I can do Venom though.
I used to always joke around. I was like,
Yeah.
we used to do impressions of it after like he did the Geico commercial.
They go a long way, though.
Could like say anything in that tone of voice, and it sounds like, damn, I need to watch that.
In a world. That one.
You could be like 212-555-3276, and people are like, I gotta call that number. That's what I gotta do. I'm gonna call that freaking number. It's like
Did you ever see there's like a I don't know if it's a Saturday Night Live skit or what, but they had like 2 or 3 of those guys who do those like movie trailer voices, and they were all together like in a video talking to each other, but everything they were saying to each other was like, in a world where it's like I have to order a Pepsi from the counter. It's like it's like really funny.
I really liked his stupid Geico commercial where like a new wind was about to blow. And they're like, and then Geico showed up. He's like, payback. This time it's for real.
You know, Geico has some really funny commercials. I remember there was one that was like when pigs fly or something, and it was just really hilarious.
Wait, what?
I don't know. I forget what happens in it.
I like
They've got some really funny ones.
the other insurance one. Maybe it's Allstate, the Mayhem guy.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the dude from Oz.
I thoroughly enjoy it. My favorite one is the one where he has like the girl's spandex like running outfit on, and he's like, I'm a hot chick. and the guy turns and takes a look at him when he runs by, and the guy crashes.
That's right. Yeah, I always wonder.
Okay.
Like,
What are you gonna say?
I was just saying, I always like wonder, like in like Vegas, they have those big billboards with like freaking almost naked women on them. If like that causes traffic accidents.
I was gonna say Allstate used to have like super serious commercials before they started trying to be funny like Geico. Because I remember like one that I used to see all the time would be like it's like this dude running a four-way stop, but there's a car coming, and then it goes into slow motion, and then both of the guys get out of the car, and the one guy goes like, "Stop, dude! My son's in the car, please." And he's like,
Oh, I
"Okay,
remember
dude."
that commercial.
And yeah, they used to try to be like super serious, but they were like, don't.
Yeah,
No, I guess
scaring
so.
people into insurance.
Yeah.
I love that Geico commercial where he's like on what are those moving things where you just stand on it at the airport and it takes you.
People movers.
Oh, the
Yeah.
one that doesn't, not an escalator, but the thing that just goes.
Yeah, it's just flat. You're not
Yeah.
or anything. And the caveman goes by the so easy a caveman can do a thing, and he just like gives this like tisk face. He like starts walking backwards.
Oh yeah, who was that Geico, the caveman?
Yeah, so easy a caveman.
Yeah, they had the cave.
And the caveman got like all offended by it, and then it just like shows him drift off because he's on the moving platform thing.
They did the caveman thing for several years.
Yeah.
It's because it was working. I guess.
Yeah. God.
You know who
the
did that, right?
progressive- The progressive commercis are annoying. I hate that.
Yeah.
Old lady. God dang.
And Jamie,
Oh, God, so annoying.
I need both of you to get off my television screen.
And she's been around since I was like a child. I'm just like, die.
No,
Please.
at this point, she must be like the highest paid ad person ever because she's been with her
Very,
advertising
very
thing
far
for so long.
Yeah, and dude, those are national spots. Those commercials pay a lot of money for the actors.
Look up Flo's net worth.
Do it. Find Flo.
Yeah, those are not good commercials. Although I guess they're so bad that they stick in your head, which is the entire point, I guess.
Yeah, it's like if you're an actor and you're like just looking for commercial work and you just want to land a couple of those national commercial spots because that's like cha-ching.
She's got a net
Yeah.
worth of a cool $6 million.
Wait, where are you bringing?
Just from one gig.
Mhm. And apparently a salary of an estimated $500,000.
Yeah, you could
Dang.
just bring one of those. Make sure you try not to run it out of the base because they'll attack the pipes.
God, just from a freaking commercial, man.
Yeah.
God, she really doesn't have to do anything else.
Yeah, but you know, like when she was a kid, she said, "What do you want to do when you want to grow up?" I want to be an important actress.
With the flow, lady. I wonder if she ever like has like a existential crisis sometimes. She's like, when they gonna be doing this until I die?
I wanted it to matter. I wanted my career to matter. I went to Juilliard.
Like, I went to Juilliard for this.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just like sucking the soul out of her playing that like upbeat character all the time. Because I can't stand it. Like just looking at
Yeah.
the commercials.
But can you imagine her like being like going to auditions and stuff, and everyone's like, it's like, yeah, your flow. It's like,
Yeah,
no,
we can't
no,
hire you
yeah.
now.
But look at my resume. I went to Juilliard.
And what if she's like an amazing
Right.
actress?
And she can sing, she can dance. She's like the triple threat. She's like, I'm
You
sorry.
should have taken this job.
Your flow.
It was a blessing in the beginning, but I was like, nope.
But Flo got me through college. That's all it's gonna do for you, honey.
So much fun.
It's gonna get through you college and pay for your house. There you go.
So much.
Poor Flo.
That is just like the most random thing to be known for.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, and it's not like common where someone is the face of
You trying to tie into the
Yeah.
You gotta be
pipes
recognized everywhere.
Just
Uh-huh.
So
Just if you wanna tie it,
stupid.
you
For
wanna-
something so stupid.
pick
Like,
one
I can't
side, but-
Imagine what my life would be like if everywhere I went, people were like, "Are you the progressive dude?"
Just, like, put a little-
I want to kill myself. That sounds like
It's like the guy who was
That sounds crazy. Not literally want to kill myself. That'd be awful.
Like, yeah, go to one of
What's
those.
that guy's name? Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Verizon, right? Is that Verizon?
He was, and now I think
Put
he's
the
like
space to the left.
they like sprint like
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He betrayed them.
Even
sprint stole it, and now he's like
that was the greatest coup in marketing ever. It's like,
I'm stealing the face of your advertising.
yeah.
Making it mine.
I bet you he like went to him and they're like, "Hey guys, Sprint is offering me like $5 million for a commercial." Oh, really?
I
Go
think it
ahead.
would be in his contract that he can't go work for another
Yeah,
cell phone
Right.
company.
Right.
they would. And I wonder if he waited long enough
Non-compete.
for the non-compete to, because you can't do a permanent non-compete. I don't think those are legal.
You know, they did have one guy who got out of it was the Mac genius. Remember that dude?
When it was like, I'm a Mac, I'm a PC.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then he actually ended up doing like real movies and stuff.
Yeah, he did. I remember.
He was
He
in
did a lot of comedy stuff.
yeah, he was in Dodgeball.
Oh
Yeah.
Dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
That movie is absolutely hilarious. One of the more, I would say,
Got it?
underrated when you talk to people
I
about like
have your
what are the
comment.
funniest movies you've ever seen. Like that movie should be up there on a lot of people's lists.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. What?
He was like Oscar worthy
Wait, in which movie?
in Tropic Thunder.
Oh, Tropic Thunder.
Like, oh my god. Me and my friend got there like.
What do you mean, you people?
Like,
What do you mean, you people?
Like, didn't see like his little intro thing that they put at the beginning of the movie, and I'm sitting there, and I like, you know, the movie theater, you whisper, and I whispered to my buddy, I said, I thought Robert Downey Jr.'s in this movie, and then like it took like a little while into the movie, and then like they like revealed, and I was like, oh my god, Robert Downey Jr. is the black guy. I cannot. I thought he looked familiar, but I couldn't figure out why he looked familiar. I cannot believe that he's the black guy. I was like, that's I saw I think he was on who was he on? Joe Rogan, maybe?
Oh yeah, I saw that.
And Joe's like, so you think you could have done that today? And he's like, no. I don't think that movie would have got put in the theater today. It's like that's what I was saying about like comedies. I was like, everything is played so safe now that it's like not as funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of thing.
You have to be willing to offend, man.
I was like, comedy by nature is offensive. They're making fun of something. Even like Jerry Seinfeld, who's about as like clean cut as comedy gets, he's still making fun of pretty much everyone. He picks things that we all do and makes fun of them. It's like, I just feel like as a whole, comedy is suffering from a fear of offending people.
Yep.
I think that he's actually been vocal even about that. Him and a couple other people.
Yeah, they're standing up, man. They're the front line on the culture war. You know, even it doesn't matter left, right, center. It's when the fascism of freaking thought starts kicking in. It's the comedians that are the ones who get attacked first. So when Chappelle stood up against it, and freaking what's his face,
Bill Burr also.
Yeah. And they start standing up, and it's like, dude, this is enough. You guys are ruining. I mean, you can't even make jokes anymore. It's freaking go away already.
He had like a whole podcast where he was talking about how he finally became successful, and now he's scared every time he does a new bit because he's like, if someone gets mad, he's like, is my career going to be over after I worked this hard for this many years to get to this point, and then I make a joke, and then I get buried because of it, and it's just like, I felt that way about comedy movies. Like, I feel like The Hangover is like the last truly hilarious movie that came out.
It's funny that, I mean, I don't watch South Park, but those guys are still at it, and They seem to be immune, right?
I feel like they maybe have been doing it for so long that like
They got
Yeah.
grandfathered in.
Also, it's a cartoon. It's a cartoon. They get away with it because they're cartoon. I mean, because like I think, yeah, and like you said, they've been doing it for so long. People have just accepted that Matt and Trey are going to diss everybody. It's like Family Guy also gets away with a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Family Guy still to this day gets away with a lot of stuff.
that just made
That
me
like
think of Triumph the dog and like Eminem's song
Oh my gosh, Triumph the freaking insult dog was so funny.
where Eminem picked up on it. He's like he gets away with saying like what's his name? What's the late night guy's name? Big redhead dude? Conan. He's like
Conan,
Conan
right?
gets away with saying all sorts of things that he would never get away with solely because he said it with a puppet.
Really?
I can say that, then you laugh because there's a puppet on my hand. Like Eminem made a whole freaking song about how if you say it with a puppet, it's apparently okay.
All right then.
He's like, if he just said it, nope, not okay. But if you use the puppet to say it, totally fine. Apparently that's a rule,
Cool. I gotta get me a puppet.
right? I thought the same thing. I was like, I've always had a hard time understanding what the rules are, and it's one of my main issues. Is I would always like to attend one of the meetings where they decide what you're supposed to call everything.
All right, guys. There's the thing. This is our new show. We each get a puppet.
Say whatever
And we
want.
try to insult each other. All
It'll just be a big roast. You do it with a puppet, so it's okay.
That's right.
Puppet roast. I think it could work. Oh wait, I have another super chat that I never. Sorry, Lord Captain Commander Dunn of the Queen's Guard. Good to see you in there. Yezen Nurl has a video entitled "Forgiving Game of Thrones." I would love to see Quinn or Greenhand tear his justification of why.
brother's name.
It's Yezenirl. Yezenirl.
I don't know who this is. Well, I'm not gonna bother this dude. This is just some guy making this video. Leave him
Yeah.
alone.
Even B. He's using a puppet.
Spilled it? Oh.
He's got his opinion.
Spilled it.
I'm not in the business of tearing people down. That's never been what I've done. I criticize the show because I feel
Why
like
do we have such
the showrunners D&D took brilliant source material and crapped all over it.
And destroyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I've
Let me
never.
look at
It's one of the most uncomfortable questions that you get usually.
it has to
When
be
you
plugged in.
do live streams, when people ask you your opinion of someone else's thoughts, and
Yeah,
you're
you
like,
just have to have a
"Please
pipe
don't
going
ask
into
me."
it.
Because your explanation of what the person thinks was on one line, and you're telling me that this person made a whole video about this. So now I have to make a judgment on this person's entire theory based on one line that you just said to me. it's like I don't know about this.
Why isn't our
It's
iron?
like
moving?
On face value disagree, but I also don't know why the person thought this
Oh
or how they justify
crap!
it.
Something happened to our iron base.
But I don't think that just to
We
be
have like
clear,
no iron.
Lord Captain Commander Dunn, I don't think that the final 3 seasons of Game of Thrones should be forgiven.
Yeah.
It was bad starting from.
No, just
It was
one
an
side.
actual bad television show starting season 6, episode 1.
You don't have to.
It had moments that were good, individual scenes that were good.
Shame.
Oh my god, Dave. So we went on last night when you guys didn't show up. But
Well, I think I know what happened. I think you guys must have thought that we were streaming on Mike's channel. Because like the message that you sent back was like, oh, you're already finished. And I didn't really get it at the time because we were still streaming. So I guess like you must have checked Mike's channel.
oh,
You know what
Yeah.
you sent the link to join the whatever the website
oh,
the thing.
There were two links. There were two links.
Oh yeah, because we had to restart.
Right.
Yeah.
And it told me that you guys had been done for an hour and 7 minutes.
What happened?
Because it was only like it was only like 12 or something like that, and I was like, they've been done for an hour and 7 minutes. What did they stream for, like 20 minutes?
Yeah, we were really fast. A lot of information really quickly. Just
And I was shocked. I was like, I got everything all set up, mic out, freaking camera, some banners, everything. And I clicked on it, and I was like,
Well, that was my mistake then.
all right, no, but here's the thing. So we get on there and Quinn's like, all right, we're gonna do our favorite and our least favorite, best and worst scenes from Game of Thrones. And so we go through and we're doing all the best scenes, and Quinn's picking out actual scenes. But then when it gets to the worst scenes, he's just like talking about entire story arcs from he's like, what's your least favorite scene? Dorne. It's like
the worst scenes off the top of my head. Arya being chased by a faceless.
That was one of them.
Yeah, that was on.
First of all, faceless people are subtle.
Exactly. I said the exact same thing.
And she had like 97 gut wounds, and she was like sliding on her stomach, and she was cool. You're like this. The whole every aspect of that made my head want to explode.
It was so. I was screaming at my television when that was happening.
I'm gonna put the entire Beyond the Wall episode in the worst scene of all time.
I have an episode that I did on YouTube called "The Worst Episode of Game of Thrones History." This was before season 8, and it was that episode.
Well, I fully agree with you because I just made the same statement without knowing that you had done that. So you and I apparently see eye to eye on this. Other really unbelievably just terrible stuff that they did.
I put like some stop signs in the middle.
The fact that the entire show descended into at least 10 to 12 either dick or pubic hair jokes per episode was
it's always red. Have to have two more.
The battle at Winterfell was mind-numbingly bad.
The Battle of the Bastards.
Battle of the Bastards was like kind of okay.
Oh, you're talking about the long night.
The long night, yeah, like the normal length night.
Yeah.
That episode was like, I was never been probably more excited to watch something and that disgruntled when I was done watching it.
Yeah. Yes, that's what it was.
Because when they came out with the trailer, we did for the first time ever, we like did a stupid what's going on in this thing. And like the only thing I could think of, I was like, I'm sorry, but why on earth is humanity's army standing on the wrong side of the wall of Winterfell? I was like, what are they doing? So you have a castle, but you're not planning on using it? That made no sense to me. And then like there was like no aspect of that made any sense to me.
Yeah, we just talked about all this.
Yeah.
We really did. It's been a good
2 hours.
Yeah.
Almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
Littlefinger's entire season 7 plot makes me want to vomit.
I still don't know what his plan was.
He didn't have one.
He just somehow or another he wanted to marry Sansa. Some weird pedophilic love thing with Sansa.
Yeah, well, at the same time, for some reason, seemingly trying to get Arya to maybe kill her. You're like,
I think he was trying to maybe get Sansa to kill Arya, or to have Arya executed, maybe.
Because Arya could see through his bullcrap.
Yeah. But it was really weird, man. It was like Arya just came in and just wanted to kill Sansa. It was crazy.
And you're like, wait, this is the most easily explainable thing.
Cut your face off and wear it.
You're like,
Oh yeah, you're not tall enough to be Sansa, first of all. But I guess it doesn't matter in the show. It doesn't matter. I don't know if it matters in the book or not yet. We'll see. I would think that in the book that you would have to like be of a similar size of the person whose face you're wearing, because it's not like you put on the face and then it transforms you.
Yeah.
You could change your entire body like in the show. It doesn't make any. I don't think that's how it would work in George R. R. Martin's.
I do think that there is some element of that does take place.
But do you think like that she's gonna like shrink or grow 2 feet? Or,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe if it was Melisandre's magic, where she's like shadow binding and like using light and shadow to like do like trickery. But like the faceless men's magic seems like dependent on like it's like the face. Like they're cutting off the face specifically. So it seems like and then like a lot of what they do too is just like skills that they learn, right? So I feel like the face is the magical element of it. And then every other part of it is probably just like what they have to learn, you know, as far as like maybe like a non-supernatural element. So if like you're gonna send somebody off to like assassinate a certain person, you're gonna give them this specific face. You're not gonna give like a big guy's face to like a small woman assassin.
See, this is where I might slightly differ with you, and it was based off of an observation that we made on the number of people that die at the House of Black and White per year, and the number of faces that they actually have. And it happens like George gave us the two numbers, so you could actually figure out what percentage of faces they actually keep. They keep 1 out of 1,000, which also happens to be the same number as the number that Bloodraven gives Bran for the number of people 1 out of 1,000 that are born capable of skin changing. And we think that
I get it.
seems tied to skin changing or shape shifting abilities. And that's tied into like why they really wanted Arya.
Because she's a skin changer.
Is a skin changer and possibly able to maybe even shapeshift. We don't know. Because what Jock and Hagar does is clearly shapeshifting.
How so?
He doesn't put on face.
Oh,
he just waves his hand over his face and his face changes.
That's also what the Kindly Man does too.
Exactly. The Kindly Man's thing, I think, at the beginning where he seemed to be wearing Bloodraven's face when she first met him. I mean, he had an empty eye socket with something that looked like a worm coming out of it, just like the worm that Bran just the worm-like little root that was coming out of Bloodraven's face. He was like, the description of the Kindly Man when she first meets him and the description that Bran gives you of Bloodraven are so shockingly similar that you almost feel like the Kindly Man was wearing Bloodraven's face. And we came up with this idea that there's no burial ground. They kill about 1,000 people a year for 1,000 years. It's 1 million people. What the hell are they doing with all of these bodies? It seems like the House of Black and White is, and the way that they kill you when they go there makes sure that they preserve the blood. They poison you. They take you downstairs. I was like, it seems like it's like a huge blood sacrifice place or something. They're doing some sort of like blood magic. And like, if you look at the Hall of Faces, the Hall of Faces is like a man-made version of that cave that Bloodraven's in.
What if they can only keep the faces of skin changers?
That's what we think they do. They only keep the skin changers' faces. And like the skin changing magic that they're, I mean, he even calls it.
I don't understand.
I was like, so they only keep the faces of people who are capable of skin changing.
But why would people capable of skin changing just be in Bravos? Like even 1 in 1,000. Like that was an extremely rare gift, even among the children of the forest. Like that's like something that only like the wildlings do.
Yeah, according to Bloodraven, 1 out of 1,000. And if you do the math, 1,000 thousands, the House of Black and White's been there for anywhere between 800 and 1,000 years. So let's just say it's 1,000. And if you do the math on how many people visit there and die there every day, it adds up to being about 1 million people.
So he's saying that it's the general population. There are people who can skin change them. They just don't know it.
Exactly. They're just not bonded with an animal or don't have a clue that they could do it. But the House of Black and White are able to identify the people. Like, for instance, Jaqen Nagar took an interest in Arya after he saw her having a war dream. He recognized that she was a skin changer and then sort of manipulated her all the way to Bravos. And it seems to me like the two places are sort of linked in some way, shape, or form. The Beyond the Wall, First Men, skin changing, green seeing abilities, and what the Faceless Men do. Plus, the Faceless Men took credit for the doom of Valyria. They say that they did it. He told her that they did it. And the doom of Valyria seems shockingly similar to the Hammer of the Waters. If you look at the map, and you look at what Valyria looks like, and then you look at the broken arm of Dorne, they look the same. And the descriptions that you get of the two of them are almost verbatim the same words. I feel like the doom of Valyria was the Hammer of the Waters. And that's how that went down. And they could do the same stuff that the children could do. Like Leaf seems like she must be a shapeshifter or something. She lived among humanity for hundreds of years without being noticed. I don't know. There's something that ties those two abilities together, at least in my mind. And the reason they wanted Arya is because she's a skin changer.
Some
And
colors,
she can change skin. As
As
he even elected to call it skin changing. A faceless man changes the skin on their face. Skin changing. It's
Quinn's not buying it.
it's fine.
Uh,
We have a lot of ideas that people don't buy. So I've gotten quite used to having
it
ideas
works.
that people aren't buying.
yeah, I can get behind the idea that the Faceless Men wanted Arya
just had like a half
because of her specific set of skills, as far as her ability to like skin change and stuff like that. But like as far as like speculating as to like the deeper machinations of the Faceless Men, I'm not sure if there is. I'm not sure if George R. R. Martin has given us the necessary bits of information that we need to make an accurate, determination as to what they're all about. You know what I'm saying? I feel like he's waiting for the ball. I mean, there definitely is something deeper here. There's something underneath this, but I don't know.
The way that
I'm honestly very glad you made all those.
because if you even go back to like when he tells you when the kindly man
But
tells
we're
you
almost
the
out.
original story
It's all full of
of the first faceless man, it almost sounded like he could have been a child of the forest. The children of the forest seem to be subterranean dwelling things. Everything about them tells you, from their physical characteristics to everything about them, they are creatures of the dark. They have the cat eyes, the golden color that gives you good night vision. The only children of the forest that we ever meet live subterranean lives. Then you have the REM pre-release chapter where they find the
I know that's 2,000, 4,000.
dwelling of the children of the forest
About 5,000.
underground. And then there's the random story about the faceless men being founded. And the children of the forest seem likely that they want all men to die. And then the saying of the faceless men is all men must die. The whole thing, we did this video 3 years ago, maybe, and I obviously do not recall all of the intricate details that we linked together to put it all together. I just probably did a fairly crappy job of explaining it.
That's okay. It's always more difficult to relay complicated theories when you don't have like everything laid out.
If I, it took us like several videos to outline our ideas about the children of the forest, kind of having a connection to the Faceless movie. From the Hall of Faces being remarkably similar with the little cubbies all over the walls with all the faces in it, and then you go to Bloodraven's cave and there's all the little nooks and crannies in his cave filled with faces. You're like the parallels of these subterranean rooms filled with faces is with bones everywhere, and you're like you go into the lower areas of the House of Black and White, and there's just bones everywhere. I don't know. There's something going on there that only George could really give a good answer to.
Look at the bones.
Definitely.
George is. I have a feeling that even if we get every piece of the Song of Ice and Fire material that George plans on giving us, I'm gonna have like 10,000 questions that go unanswered.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It also seems like the Moon Singers of the Jogos Nye do something similar to Green Seers.
All of our batteries are out.
They're like the founders of Bravos or whatever. We tied them into it somehow too, but it was 3 years ago, and my brain doesn't work that well at 2:10.
We're not getting enough coal reaching everything.
I've been out of coffee for quite a while now.
Get more
I don't know if we're
coffee.
prepared for that one.
Get thee to a coffee
usually-
shack.
We don't have enough.
If I drink another cup of coffee, the issue is that I will be really good for the rest of this stream, but I also will not go to bed tonight, which would be a problem.
Yeah.
Why? Do you have like a real job or something?
Booney Maz, what do you want me to make a video about? I just need.
Oh no.
I don't even know. Dave, do you have a real job?
I quit my job a couple months ago, and it was just making me miserable, so I quit.
Jake, we're gonna need a new.
And for anyone who is offended by me saying that YouTubing is not a real job, I don't think drawing comics is a real job either. So a job to me is when you have to go someplace and do something you don't want to do for money. So
I'll tell you what, YouTubing sometimes is a real pleasure, and then there's other times where you're just like, I don't feel like doing this, but I have to make this stupid video. It's not like, you know what the real issue is? The figuring out is the fun part. And then once you've figured it out, then you have to do the video, and like, that's not the fun part. The fun part was puzzling all the pieces up.
Gotcha. So who actually does all your editing and stuff? Is it you or?
For the videos?
Yeah.
We have a pretty solid division of labor. I am not allowed to touch anything artistic because I have a disability. But Mary Ellen and I come up with an idea, usually by bouncing
saw
stuff
our
back
coal
and
miners
forth until
talk
we
for a
settle
second
on something that
in
makes
the neighbor
sense.
zone.
And then it turns into a rough draft or outline, usually made by Mary Ellen, almost
Oh
exclusively
no,
made by
everything's
Mary Ellen, and
slowing
then
to crawl.
I take
We have a
the
power
rough
crisis
draft
here.
and turn it into a final copy. We
It's a
record it.
big problem.
I do all the audio. She does the visuals. And there is a video.
Cool.
That tends to be
We
how
have
that's
2 miners.
it's definitely the way that we do it, a job for 2. Because most of the ideas for videos come from an observation that one of us made that is followed by a conversation about the observation, followed by research, going to find other examples, sometimes from within the book, sometimes external.
Oh my gosh, everything's
You kind of
barely
figure out
working.
where George got an idea for something.
There's like
And then
literally
Then you go and you look at that, and then
5%
you have to
power.
realize that George doesn't copy anything. He just gets inspired by something and then changes it, makes it his
yeah,
own.
it's gonna.
Mhm.
I feel like some people really get themselves
You should have seen this coming.
down rabbit holes where they're trying to match A Song of Ice and Fire to like the War of the Roses. And you
We're
can't.
kind of
Because-
long.
because
That's
I used to-
far off from nuclear.
Yeah, to get stupid comments from dumb Game of Thrones
We don't
fans
even
that have
have a
read the books.
mindset.
That would be like,
we don't even
George R.
have
Martin isn't so
capacity.
great. He just took the World of Roses and made it the same story. And I'm like, no, he didn't, you freaking idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. One, you don't know history. And then two, you don't know a Song of Ice and Fire, so just go away.
It's like no, he got an idea from that
Okay,
and
okay.
then
I jump-started
completely
a little
made
bit.
it his
I think
own.
we should be getting some color coming in.
Yes, the Lancasters and
Yes, yes,
Lannisters.
yes.
That might be where he came up with that name.
That should supply it a little bit.
But that's about where the parallel ends. He didn't call the Northern family the York, like the Yorks. He called them the Starks. That was like, and then
Yeah.
pretty much everything that followed was completely changed.
I think we
It was
should
like
go with the
the Red
closest
Wedding
one
was an
first.
idea he got from
The Black Dinner.
Black Dinner in Scotland, and he liked the version
Okay, I have
that
an
most
idea of how
historians
this
don't
goal
think is
might
true.
gonna come. We're gonna start making
But it
rails.
made for a better story. So he drew his inspiration from the not likely to be true other version of what happened there. I was
Ugh,
like, he
I do not
doesn't
like how this
copy
looks.
anything. I was like, you can start to get an idea for something. Like the Titan of Bravos kind of reminds me of Vulcan. The not like
Star Trek,
Star, not Star Trek Vulcan, like
Rome.
Vulcan,
Yeah.
The mythological god from Rome. Vulcan.
Okay,
So
so
there's a
flanker
lot of
should
real
work without
pretty
power.
substantial parallels, right down to there once being a huge statue of Vulcan that, not in real history, but according to legend, to get into one of the, I guess it was a Greek, to get into one of the Greek ports, you had to pass between its legs. The statue was so big that you passed between its legs. I was like, that's clearly George drew some inspiration here from a legend that probably isn't true, but he liked it and thought it was cool. And he put the Titan of Bravos there,
I
and to
know.
get into their harbor, you had to pass between the Titan's legs.
This feels bad.
And he even made it even cooler by making the Titan a fortress. I was like, but George doesn't copy
Oh, we
anything.
got no
He
power.
just gets an idea from
Got the
reading
hand mine.
constantly, and then he truly makes it completely his. I feel like Quinn said, there's a ton of people that will lecture you. You're like, yes, the Colossus of Rhodes. Thank you, Ray Thubu. The Colossus of Rhodes seems to have played a role in the creation of the Titan of Bravos. And we broke some of this down. I think it might have been in one of our Mercy videos. Mercy chapter is really good. It's
Okay,
one of my favorite overall chapters.
we have coal storage, right?
series, but
We have
pre-release
coal and
Mercy
something.
chapter.
Mm-hmm.
That's a tremendous. That's like George
Just
loves
suck up
playing
all
with the
the coal
idea
from
of
these rails.
identity,
Mhm.
losing your identity, and trying to
more
hold
important.
on to your identity, and like that is like the most like the textbook
That's okay. I'm gonna go take care of it.
of execution of George's like ideas on identity and playing with
That's
people's
just it. Seen the
identities,
batteries. There's the
maintaining
warning.
your identity. It's like she starts off as
Oh, it's over.
she's, or what I called it, I actually made it a Tropic Thunder reference. I was like, Arya pretending to be Mercy, or someone else pretending to be Mercy. I was like, she's the dude playing the dude disguised as the other dude. But taking it back to Kirk Lazarus in Tropic Thunder, I was like, that's who Arya was. She was like the girl playing the girl disguised as the other girl.
There we go.
It was like by the end, the chapter ends with,
I was about to try
with
to
it
start
saying
up the,
said Arya Stark. I was like, she became Arya again by the end of the chapter. I love that chapter. All right.
Yeah, Mercy's a good one. And it's the first time where you see Arya starting to be sexualized, which is very interesting
We have a
because she
crisis
uses her
situation.
sexuality to lure this guy and to like take his guard down, which is interesting.
See, I see it more as Arya used Mercy's sexuality.
Sure.
If
Okay,
you look at
just
that
killed it, like
scene
half of them with 50
where
seconds,
Arya
that
puts
long.
on her first face, the ugly little girl or whatever the face is.
Okay,
that
we're at
she wore.
maximum electricity, so I gotta get this
That
thing
girl's
up.
entire
Can
life
you get
like
some,
flashed before
I can-
Arya's eyes
What
to the point
in
where it made her like dizzy and almost sick because it was flooding in
Everyone's
so fast.
translations. Can you get some miners up here on the call?
Like when you put on a face, kind of like what Jockin does. Jockin puts on Pate's face, but he didn't just impersonate him for a day. In order to impersonate Pate among people that really know him, you have to have his thoughts, his memories, his ability to identify people that he knows and know who they are. Like there's a lot more to impersonating someone than simply looking like them. So it appears that there's some sort of link with their minds where you get enough of that person's memories that you can literally take that person's life and basically take it over. And he started being Pate at the Citadel. He's surrounded by smart people, smart, educated people, and none of them have a clue that it's not really Pate. And that wouldn't be the case if he
Maybe some of them do have a clue that it's not really Pate. You don't know yet.
It certainly doesn't appear that way. And it seems like
Okay, we're back
Marwyn,
up
of
on
all
the
people,
phone.
would have figured that out.
Power plant.
That there's something weird. He doesn't remember.
Maybe he does. We don't know yet.
That's true. We don't actually know anything other than what he decided he wanted Sam to know, which is make sure that you don't say anything that the Faith might not like because you'll get killed.
Yeah, I think like all those characters that get introduced in the beginning of A Feast for Crows, all of them are gonna be involved in this Pate plot with Sam and the Winds of Winter. It seems like, especially Oberyn's
Okay, after
daughter.
this, I'm gonna start looking at nuclear energy.
It's definitely gonna have something to do with it. So I feel like in that group, maybe, well, this is in my head canon. At this point, they're probably all like, yeah, something's wrong with Pate. Something's up about this. I feel like that'll be a part of the plot. We'll see though. So I'm like, why are you introducing all of these characters, George? It's a random like brigade of friends. So they'll definitely come into contact with Sam.
Or did he need a scene where he could show us that Jock and Agar is Pate?
Well, that's not everything that seems about that.
Because you wouldn't have had a point of view character to show you that unless you came up with your own special Pate point of view chapter.
But George R. Martin is never doing a scene just for one reason, right? Because a lot happens in that chapter. Like that chapter, it's about, because that chapter, a big part of that chapter is about Daenerys and about like the myth that she's creating in real time. You know,
I like I like pretty much all of the prologues. The prologues are like loaded with information. Information that George
What does that mean?
wants to give you but doesn't have a point of view character to give it to you. So he like loads those chapters with information that you need.
yeah.
Like the Varamir Six Skins freaking chapter is tremendous.
Yeah, a lot going on.
It's like a lottery sweepstakes of information. Wow. Thank you. Now I know a whole lot more about how the magic in this world works. But yeah, like most of what happens in that Pate chapter centers around them discussing what aspects of Dany's legend are true.
But all of them are, which is interesting. So she's like a modern day legendary figure.
Well, that's probably
Oh, okay. Our batteries are charging up.
Yeah. You know, that's the whole thing. Like, it's because they're creating the Daenerys princess in the East that rebirth dragons. They're creating that myth right now. It's being created as we speak. And George R. R. Martin is playing with the idea of myth making. I always say that, like, if you think about the way Daenerys could potentially be viewed in the long view of history, especially in the East in Essos, she's almost a goddess figure.
Mm-hmm.
They call her Misa, and the word mother, has numerous religious connotations. So I could see, like 1,000 years later in the East, they would pray to the name Misa, the Dragon Queen, perhaps the one that came over and freed slaves and completely changed the way the East had been working for thousands of years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I feel like the East, in Essos as a whole, is in serious need of change.
Everything is.
Like, I'm not by any means talking about the virtues of feudalism, but they're in Essos. They're living pre-feudalism.
Depends on where though.
It's in Essos. In our opinion, Essos is really messed up because of the Dothraki. They can't have a really good functioning continent-wide economy, mostly because all of the fertile land in the entirety of Essos, with the exception of the disputed lands, is controlled by the Dothraki. All of that, like if you read the in the World of Ice and Fire, the section about what the Dothraki Sea was before, it was like the breadbasket of the world. It was the center of all of Essos's economy, from north to south to east to west. It was a massive trade center, like of the Sarnor, I want to say they call it. And then they came, and now there's really only one industry in Essos. It's all slavery. It is the only functioning industry in all of Essos. Yeah, I mean, they buy and sell goods
Yeah, I think
in the
nuclear
different
sounds
ports, but
much more
ports are
appealing.
always going to do that.
That's
Where
very-
goods from all over the world come and go into the ports. But in terms of like commerce within Essos, there's none.
Or
You can't even build a farm because they'll burn it down.
Hmm.
You can't settle anywhere. Look at all of those ancient cities from the Roynar. These are whole huge cities just sitting there. Big, beautiful
It's
palaces.
the same thing. That probably
They don't even have squatters. No one will go there because the Dothraki will kill you. And they have pretty much,
There we go.
in my mind,
Then
in
we
order
bottom with
for Dany to make the changes that he can make in
this
Essos,
whole
she needs
weighing,
to tame the
activation,
Dothraki.
whole weight condition, full cargo.
So historically, the Dothraki are what, Mongols or
I would say a combination of Mongols and Huns. If I was going to guess, there's definite Mongol inspiration from the living on horseback, expert archers from horseback. I mean, that's very Mongol.
yeah, Scythian maybe?
I can make 4 such stations right now.
The timing of their expansion kind of evokes the Huns flooding
Okay.
west
Here, I'll just drop them for you.
after the fall of Rome. But I would say largely, I mean, even just like, I mean, they call them calls instead of cons. It's spelled with the KHA.
Yeah.
It was changed the last letter. There's definite Mongol inspiration, I would say. And the fact that their territory is like so ginormous, that's very Mongol as well.
Yeah.
But the Mongols were, I would say, more advanced than the Dothraki. They were, in many ways, interested in trade and such, whereas the Dothraki are.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking like the Scythians, because they never really, they may remain nomadic. I mean, I guess the Mongols remain nomadic too, but no,
No, the
there were
Mongols-
Khanates that had cities. Yeah,
Conics.
but so same thing with like based off Thrak, right?
Yeah, and then like Mary Ellen came up with like a brilliant idea, not idea, just an observation, where she was just like, I mean, the Dothraki Sea is such a terrible place that the Calls came up with like a special bro code where they couldn't save anyone but like your wife will be protected and brought back to the place where no one is allowed to do anything sketchy. It's like because I mean, they just kill everybody. They kill each other. That's the only thing they do. They spend all day, every day, looking for people to kill for no reason at all, other than because they think it's fun. Like that's a problem, and they control the entire heart of Essos. Like that needs to be tamed,
Oh, it definitely.
or Essos can never really
think that
change. Like
Train
Slaver's
full place
Bay
still isn't empty.
does not have
Oh, no,
anything
we're only
to
on the
sell
second train.
unless they're in the slave trade. But if the land north of them was fertile, and Skahazadon goes north, all of those goods from north of them would be flowing into Marine as the big
We have to
port.
reroute this.
And then they would have an economy that is not based on buying and selling people like their cattle. But they can't have that until the Dothraki are at. It's kind of my view of the problems of Essos is they are largely due to Dothraki making it impossible to do any business other than being in the slave trade.
This page is taking a really long time.
Well, at least it's not my fault. The last time I felt so bad, I was like, I suggested that scene, and then Mary Ellen picked the moment,
Mm-hmm.
and then it was just like, oh my god,
Oh yeah, you guys are the worst.
there's 250 people, and he's drawing all of them, and this is my fault. I was like, this is my fault. This has happened.
How dare you?
It's all good, man. It's all good, man.
For real. Oh yes, they do have some olives in Slaver's Bay as well. But olives and olive oil, decent business, but you need more than that to sustain an entire economy in an area.
You know what the Romans used to do? What, like when they would take over an area and they would build a road? They would plant olive trees all along the road, right? And then they would lease out that section of land to the local population, giving them the trees, right? And saying, as long as you take care of the road, you can have all of the olives from the trees.
That's very thing that like we noticed about the Valyrians. We feel like the Valyrians are awfully demonized. I was like, in terms of ancient civilizations, I was like, pretty much all ancient civilizations, if you fought them and they won, they were probably going to enslave you. I was like, that was pretty standard practice in the ancient world. There weren't very many large ancient civilizations that did not do that.
We started with.
I was like, but they seemed far more interested in trade, in my opinion, anyways. If you look at what they did, they built roads that connected their civilizations to everyone else's. To the Sarnor, to the Roinar, to the coastal cities that became the Three Cities in the Narrow Sea. Like they connected themselves to Slaver's Bay, to the Giscari area. You built roads to connect places for trade purposes. I was like, that's one of the major reasons that the Romans built roads everywhere. They wanted to connect everything. And I was like, it seems like they would fight you if you were dumb enough to fight them. But they were far more interested in doing business with you. We made that observation once. We noticed how many times the Roinar attacked them and how many hundreds of years they fought wars with them for. I was like, if the Valyrians were just as terrible as people said they were, there would have been one war. They would have sent their dragons there and they would have killed everybody and been like, see at peace. But instead, they didn't do that until the Roinar put that 250,000 man army together and started laying waste to a bunch of Valyrian cities. And then they were like, all right, we're taking the gloves off now. Now you've officially pissed me off. How many chances did we give you to not be killed by our dragons? Now we're going to use our dragons without mercy. And it's like, it seems like it's crude or cruel or whatever you want to call it. It's like, but if they were as terrible as people like to say they are, and people argued with us when we said this, I was like, they would have just killed them the first time that there was a problem, taken their whole river. I was like, but that's not what they did. They built roads that connected all their cities to the Rhinish cities so they could do business with them. I was like, and then eventually shit got out of hand, and then they unleashed the fury. I was like, but after 250 years, I'd say that's a pretty good amount of patience.
I have returned from the abyss.
What do you think?
He wasn't listening.
When I'll
He wasn't listening. He was gone.
What happened? I thought you heard me say I was leaving for a minute.
No.
We were talking about problems in Essos, and then I personally think that Valyrians have been demonized by a large part of the Song of Ice and Fire community unjustly.
Okay.
I've always felt like if you look at what the Valyrians did, they were far more interested in doing business with people than they were with fighting them. Like they built roads that connected their cities to everyone else's so they could trade. They gave the Rhoynar 250 years of chances to live in peace with them before that Garen the Great guy put together 250,000 men and drowned a bunch of Valyrian cities with water wizards, and then the Valyrians really got pissed and they sent 300 dragons north and dealt with them. But after 250 years, they never did that before. It just, when it got escalated to the point where they're like, all right, you're not killing millions of our people, now we're going to kill you. I feel like that's not, by ancient standards, unreasonable. And this is an ancient civilization.
Okay,
Given the fact that they enslaved, conquered foes, I was like, if you look at history, almost every ancient civilization did that.
Okay, I have pretty much all
I
the
was
coal
like,
mining at this.
am I going to take a moral stance saying it's okay to do that? No, but I was like, just judging it by the history of our world. I was like, yeah, I always try to put myself in the world that they live in to judge the people's actions, as opposed to, if you're going to judge everyone's actions in this book by 21st century standards, then everybody sucks. I was like, but this isn't a 21st century book.
I mean, but even the people within the world say that the Valyrians were particularly bad. It wasn't just the fact that they kept slaves. It was the fact that they treated their slaves like worse than anybody else. Like, and it sucked being Valyrian slave. You're like in mines, and, and also their magic was very obviously dependent on fire and blood. I mean, and they did, and if we're operating in universe, they tampered with very dark things and supposedly created all kinds of unnatural chimeras. And they did experiments on people. They tortured people. So I think it went to an extent, and the Valyrians I remembered as particularly bad.
Hey, Quinn.
In the Song of Ice and
Quinn.
Universe for some reason.
Nobody's perfect.
But we get all of the information that we get from the view.
Yeah, but you said that the fandom was judging it by a modern standard.
Yes, but I also feel like there's two reasons. The other one is that we get most of our information from an Andal perspective. So you get the enemy perspective of them, and that is taught to you as gospel. Like the Roy, we in Westeros, we get the perspective of Valyria from Rhinish people and Andals. I was like groups of people that absolutely hated them.
I don't know what you want me to say. They were like particularly notorious for slavery. And like just worse slavery. They treated their slaves like crap, and that is known. Even like in that story
right here
that the kindly man tells Arya.
Oh yeah, that the Valyrians sent the worst of their worst down into the 14 Flames mines. But that seems like they use that as a terrible punishment for people. I was like, I'm not in any way, shape, or form advocating for it. I'm just saying that it doesn't seem like if you were a normal person that didn't do anything to anyone, they were sending you down into the mines. They were sending the people that they thought, I'll send you down.
Those pipes are most.
Well, look, you gotta send somebody into the mines.
So like they picked that for like as something that they did to the people that they consider the worst of the worst.
Use the big brain.
What were the mines for?
They were gold,
Precious stones.
they were
Ooh.
for precious metals, and I believe iron, maybe. But
Okay, what is the? I think the best way to get sulfuric
But it seems
acid there
to
is
me-
pipes.
like if you're judging them based on an ancient civilization, which is what they are, their practices are in line with just about every ancient civilization from our world. The Romans enslaved people that far.
Everybody enslaved people.
Everybody did. So if you're I just found as like it's in no way, shape, or form me taking a pro-slavery stance. I was just saying, I was like, if you're going to compare them to other ancient civilizations, and it seems like the Giscari were the ones that did some really messed up slavery stuff, and it seems like it's entirely plausible that since the only information we get about them actually literally seems to be from Giscari, Rhenish, and Andal people, three groups of people that absolutely hated them. They are demonized in the histories. When if you look at it, it's like they don't seem like if they were as bad as you're saying they are, they would have just killed everyone because they could. I was like, if they were as bloodthirsty and power crazy as you say they are, they had an army of dragons that they could have just unleashed on everyone. But they didn't do that. Instead, they built roads that connected their civilization to yours. And if you decided to fight them, which is stupid, then they would mess you up. Why would you fight an army that has air support with dragons? That's dumb. Good leaders don't
See, how
send
do we get
battles
taxes
they're
now
going to all
on
get
the
slaughtered. That's
side of our power plant?
sentencing your entire population to death and slavery. Don't do that.
Okay, because we're
I
gonna need
feel like
something to
George
protect
kind of
this sulfuric
expands on that
acid line.
notion with Torrin Stark, the king who knelt. He's like, I'm not sending my guys across that river. They're all going to die. I'm not doing that. I will forever be known as the king who knelt before I send my people across that river to die. Because that's what will happen. Like, but the Rhoynar call the guy who led 250,000 men to their certain deaths great. Like, there's nothing great about doing that. Darkstar even points that out in one of the REN chapters. He's like, what do you mean great? If I led 250,000 people to their certain deaths, would you call me Gerald the Great? Nah, Darkstar's fine for me. He's like, nah, that's stupid. It's like, that's not what a good leader does. You don't fight a battle that you're not going to, that you have no chance to win. I don't know. I see the point, but I have a healthy skepticism of the Mason
The
version.
Valyrians tampered with very, 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 very old and dark esoteric magic at the core of the Song of Ice and Fire world, and that was their doom. Their hubris and their arrogance, whatever spells that they used to keep the 14 flames intact, got out of hand, and they lost control of it, and that caused the doom of Valyria.
Did it
So you
though?
think that it happened to themselves and it wasn't something that the
It could have been punishment because the George R. R. Martin says in the sidebar in the World of Ice and Fire that though the Valyrians would claim that they found the dragon slayer in the 14 fires, that older tales from the Shai claim that people from the Shadow brought the dragons over and taught the Valyrians magic, which makes a hell of a lot more sense to me than them just randomly taming dragons and suddenly understanding magic by themselves. So if these people from the Shadow gave them this power and they gave them this magic, and then the Valyrians used this power that was given to them to subjugate the whole of Essos in the way which I know you say that maybe they're not, but in the way in which they are notorious for it. I mean, you keep saying that maybe they're just hated on, but that doesn't change the fact that they are notorious for their slavery and what they did to subjugate the rest of Essos. And if that is true, if that history is correct, then the people from the shadow, who obviously are a part of like some higher working, some higher order, might have taken out the Valyrians for that fact because they were too dangerous.
So glowy.
But I don't know. Just I don't know.
I'm gonna be I'm gonna be the George R.R. Martin advocate in this, because what if George is giving you these histories, like Dave's saying, from one perspective, much in the same way he treats individuals, he's treating societies, wherein he gives you the perspective now that you'll hate, but then in the future you learn more of the truth that perhaps,
That's kind of how I
you know what I'm saying?
Look at the way the Maesters.
But it's not just one. It's not just one group of people talking about how bad the Valyrians are, or how bad they were. It says right in the World of Ice and Fire that what they did doomed them, and it was deserved. I don't buy that these people are so notoriously known all over the world for being this way, and then it's just false. It's all lies. It's all a big conspiracy against them to make them look bad because everyone just hates them for no reason.
No, they don't exist anymore.
They took over everything.
Their enemies. I was like I was like, because if you look at the way that they frame any argument about Valyrians, it's incredibly negative, and they do the same thing with the First Men. They frame the arguments about the First Men like they're just pure savages.
Do they?
Yeah, they have a noticeable bias against both. The information that you get is noticeably biased against First Men and
Which information?
the information that you get from the Maesters, like in the World of Ice and Fire.
But that's not the only information that we have about the First Men. We're inside of characters' heads when they talk about the First Men, and they think proudly about being descended from the First Men. And we learn all about First Men traditions from the perspective of people in the North.
Yes, but everybody in everyone in Westeros,
Westeros.
is educated by an organization that is deeply influenced by the faith, who do not like First Men and do not like.
I mean, I don't know how much influence the faith necessarily has over the Northerners. It doesn't seem like much. I mean, I'm sure they have some like subtle influences, but I don't know how much the Andals are influencing what the Northerners think about their own history.
Not that much, probably, but they definitely teach things.
Oh boy! Oh,
like there's some blatant lies that they teach.
Sure.
Using all the oil.
And
I think it's a good
like
idea to use a
you'll hear it like in a lesson that Bran gets, and it's a blatant lie. But that's what they teach, even in the North. And Bran's getting taught that.
Which lesson are you talking about?
Lessons about the First Men and their gods and what they worshipped and the children of the forest.
Like what? I don't.
Well, the First Men do not worship the same gods as the children of the forest. They don't.
Okay.
The forest worship weirwoods as gods.
Do they?
Yes, it flat out. They tell you that. Flat out.
Who says that?
Leafer, I think. One of them says it. And they flat out say that they worship the weirwoods.
What did the First Men worship them?
The First Men brought their own gods with them. I'm guessing that like the sisters, like the Lord of the Skies and stuff like that, like they were pagans that worshipped a bunch of nature and fertility gods. They seem to be fertility god worshippers and stuff like that. That's like kind of what the clues that they leave behind. There's a whole the Duran God's Grief story is a blatantly pagan story where belief in sea god and the god of the air or whatever his wife was the daughter of, and Storm's End had to be built 7 times, and until Bran the Builder figured out how to build something that could withstand the ferocity of the god's wrath.
It just reminds
what makes
me.
you think that the first men don't
Forget it.
never worship the werewolves.
See,
Because it seems like that even if they brought their own gods over from Essos, at some point they came to worship the werewolves, and that's evidenced by the fact that they still worship the werewolves. So at some point they started worshiping the werewolves,
or do
and
they,
they refer to them as the old gods.
or do they worship
little
in
robot.
front of the
Oh, then
werewolves?
went to the
Because Ned refers to his gods as the gods of stream and wood and air and blah 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 blah.
Well,
okay.
where I need to find this quote where it says 100% that the children claim to worship the werewolves. Because I remember Bloodraven saying that they carve the faces in the trees, and they can do magic with the trees, but do they worship specifically the tree itself? I don't recall that being specified. I feel like that same vagueness exists with
video.
I feel like it's just as vague with like the tree old gods as it is with the first man, as it is with the children.
One second.
I have no argument here except to say that it is a human trait throughout all of antiquity that people would carve their own gods. So I don't think carving the trees is not a sign of worshiping them.
No, but they carved the tree for a specific reason.
Mm.
They carved the tree to give new green seers a window to look out through. But eventually the green seer's powers wouldn't need the tree.
Hmm.
1 second.
I always associate, the children use the werewolves in a very practical way. The werewolves clearly have like some sustaining life properties. When they die, they become a part of it. And they go into seemingly a kind of collected unconscious or a collective consciousness.
I always wondered if the werewoods were like some sort of a creosote, like it's got one giant root system under the ground and they're all connected somehow.
I did a video about that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You do not need to wonder if that's the case, because that is a confirmed fact in an author's annotation.
Really?
Yes.
Genius.
The werewolf is like a superorganism.
Yes,
Yeah.
all of their
It's like a supercomputer. It's a supercomputer that maintains the history of Westeros and the world.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay,
no.
we need
huh?
to find third
Did you find the quote?
now because they seem
All right.
not like
Here's the gods of the
are
first
real
men,
based.
the innumerable gods of the streams and forest and stones. So nature gods.
Okay.
All right, 1 second. Then there's another one I gotta find. I found
Any of stone mine. The only closest stone mine is probably to the south of Copper or to the north, next to all the huge bases. And I do not want to go to one of those. It's just constant. Can we get this down to the point where we're not having to worry about attacks? Like they can all just handle them.
Art of Reed says this whole page looks amazing. Thank you.
We're
you.
not on electricity right now,
Thank you very much.
but we are going to need more. We're almost out.
I only got one page after this, Quinn.
It seems like the children, their whole spirituality is nature worship. That's what it's all about. And the trees are a part of that. That scene with Vladimir Six Skins, to me, what that means when he leaves on the werewolf tree. And he goes into the tree and then he becomes a part of the greater whole of everything. And he's seeing through the bird, but he's also in the ground, and then the animals, and then all the other trees. That's exactly what Leaf says. That's what she says the other children are. Like Rand says, where are the rest of you? And she says they've gone into the earth and into the ground,
Hmm.
and into the trees. So yeah, they're interchangeable from nature. So that's why even like saying like the first men worship like the nature.
They get some poison.
They worshipped nature. That still seems heavily associated with the children of the forest. And it seems, I mean, at some point, the first men had to start worshiping, or at least their religion got tied in with the werewood tree. I feel like the
pack,
almost a semantic argument to
yeah,
be like they don't worship the tree.
I feel like it's the difference between, all right, you don't, like, Christians do not worship the church.
Or the cross.
You know what I'm saying? The church is the place where they worship.
Sure.
Standing before the weirwood tree is the place where it became customary for the first men to do their worshiping.
But there are places in A Song of Ice and Fire where the trees are referred to as gods. So like that's the thing too. Like religions and worship and traditions evolve over time.
Okay, if you want to come to me.
So it's like, I mean, you're saying they don't worship the tree, but I'm like, to some degree they do.
I don't know if my eyes are just so tired that I'm failing to read right now.
Oh no!
I have 46 results on my
Like
the fire thing. I just read all of them and I was like, where's this quote? I know that we used the quote in
batteries, energy shield. Very good.
That Bright Gloria just said something. The children don't believe in the wizard they've seen behind the curtain. So it's like,
everything.
That's the idea that the children recognize the practical use of the werewood trees. I mean, and they kind of just like told men that it was a religious thing, even though what they use it for is to preserve their lives after death. So like, whereas to them, it's not actually like a spiritual thing, perhaps. That's what.
So do the children, are they all wargs?
No, not all of them.
Well, then how do they all merge into is it just a belief that they all merge into the tree?
No, it seems legit. It just seems like we don't know exactly how. They probably have some ritual for doing it. It probably involves spilling the blood upon the roots of the tree. Because we know that the first we know the first men had a similar tradition. Okay. They would leave entrails in a tree. That was the thing that happened. So that had to come from somewhere. It seems like sacrifice before a werewood tree was a thing.
See, I feel like they began using them, possibly even taught by Garth Greenhand, who seemed to, one of his darker legends was that he learned to use the weird sacrifice to the weirwoods to get better harvests.
Yeah. And you know, that's all tied up in pagan stuff. You know, I actually did a bunch of research on pagan stuff for Kavia, just so like the Holy Week and stuff. Yeah, but it was blood sacrifice was a big deal. It was like nature, and you have to give an offering to nature, not to sate the spirits. But yeah.
And even Ned, to this day, what does he do?
He goes to the tree after he's killed.
And what does he do?
Washes the blood into the.
He cleans the blood off of his at the weirwood, like he's giving weirwood a little bit of blood.
You know, I had this idea. I did this theory years ago called blood trees. Blood trees. You can go and look up this video in the chat if you want to. Where I was thinking, like, what if the werewood net was actually conscious? Because you know, if it was connected at the root, and even if every single tree had like a modicum of consciousness, like if every tree was like one neuron, like the collection of all of these trees together connected on the ground would create a superorganism. So I had this idea that maybe the children had existed in this, symbiotic relationship with this superorganism. And that kind of their job was to keep the trees fed.
Oh wait. You want
I mean, it does seem like, Because there's a couple of trees that
Yeah,
get
like
no
10
sunlight at all.
Yeah.
There's a weirwood tree in the
Shotgun.
depths of Casterly Rock.
Mhm.
Do you want to find
Yet
the
it's a
Here you
weirwood
go,
tree.
here's a
It's a
fire.
tree that grew, even though there is absolutely no
Here's some
sunlight in the
landmines
middle
too.
of
Change
Casterly
your
Rock.
power armor.
But there's a
You can
weirwood
put
tree.
mods on that to make it more effective.
So it does seem like weirwood trees. Weirwood is like a super weird thing.
Maybe the reason
Does
that
rot.
Raven tree is like all black, maybe like it's cut off from the collective in some way. Maybe like its roots aren't completely connected and that's why it's dying. That's like a crazy crackpot theory. I don't know.
I had a crazy theory years ago about that tree. And that tree was the tree, because have you ever noticed how huge that tree is?
Yeah, it's giant.
That tree, you can see that tree. Jamie said that he was 10 leagues away and he could see the tree.
Jeez.
3 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think at least
4
half of them.
miles away. And he could see the tree. That tree is like 1,000 freaking feet tall. That tree is enormous. And it's the only tree that's like that. And what we know about where Raven Tree Hall is before the Blackwoods settled there, it was part of the biggest forest in all of Westeros. And when they went there, they cut down every single tree in their domain. Every single one. I think that might be the tree that the children used to break
It's
the
supposed
arm
to
of
be in
Dorne.
this one.
And the Blackwoods are there to make sure that they never get near it again.
They could use another tree.
Like they built a fortress around that tree, and then they cut down the entire
first
natural
time.
habitat of the children, so they couldn't even get anywhere.
Run, Jake, run.
Mm.
That's a crazy theory that I
Yeah.
there's no way to prove it.
Oh, I
But
found the
why
land
did he
over.
create that completely unique tree?
Something's definitely going on with that tree. And then the fact that ravens visited, that's Blood Raven. That's Blood Raven, isn't it? Those ravens coming to visit the tree? That's gotta be Blood Raven.
I would say that, except they've been doing it for way longer.
But that's the thing though.
It's been alive.
My whole idea is that Blood Raven is really just that guy that's sitting in the throne is not actually Blood Raven.
He's a child of the
but the
forest.
consciousness of like
We're gonna need a lot of traits.
their leader that's been passed down, for a while now. That's what I think. It's kind of like, why would they have a human on their throne? Right? You know what I mean? It's like it's a little weird. It would make more sense since George R. R. Martin did show us like the whole body snatch thing. If like because Blood Raven like just disappeared beyond the wall after he was Lord Commander. So it makes sense, right? If they kind of like sent him messages and called him the same way they called Bran. But then when they got him there, they got his trust. They crippled him, took his body. And then Bran is perfect because he can't run away. Bran can't just run away. So it's like he'd be the perfect, he's the perfect candidate to be put on the throne and to be possessed by like the spirit of that green seer thing that's been passed down.
See, what I think happened with Blood Raven is Blood Raven kind of seems somewhat inspired by Odin.
Mm-hmm.
And Blood Raven's curiosity, his need to know all sorts of things. He was a voracious.
Yeah, I don't think he needed to be suckered.
Lured him there. But what I noticed about Blood Raven is Blood Raven doesn't have any skin covering like 2/3 of his body at all.
Ooh.
And he's not bleeding.
The trees sustaining him.
The tree root system grew right into him. And what do roots do?
They give life.
They absorb.
They absorb life.
Yes. I think that the tree, like he went into the Weirdwood net seeking his answers, and he stayed in there long enough that the tree roots attached to him. And what does a Weirdwood want? Blood.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it sucked the blood right out of him, and then he couldn't breathe.
Vampire tree.
That's I was like, that's what they do. Roots absorb the nutrients that a tree needs. Weirwoods need blood. He has roots growing through him. He went in searching for his answers in the tree, and they let him sit in there long enough that the tree roots literally sucked the blood right out of him, and then they gave him like the Sonny from a Bronze Tail. Now you just can't leave.
But it also sustains him.
But that could have been
Because
an
he's on-
extremely long time because, you know, once you get lost in time, you know, you don't know how long you're going to be in there.
Yeah.
Exactly. And
But it's not like, it's also keeping him alive.
Yeah.
yes,
Because he's lived an unnaturally long life. And I get the sense, like from reading those Dance of Dragons chapters, that he's barely holding on.
Well, I mean, he's about the same age as Aemon. So I don't think it's unnaturally long.
no, he's about 20 years.
He's over 100.
I know, but that's not like horribly unnaturally long.
He's
You know.
like 120.
I think he's like 126.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're
It
not
is
like
unnaturally
talking
long.
like
Like, no one lives that long in the Song of Ice and Fire universe without some magic.
Unless you're Aemon.
Yeah. I mean, old Aemon?
Aemon's 102.
Yeah, so Aemon's not like that. Even Aemon's dead. By like,
I know, but he's like,
before.
you know, before that he's like hustling around and doing his thing. But
26 years is a big difference when you're 100. All I'm saying, it's all he's got big trees keeping him alive. That's the point. The trees keeping him alive.
The tree is definitely keeping him alive.
no, man, he's ordering Pizza Hut. It's cool, man.
Like I just said, the guy doesn't even have skin, and he's not bleeding. He clearly has no blood. And Bran says that his voice sounds like so dry.
But you know, but that's what I was gonna say. I think that what it seems like to me, and maybe I'm just like crazy and conspiratorial, but it seems like this is a throne that's getting ready to be passed down. They need a new vessel. Because the old one is too weak to carry on.
That's the thing that drives me nuts about it too.
And then look, and that's confirmed in the show, isn't it? If assuming that they do, if that's even kind of similar, like Bloodraven is literally like, it's time for you to become me to Bran. It's the possession, like it's like it was Bloodraven, and then now it's Bran. Now all of this is going inside of Bran, and now it's his turn to sit here, do the bidding.
But what are the 3 children in the other room that are sitting on Weirwood thrones that are also still alive doing?
Yeah, but they're like barely alive.
Yeah, but they're like equally alive.
Yeah,
too.
I wonder what's going on with them too. I wonder if, like, you know what I think?
Or
I
they
think
absorbing his skills or something.
no, I don't think that's what it is. I don't think that's what it is. I think the children probably at some point when they're approaching their deaths, they probably interface with the Werewood net so that it's just seamless, because they know that when they die, they're supposed to go into the tree anyway. So rather than just like wait to die, they probably just become a part of the tree, because they seemed really old and withered, and they were like barely opening their eyes and looking past as like Hodor's walking by. So it seemed like they had just been there and they were like getting ready to just be a part of the tree in like another like 50 years or something.
Yeah, there's something going on left, because they're like, he's the last one, and then you go into the other room that maybe you weren't supposed to see, and there's 3 more. And you're like, what are they doing then? I was like, why do they have the same kind of Weirwood thrones as Bloodraven, except this is just like another room where there's a bunch of children doing the same thing. Like, what are those guys doing? I don't understand. There's more than one of you. They said there's 1, but actually we see 4.
There's no indication as to whether or not they have any powers, and we know that like the children becoming a part of the Werewood tree is like their whole thing. So I would assume that these are children that are rather old, that like are in the late. I imagine that like if you look hard enough in the root systems, you would find all types of skeletons of children that have been through this process and just withered away and become fully part of the tree. Right? Because they've been down here for like how long? Like 1,000,000 years or something? They've got to find some way to expose if they're dead. And I don't see the children, I don't know, setting them on fire.
Cave for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
1,000,000 years. You're like, okay.
So I imagine that like if they know that like when we die we go into the Werewood, if I'm like a really old child of the forest, it's like I'm just gonna lay here and let the roots grow in me. And why not? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Because it seemed like they were just like withered old children that were in like the final stages of their existence.
But it doesn't seem like that's necessary for them to do that. you could just die in front of the weirwood and the same thing would freaking happen. You don't need
Think of it as hospice.
I mean, but think of it. I mean, maybe it's like a ritualistic thing. I don't know. I mean, those that didn't strike me. Seeing those children, they didn't strike me as like we're absorbing something and we're gonna pop out of this. They struck me as we're withering away.
I'm telling you,
into
dude.
our
Just
final
it's like hospice care. You know.
the final hospice care for elderly children.
Yeah.
It just seemed like such an incredible oxymoron for the elderly children.
Yeah.
It was like, whoa,
There's always a
elderly children.
problem.
Yeah, I mean, your explanation could work for me as well. They've always just bothered me that there's 3 children in the forest on thrones in the other room that it doesn't seem like.
Oh, I haven't rerouted it.
Does Leaf freak you out? Like, do you think that Leaf's kind of evil?
Evil, maybe hiding something. Yes, definitely.
Like, one of the first things I noticed about Leaf is when Bran asks if they're safe when they get into the cave, and she told them that like they will be as long as they go where she tells them to.
Okay, those caves are safe. But she talks about like how you could slip and fall, and then end up in like a underground river or something.
Yeah, I think he was more along the lines of asking like, "Are they going to kill us?"
Yeah.
She was like, "Not if you do what I tell you to do."
Yeah, I definitely picked up like her bitterness towards men. I remember when Bran, he's like, "What happened to all you?" And she's like, Men came and ruined everything. We killed the unicorns and the lions. You guys suck."
She's a man hater. Typical man hater.
Okay. So I don't think you're on Bran's team. You seem like you would like to kill Bran. Like, instead, if he doesn't do exactly what you tell him to do, you might kill Bran.
Look, they've got to possess him with the ancient soul of the Greens here. And then he'll be like Bran in the show. And then he'll be all like, I'm telling you, like King Bran was George's thing. I'm telling you. I've been saying the possession for like years now, man. Years. Go look up my video, The Possession, The Abomination. I'm talking about like this possession thing. Because George R. Martin is all about this possession stuff, man.
Poor
That's
Bran.
the whole theme of A Dance of Dragons.
One of our Bran videos also points out that Bran's character arc is getting pretty dark.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for Bran.
He doesn't know that the things he's doing are as wrong as
like Hodor.
Like he doesn't even realize how wrong.
We have secondary context for what he's doing to Hodor from that Varamir chapter, right? And he can sense that Hodor is like huddling in the corner of his mind. But then we know that like amongst skin changers, to possess another person, it's thought of as an abomination. It's thought of that way for a reason.
But he doesn't know.
He doesn't know it, yeah.
And like he's already committed 2 of the 3 like irredeemable sins, if you will, of skin changing, where he was in his wolf
ate flesh
and he ate a human, and he has taken another human. Like, those are 2 of the 3 things that Quinn or Hagen or whatever the guy's name is that brought Varamir proclaimed to be like the most terrible thing that you can do as a skin changer.
Sweet human flesh.
Bran
tastes like pork.
He doesn't have a teacher, but he's doing things that you're not supposed to be doing, and he doesn't have a problem with it. In fact, he gets kind of a callous attitude about it down the stretch.
I might need to make a RoboPort for up there.
He's still a kid, guys. Remember.
No, I'm not saying that Bran will continue to do.
No,
That's the hard part, because in the show, he's freaking a grown up already, but in the book, he's a kid. So if this kind of stuff happens to him and he's a kid, it just feels like.
Someone said in the chat, the characters tell Bran that he will become like Blood Red Battleground, so he won't end up like that. He'll be king of the North, but not of Westeros.
What monkey bombs are?
Perhaps we'll see. We'll see. I honestly, if you look at what the show did, That just reads like the children of the Lord is
Okay,
taking
so
over
in
Westeros.
Call of Duty
Like,
Zombies,
possessed
it's
brave.
a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
thing you can throw. It's like a pipe bomb.
And then he's
from
King
Left 4 Dead,
Westeros.
Yep.
And now he's about to have a dragon.
where you throw it and distract the zombies.
I'm gonna go find me a dragon.
So we can basically make those for the vibers.
Oh.
If you go
Have you
into
ever noticed
combat
also
tab, it's
that
called a distractor capsule.
green scene seems to just be
So we could probably throw that
a
into the
really
enemy
strong
base
skin changer.
while we go bomb it.
Your skin changer that uses your skin changing abilities
throw a
to
few of them,
skin
actually.
change into the werewolf.
Yeah.
It's the same magic. You just have to be powerful enough to do it. And there's even that moment where it's not clear whether or not
Yeah.
it was his blood,
That's basically
or
do already.
him frantically looking for another being to encompass that Baromir went into the werewolf.
Where's our
At first you think, oh, he bled, and that's just what
Oh,
happened.
crap,
But he
yeah,
was
well,
also
matter.
just frantically looking for a host.
At first. So I just think the first thing.
I was like,
Go with it. Sure.
at first I was like that, but I was like, then after I read it again, I was like, there's more than one possibility.
Okay, we actually.
I was like, I got-
They skin change into the weirwood when he was frantically
Elijah.
looking for a being to encompass. And it does seem possible that that is the case.
I want to say hi to Comics Legend, Vlad Wright, King Crow. Some people just popped in out of the blue. I don't know why, but thank you. I don't know why.
You're a huge draw, like,
Because I'm a drawer.
you're a popular guy.
Yeah.
You're the life of every single party.
Yeah. Party, party, party.
It is starting to get really late.
It
As
is.
much as I am enjoying watching.
Not late.
All right, fair enough.
Where's the
I stand
power turn
corrected.
off?
It's only 100
I
o'clock.
turned it off.
I'm completely insane. Sorry.
I'm going to choose to forgive you.
Ignore my insanity.
Well, I'm still streaming on my channel till I'm done with this page. So, Quinn, if you want to pop over, feel free. I guess I'd have to send you the link.
That's
Hey,
not the
we gotta
right
do
wall.
that Magor.
You know, I'm dying to do the Magor.
I keep forgetting. We gotta find a day to do it.
Every once in a while when I talk to you, I always think about, I was like, crap, you and me have been talking about doing that for like 8 months and we still haven't done it.
Yeah, it really has been that long too.
It's been like 8 months. I think like the show was like still
Yeah.
freshly over when we first talked about doing it.
Yeah.
But I will love to do that because I have pretty strong feelings about Magor.
Mangor.
I maintain that he's an unsung hero.
The unsung hero, Magor.
Without Magor, we wouldn't have a story.
He was created through blood match.
All of the Targaryens and everybody would have all been dead. But I'll save my good stuff for our podcast debate, whatever you want to call
I don't
it.
even know what our debate's gonna be about. We gotta find a specific thing we can debate about. Because if the debate is about whether or not Magor is cruel, I mean obviously he was pretty cruel.
Magor the
Yeah.
Cruel.
But was it cruelty with a purpose?
I mean, arguably. We shall see.
When I read what was it, The Sons of the Dragon, when it first came out in that like Book of Swords or whatever, my opinion of him completely changed when I read that.
Okay, the heat exchange needs to go.
Fire and Blood made me think that Visenya did some kind of magic to give birth to him. Because it was like, she can't have a baby. Wait, is Visenya Magor's mother?
Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, she couldn't have a baby at first. She was like infertile, apparently. And
Or
then all of a sudden,
he didn't spend very much time in her bed.
or maybe that too. But it does seem like, because like they hint at her like doing magic and maybe doing a witch. And then it's like so sudden that she gets pregnant and she's like so sure that it's going to be a boy. It's like, yeah, I'm going to have a boy. It's going to be something. And I don't know, it just seemed, the way it happened, it seemed like super weird. Like maybe it isn't actually Aegon's son, which I don't buy because it's Visenya. Or Like maybe she actually was infertile and she did like a little bit of blood magic trickery to give birth to Magor. I don't know.
Witches.
I think
Witcher.
being like the spitting image of his father
Yeah.
also tends
He's a
How
clone.
to do nuclear power.
because
She's cloning.
it's not something that they mention more than once, but Aegon was a brick house,
Mhm.
dude. Like he was a big guy. There was pretty much no one in Westeros that wanted to fight him one-on-one, even without his dragon. He was a brick house of a guy. And
He's
that
a
made-
brick.
I knew it. I knew it.
Long and Magor is like, I actually think if you look at the Sons of the Dragon together, they were their father's
Right back.
but only together.
Interesting.
Like Aenys had the charm and like the other necessary qualities,
But he was weak.
but Magor was the steel. He had the steel resolve of his father, and like the willingness to do what needed to be done. Whereas Aenys had none of that.
Do you know what's funny about rich people today and rich people like back in medieval times? Like back in medieval times, they had to like be the lord over like a whole village or like a town or something, and like do all this work and pay taxes and get to collect taxes. There's a lot of work, but nowadays, rich people can just be rich, and I don't know why they just don't chill. Why do they got to go around and like do crazy stuff and ruin their lives? Raise kids on an island.
I think it's to make themselves feel like they have adversity. I've oftentimes thought, I was like, because I've traveled quite a bit in my life and been fortunate in that. And I've oftentimes felt like a lot of Americans like to like make mountains out of like wouldn't even amount to a mold hill in most of the world. And they're like, this is a travesty. And you're like, no, you don't understand what actual problems are.
Yeah.
I don't think you understand what actual problems are. Have you ever been to a poor Caribbean country? I was like, I have. I was like, now they don't have to worry about like freezing to death or anything because the weather is really nice there. I was like, but you don't understand what poverty is. I don't think if you live in America, that
Nope.
what real poverty is
Nope.
until you've seen it with your own eyes someplace else. And you're like, whoa, we don't have anything like that.
Nope.
So,
It's true.
our people have color televisions, and they definitely have something.
It's not even that. That's just people under the qualified poverty line. Even our homeless here, compared to like world standard poverty, you can walk up to not most buildings, but you can walk up to a lot of buildings and get fresh water. You can go behind grocery stores or behind restaurants and get fresh, good food, not even expired food, right? Just by the ton behind a lot of these grocery stores. I have a friend who used to be a dumpster diver. He's like, I met a guy from Sierra Leone once, and I'm like, so what do people in Sierra Leone do? And they're like, he's just like, we look for food all day, every day. I'm like, that's real poverty, you know? Not that I want to live on the street, but it's just strange that like there's people here who legitimately choose to live on the street. My nephew is one of these people. He's like, I'd rather live on the street than get a job and be part of the system. I'm like, okay, dude. Like, you live in the richest country in the world. Can you just
see that the World Bank thing where they posted this thing with like the 50 like industrialized countries? It was in response to somebody complaining about like living conditions in America, and the average person on public assistance in America lives on more dollars per year than average people in like 30 of the other 50 most industrialized countries. You're like, it's not even close.
Yeah, but it does cost more to live here. I mean, I was saying, my friend V was a doctor in Romania. You know, a doctor, and he made $250 a month. I know that the average wage of a fully graduated math teacher in India is $31 a month. You know, but $31 in India isn't $31 in San Diego. You know, it's just they say, you know, dollar a day, but it's a totally different financial paradigm. You know, when you're talking about you can feed a full family,
No, because
you know, 2,000 calorie meals on $31 a month. That's not the same thing. I can't even feed my family Taco Bell one time for $31. You know, it's
No, I was just thinking, I was like, good luck trying to go to like McDonald's.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I was like, you're gonna spend more than that on 3 people at McDonald's easily.
Yeah.
But it's just, I had noticed that, and I was fortunate when I was younger, and I did a bit of traveling. It's like it gives you a little extra perspective on like, whoa, that's what real poverty.
Yep. Yep.
Wow, like that's sad. We should donate money to these people if we have it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. If you don't already, go adopt one of these kids on Child Fund or something. It's like $30 a month, and you're saving their life. You're saving the life of their entire family. You're bringing food, medicine, education to an entire family, helping an entire village for freaking chump change.
Yeah,
$1 a day.
I think my mother has like 11 of those kids.
Nice. I'm not that high yet.
What happened to our petroleum?
My mom's been doing it for years.
That's awesome.
That's I believe using that exact organization.
I don't believe in helping children.
I
Oh, that's why.
I knew it, Quinn.
Humbug.
Bomb.
By looking at you.
Child, go and get me the largest turkey in the humble bug. All right, you wrapping up, Dave?
I think I need to. I need to go to bed.
Children aren't even.
All right, I'm gonna do one more round of shouts to people who stuck around this long. We got Bright Gloria, Claudia, Song of Ice and Fire Freak. I'm not sure if I recognize your name, but thank you for joining us, Frankie or Jackie Frankovich. I'm tired. I combined both of your names together into one. The Winter Wolf, Carl Matt, Ray Thulu, Hero Squad. Let's see. Bernard, thanks for sticking in here. Let's see. Scrolling. X Factor, you're a champion, staying up with us. You guys see any of your people in there? Lane, thanks for joining us tonight.
Yeah, Ray Through was one of mine.
My vision is.
Claudio Costa is,
Long John,
I believe,
Lance,
a regular one of mine.
Great name.
Awful Redneck Gaming.
Good night.
I'll probably be on.
Mary Ellen. Mary Ellen always disappears.
Yeah, Mary Ellen has ADD. That might even exceed my ADD. All right, Kenneth Vereen, Booney Maz, Squisher King, Shiner, all of you. Thank you so much for coming in tonight. This was a good time as always with these fine gentlemen. You guys wanted to give yourself a quick plug?
Yeah, well, Quinn, are you gonna pop over or no?
Yeah, I'll come over for a little bit.
All right. Well, Quinn and I will be on probably, I don't know, another half an hour maybe until I finish this page up on Art of the Hero with Mike S. Miller.
Yeah, Mike, throw the link to your stream right into the chat so people can just move right over, right?
All right. Copy. Where are you? There you are. All right. And then I will, here, I'm going to drop it a couple times. People can come on over. Quinn, I'll drop you a link on StreamYard. Invite, copy to clipboard. And we will just keep this going for a little bit.
Hey,
For a wee little bit.
a little
I
bit.
don't know.
Just a little bit.
Bing, pop. And we're good. And everyone here, please.
Here's the lady.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you gonna continue to stream with us, Mary Ellen?
Keep it going for a minute.
Hello.
Hey, Marielle.
Did everybody? Is it hung up?
No,
We're still hanging out.
we can hear you. Don't say anything rude.
Oh, please.
Don't talk about who you beat.
Oh, I'm unplugged. Old.
So guys, let me tell you about this person that Mary Ellen really hates. I'll give you the exact name.
These oil refineries are not very efficient.
Hello.
Hi. How you doing, girl?
Hi.
It's me.
Okay.
Very efficient.
I was wondering if after all these years you like
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yep.
Indeed.
Okay, I'll make.
Mary Ellen, you up? You spry? Or you crashing too?
Mary Ellen? Mary Ellen?
Hold on. Oh, here we go. Wait. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Oh my God, this is an abomination. Hold on.
Okay.
All right.
What happened in between like Dave getting up and you sitting down?
My headphones stopped working. Well, they were unplugged, so then I plugged them back in, and that didn't work. No, I saw somebody. I think it was Bright Glory that I saw something shiny.
Squirrel.
I was like, yeah, I did kind of. No, I had to take a shower. Like I hadn't showered.
So you were stinky that whole time? Goodness.
Yeah, and I went tanning and everything. It's crazy over here. But yeah. So what were you guys doing?
Well, we were about to head over to my place because Dave was wrapping it up. Did you want to?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I just wanted to say goodnight to everybody. I felt bad not saying goodnight. So,
All
but
right.
yeah, you're over to your place
Yeah, you want to come over? Or?
after hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll come by in a few minutes.
Yes.
I'll link.
Yes.
All right.
You better come.
I know, right?
I'm going
At
to.
one time, you didn't come. I was like,
Don't be a slacker.
I
yeah.
won't. I'll do it. I'm gonna make Dave bake some well, it's not really bake, but I just want chocolate chip cookies. So if he gets that done, I'll do it.
All right, I dropped you the link. I'm only gonna send one, so it should work.
All right, well, I'll see you guys there. But have a great night, everybody.
All right.
Ada,
Yes.
Everybody come over
but I don't know
to-
if we have the power to
over to
see
Mike's,
it.
the late night joint.
Go to Mike's place, man. Ba-ba-ba.
You could do that. They're kind of expensive though.
All right. Let me see.
Most
Where
of-
are
actually,
we?
we
Where
have
are
a-
we? Did I send the right
We
link?
have a-
I think I did. Toodles, damnation! You're typing toodles on my chat. I just got here. Oh brother, Comics Legend, come on now.
It should work in electric furnace.
All right. Oh man, I loved Blood Bowl. Haven't played that in years, but still got all my gear
My
for
memory
it.
died.
What is Blood Bowl? There's Mr. Quinn.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey. So I hope
Hello.
everybody's transferring over to this stream.
Right on.
The secret stream.
Is it me you're looking for?
I can see in your eyes. It's a good song.
Great
Good
song.
old R&B music.
That came out when I was a kid.
Really? Well, I know all the old R&B songs.
Yeah.
Because of my grandparents.
Oh.
You know, my granddad was a DJ back in the 70s.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That
And I
didn't-
remember this one time when I was a kid, we were like at a restaurant, and my granddad, he's just talking in his normal voice, but he got this really bassy, deep, resonant, loud voice.
Mm.
So this older like white guy walks up to us and he goes, "Did you used to be a DJ?" He's like, "I could tell just by the way your voice projects." It's interesting. People say my voice is deep. They don't hear nothing. They haven't heard anything.
Oh, dude, you know Kevin Grievous? Do you know who that is?
I don't think so.
You
Kevin
ever watched
Grievous?
Underworld?
Oh yeah, I've seen those movies.
The guy that plays Ray's?
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, he's a friend of mine. Dude, that guy, his voice is like gravel.
Dang.
You know, Smog would be like, wow, your voice is low.
Dang.
Yeah, I got to get him on here one of these days, man.
For sure, yeah.
He's a good guy.
You should get Shadiversity.
Yeah, dang
A
it.
friend of mine, Brittany, she loves Shadiversity, and she's always like, "Oh my god, Shadiversity!"
Yeah,
And I'm like, I had an opportunity. I might be on a stream with him one day. I keep telling her.
yeah. Let me see. It'd be weird if he was just available right now.
Yeah. It's like, sure, I'll hop on.
Because he's in England, so he's like 9 hours ahead. So
Yeah.
he should be, should be morning time. He probably wouldn't want to just come on a random stream though.
Someone says Quinn's voice is not so deep. It's really not. It's not. It can be kind of deep.
I gotta get Shad on here. Anybody else in the chat? New comments. Hello, it's me. I've been wandering over here from the Wolf's Den to come over and everything. I ain't got much energy, but I'm still here. So hello from the Greenhand. Right on.
Are they
Jackie.
singing? Are they singing the song? Because it's like, hello, it's me. I've been wandering. That's Adele's song.
Oh. Okay, you go ahead and sing it.
No.
Oh, Dragon says he's in Australia, so that's afternoon for him. Yeah, let me ping him on Twitter real quick.
This afternoon.
They're very far left side near the bottom.
Afternoon.
Shad.
Your
Oops.
sleep. So actually, we're
Shad.
yeah, because it needs power.
Kinda random. What
If you really need me, baby,
for-
just reach out and touch me. Bright Glory.
Huh?
I can smell it.
Depends on how much power.
Booney Maz says that Adele song always makes me think of Lionel Richie's. Right? It's because of the way it starts off. It starts off similar because she's like, hello.
I would probably go
It's kind of almost.
enough to charge
Is it the same?
I have
Is it me
extra
you're looking for?
It's almost the same.
body shield.
Jackie says that art piece is dope. You want to see the whole thing? Hold on, let me zoom it out.
Yeah.
I haven't done the zoom out in a bit.
It makes me run fast.
Man, this page. Why am I? It's funny because I started this project being like,
That's so crazy.
I'm not going to get all detailed and everything.
Man,
but
look at this. It's all crazy.
It's not in my nature. I'm
You
detailed.
would
Booney Man says, yes, thank you, Quinn. No one recognizes that.
being able to draw is such a great skill to have. I'm gonna make my kids take art lessons.
Learn it, dude.
Yeah,
You can do it.
I should start practicing
Why
again. I
not?
used to draw a lot. I was okay. Never like great, but
You got to put the time in.
yeah.
Just put the time in.
Quinn, are you playing some Sims again? Not right now. I think Mike's alter ego has some murdering to do. No, she's off being a witch. She does have the old lady that she drains for magic. So, other than that, she's a straight edge witch.
You know what? No, I want to make sure I sent our lady the right link. I did not. I sent her the wrong link. I'm
Oh
sorry.
no!
Dang,
Don't
I
repeat
sent her the
Quinn's
link.
mistake.
No, invite. Copy clipboard.
They're gonna
It's
like, we
only
think
just
you're doing this
a
on
YouTube
purpose
video.
now. Oh no!
All right.
Here's a link to watch this video.
She should know. She should be able to tell the difference.
More of our power.
I'm just gonna send Shad the link too, just in case. It'd be good to meet him, not just DMing on Twitter.
Comics Legend says, "Wow, that's like 4 pages on one page." I know, right?
You know what? I was thinking about that when I was reading the script. I'm like, I could legitimately do this over the span of 4 pages, and it would be,
Yeah.
it would be me adding a whole another set of pages to this book because this is 24 pages. That's a full. You have to print in multiples of 8.
Oh, really? So that's why I'm doing 48.
Yeah,
in multiples of 8.
That's right.
Interesting.
Yeah. So if you go 49 pages, you have to do a 56-page register.
So I would. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha.
That is how it works, bro.
Quinn, have you played Hellblade, Senusa's Sacrifice? It seems like the exact type of stuff you would like. I've never played it. No.
Okay, one of them does not have any.
I've never heard of it.
Same. I have never played it. I'm so glad Dune is becoming popular.
Yeah.
Dune is becoming more and more popular. And even though, like, to some degree, I'm kind of like, I was here first. All the other content creators go, yeah. But at the same time, I'm just like, it makes sense. Like, the more people that are invested in it, the more people that will potentially see all of the content that I've put out over, like, the past 2.5 years. Because I've been consistently just like, Dune. And if you Google any part of the Dune lore, it's good chance that one of my videos is going to come up. So
you're the king of the dunes, man. King of the dunes.
For now, before someone comes, before a younger, more beautiful king comes to cast me down and take everything I hold dear.
It'll be me.
No.
Oh wait, no, I'm older.
You cannot fulfill the prophecy.
I would be the old wizened man who just started reading Dune, but somehow takes over as something.
There's a lot of good people. Like there's a guy that's playing the board game now that I've been watching. Let me look a bit. I think it's Matthew Colville.
Okay, you need to make your
I'm gonna make sure that's right.
Because robots take a very long time.
Yeah, Matthew Colville. He's been playing the Dune board game that they just released, and he's also got a series on Dune that he's doing where he's just like in front of his camera talking. It's not like produced like mine, but they're really good and they're really like detailed. So he's cool. Check his Dune stuff out. Don't bother watching Deep Fat Fried's video on Dune. They suck. Amazing Atheist blocked me, so don't watch their stuff.
Everyone, if you're subscribed to the Amazing Atheist, he blocked Quinn, so you have to unsubscribe from him.
I wonder how many of them are even subscribed.
That's loyalty. That's loyalty.
The Amazing Atheist, he's from a bygone era of YouTube. Yeah. He got big, like, just like yelling into a camera about anything and everything that made him mad. And he was one of the big, at first he started off as like an anti Christian guy. That was his main thing. He was like anti, he would like take videos of evangelical Christians and like, I guess, debate the video and like do all that. And then he became like an anti-SJW guy, like super, super hard. And then I guess when that died down, his channel really just started to like, people just, I don't know, people stopped.
Hump says, I am, but I don't watch much. Well, Hump, I'm just saying, if you love Quinn.
He blocked me on Twitter.
Can you imagine blocking Quinn on Twitter?
Yeah.
A more rational, reasonable-minded young man.
Yeah, I'm sure people block me on Twitter. There's I don't care. I feel like I care too much about people that I shouldn't care about. Like there's like people.
Well, at least we know you don't care about the children.
I care about children to an extent.
I'm just not going to give them any of my money.
What have these kids ever done for me? I donate when the opportunity arises. I donate to places.
Never heard of the guy, says X Factor.
TJ is actually more of a fence sitter with regard to SJWs. He plays the fence. That's the thing. That's kind of why I stopped watching his videos, because he's like, he plays the fence. I'm like, do you have any concrete ideas? I don't know. And he's just kind of a jerk. Like his whole appeal of being like this trash talking, like, guy that'll just that's kind of wearing off. It's just like no one cares. But he does.
Outrage can't last forever.
Yeah.
You know? Carla Matt says, "Yeah, kids should work for their own money, right?"
Bright Glory says I blocked Quinn on Twitter when he started insulting Gandalf. That's a joke, by the way. I never insulted Gandalf. People don't understand my sense of humor. I know the fact that me just by saying Dumbledore is more powerful than Gandalf, that is just gonna make the Tolkien fans mad. Because, and it did, and it was funny. They're like, Gandalf's a god. Gandalf is a god. Dumbledore is just a
He's not
wizard.
a god. Gandalf's like an angel.
Yeah, it's like he's like I'm not super caught up on like the Lord of the Rings like book lore, but he's like a whatever the wizards are supposed to be in one. They're like divine beings or something.
Like angelic or something.
Mm-hmm. But honestly, but like seriously though, I don't know what Gandalf could do to take out Dumbledore, right? I mean, I guess, but the magic works. It's not fair to make the comparison because the magic works differently in the Lord of the Rings versus Harry Potter. But Gandalf's body, that physical body, can't be killed. And Dumbledore knows all kinds of spells, fire magic, water magic, just straight up killing magic. I mean, so I don't think Dumbledore could be taken out as easily by Gandalf as the Tolkien nerds would suggest, right?
Mm.
Yeah. So shut up, Tolkien nerds.
Carla Matt says the outrage over season 8 will last forever. It will not. It will not. People are sick of talking about it. They just want it to be a bad memory.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting sick of talking about it, to be honest. I'm just like, oh God, I'm sick of. That's why I've been kind of focusing on Dune, and then every now and again I come back and I when the fantasy strikes me, when I become inspired, I like pull up a bit of lore from A Song of Ice and Fire and make a video on it. Like the last one I did like that was a video called Demons, where I take all these historical viewpoints for what a demon is and the concept of a demon, and I apply it to A Song of Ice and Fire. Those are the type of videos that I'm going to be doing now when it comes to A Song of Ice and Fire going forward. Right? I'm not going to be like, who wrote the pink letter for the 18,000th time? Or who's Jon Snow's parents for the 50,000th time? Like I feel like people just keep making the same videos over and over and over again. And I'm like, I'm just gonna like go in, pick a specific theme. Like I did demons, I did time, I did evil, and I just took specific themes and expanded upon them. And you know, that's the way I'm approaching A Song of Ice and Fire videos from now.
Yeah, I was gonna ask what is your process when you decide to do a video?
Oh well, it depends on what video it is. So right now, well, it tends to start with research. Okay, I guess it's developed into a separate process for Song of Ice and Fire stuff versus other stuff. When it comes to other stuff, it'll always start with like me researching. Let's say I want to like start researching a book like Ringworld. Like I'm getting ready to put out more Ringworld videos. But basically, I got those books, I read them, I took a bunch of notes, and then I figure out what I think is most interesting about the series, and I script the video, write it all down, then I do the audio work, edit the audio, and then I edit the video. But when it comes to A Song of Ice and Fire right now, I can just be like in the kitchen or something and just thinking about a random idea like time, right? I did a video on time. Where I'm talking about like all these ideas and wibbly wobbly timing, how time is perceived and thought about and conceptualized in the Song of Ice and Fire universe. So I start with a specific idea, a singular theme, and then I bring in like real world history and real world mythology and like tie it all in. And in that one, I think I was even talking about physics. I was even talking about like the physical, like how time works, and you know, how time is viewed in like real physics, you know, how time is, it's more of a construct. Time is more of it's more of a mathematical construct that we use to like measure, I don't know, measure what, but yeah, measure time, measuring something. Yeah. Right. So I think I want to do one about consciousness, because that one's super interesting, because I told you that I've talked about the potential of like the werewood net itself being conscious. So I want to do one on consciousness and A Song of Ice and Fire and see what I can do. And also death is one of the ones I want to explore. Just death in general. I felt like my demons video. If you haven't seen it, guys, in the chat, go watch it. I feel like that's one of my best A Song of Ice and Fire videos that I've done so far. I think it's really scary because it was supposed to be a Halloween episode, but it got postponed. But I think that one's really good because I bring up Dante's Divine Comedy. Yeah, and I'm talking about like how like in the painting that came out. Who did the painting? Botticelli. In Botticelli's painting of the Inferno that came out like 100 years later, it's like this layered hell. And I was like, oh, this is kind of the way that hell is thought about in A Song of Ice and Fire. They talk about 7 layers of hell that descend lower and lower and lower and get gradually worse. And that's totally the way Dante was thinking about hell. So in Dante's Inferno, you have this guy who's like making this journey down hell, and he gets to the bottom and he crawls on Satan's body and like all the way up Satan's body, and he gets into purgatory and he has to climb up this mountain. It's like a whole deal. And then eventually he gets to the final part, which is what is the name of the final book in the Divine Comedy?
Oh, I don't know.
God. It's not heaven. It's not heaven, but the word relates to heaven. I forget what it's called. I'm gonna look it up right now because it's gonna kill me. Because there's Inferno, and then there's the Purgatory one, which is called something too, and I can't think of it now. Okay, so Inferno, Purgatorio, Inferno, Purgatorio, and then Paradiso.
Yeah. Paradiso.
Yeah. So those are the books in the Divine Comedy. Yeah, but I was bringing up that in my video about demons, and that's just a really cool video. I'm proud of that video.
Oh man, Shad was typing. I saw the little typing thing, and then it stopped.
Vanished.
He's vanishing. I hate that. It's like, come on, man.
I know, right? It gives me anxiety.
Yeah,
like, I know you've seen it.
Yep. You saw it. You were gonna say something, and then you're like, God.
I feel like such an idiot when pronouncing people's names sometimes.
Yeah.
I just butcher people's names.
It's all right. It's Mike Miller, just so you know.
Mac Miller? Make Myler?
Mac Miller, yeah, that's me. That's
Mac Miller. That was that rapper guy that died, wasn't it?
Yeah. I was thinking about that one dude. Do you remember that that YouTuber who like drove his McLaren into like a family van?
What? I didn't hear about this.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Dude, it was in San Diego. I actually got stuck in the traffic when that happened.
Jesus.
Yeah. So this guy, he just 18-year-old freaking stupid rich YouTuber. I can't remember his name, but he has this $500,000 McLaren. He gets hopped up on some drug. I don't know what it was.
Why do you do drugs and get in a car? I never understand that.
And he drives the wrong way up the 805
Idiot.
and just smashes right into a mom driving her kids around in a minivan and just killed crazy. Like, yeah.
Oh man, that really blows. Is he alive?
No.
He died too.
Yeah.
And he had like 500,000 subscribers. He's doing well.
Oh, did you look it up?
No, I thought that's what you said.
Oh no, I was saying the McLaren was $500,000.
Oh, I thought you. Okay.
Which means he had significantly more than 500.
Yeah, subscribers. For sure. I didn't even hear about that. Recently in my hometown, there was this big story that actually got some national attention. I think because there are these three.
Dad said I might be able to do something in a few hours.
Oh, we probably won't be streaming in a few hours.
I have to stay up just so Shad can be on it.
Maybe. But anyways, there were these 3 kids, right? And I guess they were like known in this town. They like went to the high school that I went to, but like I'm much older than them. And they went to this guy's house in the middle of the night at like 3 a.m. or something in masks, attempting to rob him. they had a gun, right? And basically this guy who his mother was in the house, he took care of his mother. He was standing outside and these kids in a mask walk up to him with a gun. They fire and he shoots all three of them and they all die. All three of them die. And so it became this big story. And I remember just like being on my Facebook feed, just like looking at people from the town. And so many of them were just like, oh my God, he shouldn't have done it. He shouldn't have shot these boys. But it was interesting seeing the divide, right? It was like the older people in my town were the ones that were a little bit more like, oh, they were just kids. But people that were more my age were like, no, they kind of deserved it. I mean, they came up to this guy trying to rob him. And I get it. People knew them. It's a big thing. But I'm like, you don't go to someone's house in the middle of the night wearing masks, trying to rob them and not expect to get shot.
No, that's not a good idea.
Yeah. This happened not too far from where I live.
Jeez. There's no
Insane.
shortage of stupid people in the world. I just want to let you know if you weren't aware already.
But you know, these boys went to school with my cousins.
So they, yeah.
It's like people knew them, and it was just like, God, that's crazy. But I'm like, I didn't understand the people that were defending them. Though I'm just like, man, maybe you should have. I don't know.
I'm grabbing the tank.
Sticky situation.
Yeah. All right. I don't know if I made her too tall.
How bad is it? Oh,
But guys, you need to go to sleep. Absolutely. Hold on a second.
Saw it. I know you haven't. I went there to the theater.
Go to sleep. What did he say?
I'm gonna make it a surprise.
You had that personal laser to come.
Just a bit of a surprise. Bit of a surprise for our fans out there who might be Shadiversity
Oh
fans.
no, I didn't mean to do that.
We might have a bit of a surprise in
Oh,
the
yeah.
too. So we'll let you know.
I'm coming through.
Love his videos. I just finished his book last week. Really enjoyed it.
His book? Oh yeah. He told me he was doing it because he wants to do comics too.
Cool.
But yeah, because I'm like, dude, I'll help you freaking figure something out, man. But he's like, oh, I got to work on my next book. I'm like, you should work on your next comic book. I want to get all the big YouTubers making comic books.
We're working on it. Here, want some work here,
Keep
either.
plugging away at the ones you love doing, and the enthusiasm should come through to Claudia Costa. Oh,
Trying to get closer, it's a little bit far away from the
Claudia's saying the crazy part is that perhaps are the videos that I enjoyed the most doing. Oh, yeah, just do what you enjoy doing. It's like if you're not doing this for a living, then you're just doing it because it's fun, right? That's how Quinn got where he is today.
Mm-hmm.
Wasting his time on my channel at 4:00 in the morning.
Indeed. I'm actually working right now.
Oh, I
I'm usually like editing when I'm here. I can yeah. I can't like edit like I usually edit because I can't like
Hey,
hear
Quinn,
it.
can you hold on for a second? Quinn,
Yeah.
can you hold on? Welcome, Shadiversity.
Hey, how
How
are
are
you?
you?
I'm pretty good, man.
Good to meet you, man. Quinn.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you, mate? Good to meet you too.
Nice to meet you.
I don't hear the kids.
Well, I had to say, kids, I'm about to go on online talking with people. I need quiet, okay? And they're doing pretty good at the moment, so we'll see how long it lasts.
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. here, and my kids are still up for some unknown reason.
Don't act like you don't know.
I know you're. Yeah, whatever.
It's end of Christmas holidays over here. The first day of school for them, and yeah, over the holidays they were certainly up late having fun.
Yeah, well, my kids, these ones homeschool, so they just get up whenever they get up and they do their work. So
Hey, good stuff.
it's all good. So pleasure meeting you. Love your videos. Quinn is a big fan as well.
Oh, I
Hey.
appreciate that.
Are you familiar with his body of work? I know your audience probably overlap quite a bit.
So sorry, you're
I'm
asking
familiar
me.
with his work. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know Quinn. What's your background? What do you do, mate?
Well, my YouTube channel used to be called Ideas of Ice and Fire, but I recently changed
Oh.
it to Quinn's Ideas. And I covered like a song of Ice and Fire. Well, that was what I initially did, and then I moved on to other fantasy and science fiction books. And I also talked a lot about the Game of Thrones show when it was running because I didn't like it very much.
How'd you like the last season?
Oh, here we go again.
Yeah, I was not a fan. But
yeah, that comes up a bit.
Yeah.
Still a little bit hurt by it,
Yeah, I have very complex feelings about Game of Thrones because if you could ever create a show that would be basically my crack, it would be Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the kicker for me was just that there was too much nudity in it, and so I just had to hold off watching it until maybe the whole thing is out, and I don't know, just skip those scenes and stuff like that. And so I decided, all right, if I ever watch it, maybe I'll just hold off until it's all done. And then, of course, that last season came out, and I'm very aware with everything that happened because, like ages ago, when it even first came out, I went online just to read the plot summaries and stuff because I was interested in what was going on. So I've already had it all spoiled for me, and so I wasn't worried about finding out what happened. And now, because the last season's so bad, I'm not sure I could even watch it because I don't want to be disappointed.
You know what? Don't. Shad, legitimately, did you ever watch Lost?
Well, see, I watched the first 2 seasons of Lost, right? And after the second season, seeing how that wrapped up, I was like, oh, so that's how they're gonna do it. I'm done.
Okay.
All
right.
It was just a new mystery behind a new mystery without any satisfying resolution.
If you refuse to watch the last season of Game of Thrones, you will probably maintain a good concept of the rest of the show. Because watching the last season makes you never want to watch any of it again.
Well, I've been wanting to go through the books on audio, and so I've been like hanging out to do that. Except the last book isn't out, and so I was like, all right, once that out, I'll binge the whole thing.
Aren't out.
Last 2, oh well, okay. There you go.
But hey, at least you have the Hedge Knight to keep you warm.
I know. Man, that's the thing. That's like when it comes to Game of Thrones universe, right? The Hedge Knight is so good, right? And I feel a bit honored being in the presence of the man himself who drew that. Great work on the artwork, by the way. I should whip it out because maybe we should say that until we have more time and we can go through the stream, because I'd love to do some back and forth maybe about the armor choice you did. And it's like, all right, this is a good one. Where did you get the idea for this one though? Because there were some interesting ones.
Yeah,
that would be awesome. In fact, actually, that might be something fun that could happen on the Shadiversity channel, because I think my audience would be really keen about that, just with artistic interpretation and things.
Dude, I would geek out, man. I would geek out. That would be so freaking fun.
All right, we could. I'll write a note of it, and I think that would actually be pretty darn cool. Did you do like how much research did you do going into the artwork in that?
I did considerable. I had a whole bunch of armor books, and this was 2001, so I couldn't do that much research on the internet.
Yeah,
but yeah, I had a grip of medieval armor books, so I did what I could, and when I had to make stuff up, I tried to keep to realistic armor choices and armor design as much as I could.
Yeah, very, very cool. Man, such a good graphic novel that, and yeah, like it's
do you have the other two?
I have the second. Is the third one out? Well,
yeah.
I've lost track of it, and so because when I got the second,
brother, give me your address. I will send you a signed copy.
Or I can give it to you now. It's PO Box 500, Maui, Victoria.
Maybe direct message it to me.
Well, that's a public postal address, so that's the business one where people can send fan mail and other things like that.
All right.
And so not a worry. But yeah, I'm holding the second one right now. I didn't even, because when I bought the second, the third one wasn't out, and I was like, oh dang it. And so I guess I just sealed my heart away and said, look, when it's out, it's out. And then I've just forgotten about it. Never checked again. Because
well, the third one is my best work, man. Hold on a second.
man, gotta see it then.
Yeah, I'm just gonna risk going through these trees and dude, there's a base over there
Mystery
that's
Night,
almost
there
the
it is.
size. It's bigger than the giant one we have next to our base.
Quinn, you're supposed to talk for me when I'm not at the.
It's
Oh, I was waiting for you.
All right, here, let me full screen this.
We just wanted to see it.
The Mystery Night.
Mystery Night.
Unfortunately, I wanted to do a cover that kind of matched the other covers, but they just wanted to take art out of the book and do this because it looks more like the Game of Thrones covers.
It looks similar to the Fire and Blood cover.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because they produced this, the Game of Thrones covers. They also did this book. Unfortunately, they don't have the rights to Hedge Knight and Sworn Sword. Amazon actually publishes those through its Jet City imprint. But yeah, I did full. Okay, so in Hedge Knight, I just did the pencils, and then I had Mike Crowell inking me.
Mm-hmm.
And then in Sworn Sword, I did sort of a pencil and then converted it into digital inks. But this, I did full pencil and ink, and I used Crow Quill on the entire thing. So this took an inordinate amount of time.
Gosh, and I have to say, your interpretation of the Game of Thrones universe is so much better than the TV show. Like, it's so much more authentically medieval.
Thank you. Oh, this is one of the cool.
Totally, dude.
So, yeah, you got the frog mouth helmet and the thing. That like beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I had someone complaining to me about the frogmouth helmet. I'm like, that's what he had, and that's what Steely Pate made him. That's described in the book. And they're like, well, that's only used for a tournament. I'm like, yeah, what is a tournament?
That looked like a really tournament just from what I was looking at.
Yeah, and George tells me, he's like, the Hedge Knights, they would only have like bits and pieces of armor. So as we're going from the Hedge Knight to the Sworn Sword to the Mystery Knight, he's slowly collecting more and more armor, as he goes. Yeah. So like in this one, obviously he's got a full chest plate, and he's got the pauldrons and the gorget. And yeah, so it's like the progress of the character. And then I don't know when George is ever going to get around to writing the next one, so I can do that. But I do my own stuff now, like Indiegogo and all that stuff. But eventually, I will set the time aside to do the next Dunk and Egg story, because that's my baby.
Yeah,
it's like the baby I had with George, because he literally. So I have the George R.R. Martin retrospective he sent me, and inside he wrote it. He wrote to Mike, the man who gave Dunk a face, and he told me that my Dunk is who he pictures when he writes Dunk and Egg, and I'm like,
that's awesome, man.
Yeah,
that's real. And really, you like one of the things you really did capture Dunk, especially with his height and his stature, because it's so like that's so iconic with this character, and so it was just conveyed really, really well. And like I still remember like the first Hedge Knight one where he goes to protect the gypsy, and the guy who's trying to stop him is like a head shorter. He just picks him up and turfs him aside. Like that was brilliant.
Yeah, and then in the Sworn Sword, where the other guy, I can't remember his name, that he thinks he's always the tallest guy around. He's like,
but what was also good, you also showed the other guy to be tall in comparison to all the other characters, but against Dunk, there was obviously that difference, and so brilliant visual storytelling, really great.
Thank you. I very much appreciate it. So yeah, now I'm doing my own. I don't know if you're seeing any of the stuff I'm doing. I'm doing my own comic book called Lone Star.
Yeah,
starting
yeah.
my own universe. I can send you some of that too when I send you the book.
Awesome, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
How's that going for you?
Going well. My last the last issue did 178,000
copies.
No, dollars.
Dollars. That's
the
brilliant,
important
man.
part.
Yeah.
And that's that's why I asked you if you wanted to do a comic, because I'm helping Quinn here. You see this Tadia thing on his Quinn has 230,000 subs. He's building up an email list to pre-launch or get pre-signups for Tadia. And I'm like, we target having 4,000 or 5,000 people on your list. Dude, I made 178,000 on only 3,300 customers. Right. So if we can get Tadia up to 5,000 people, customers or supporters, that's going to be a handsome amount of money. And Shad, you've got an enormous fan base, and if you wanted to do a comic, I would certainly be willing to help, like I'm helping Quinn. And you could, I know you want to do a comic.
Yeah, I'm very interested. I mean, because my novel, was being released, and that's done phenomenally well. So for a debut novel, it dream come true kind of stuff. That one doesn't translate as well into graphic novel. It's also though perhaps probably like I wouldn't be able to do the script for it. I'd need to hire someone who would convert it into the script, and then that's something
I could help, or I know people. So.
Seriously, well, okay, send me some names actually, if because at the moment I finished off the second edition for the book.
Chad, do you want the guy that did the adaptation for the Hedge Knight and Sworn Sword?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm assuming he did a good job because I really enjoyed the Hedge Knight, but I haven't read the source material to be able to compare.
Right. No, he's a great writer. He's one of my go-to guys. I got two go-to writers. Him, Ben Avery, and J.S. Earls, both really good writers. I'm writing my own stuff now, but definitely guys I will be using in the future for my other projects, because I'm building a whole universe.
Awesome. Good on you.
Just number one, first book out the gate. So,
well, see, so I have the second edition, and so the text, like a more polished version of it, is there to be adapted, and kind of cool. Do you know Brandon Sanderson?
Yes,
I know his work. Yeah.
I don't
know him personally, but I have met him. Yeah.
Brilliant. Yeah, like great writer, awesome guy.
Yeah.
And I'm consulting for him on Stormlight 4 for just weapons and armor related stuff. And when we got talking, he actually suggested that my book might do well in a print only run in a smaller press. And so at the moment, I've contacted his literary agent and said, "Oi, I got this book. It's doing really well. I'm looking at foreign sales translations for one, and also our print-only publishing deal here. Do you want to take a look at it?" He's like, "Yeah." And so it's in his hands at the moment. So things are still happening with the book, which is cool. And the graphic novel adaptation is certainly something that I think would be awesome. So yeah, man, like send me some of those contacts. I might make send some emails, because something else, right, is I'm working on a new project just in between the sequel, before I hit the sequel for my main novel, and that is something that I feel would work far better for a graphic novel, and that's something I do definitely want to adapt into a graphic novel once I write the book for it. Because it's going to be far more accessible for a younger audience, where my novel at the moment, it's not. It's a very mature book. And so, but that doesn't mean it couldn't still be adapted. It probably could. And there's a lot of visual elements to it, which were actually pretty awesome. So I don't know why I feel hesitant about it. I should just really jump in, I think.
Yeah, let's do it. And we do this through Indiegogo. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's not just, see, when you're publishing, if you're going through a publisher and you're doing, it's like, okay, well, you're giving everybody a cut. You're going to end up with maybe 40% of whatever the cover rate is, right? a lot more work to do the crowdfunding part, but boy, the rewards, I mean, I have to pay for printing and all that, but you know, printing costs, shipping costs, that's, you add that in, and like I said, 178,000 on 3,300 sales. If you had 3,300 sales of your book, that's, you know,
Yeah, like 3,300. So is that's 3,300? All right.
Yeah.
So at the moment, my novel has sold 20,000, but that's accumulative, including audiobook and ebook. And so the print, well, it's funny because graphics novels have its own appeal, and the whole thing about it is to actually hold the comic and to read and look at the pictures and stuff. And so I feel there's a far greater inclination to actually buy the physical version when it's a graphic novel compared to novel format where it's ebook, because it's all just words and you know, you get your imagination and things. So I'm trying to, like, I wonder what the conversion would be, because at the moment I've probably sold 5,000 print and 5,000 ebook and 10,000 audiobook for the novel. And so it'll be really interesting, because then I wonder how many of the current fans would be interested in the in the graphic novel who have read the book, and then how many new people it would pull in who would be attracted to the comic book format, where the book was too chunky for them to really absorb. So that's all very interesting things, and I haven't had much sleep, so trying to let it out. I need to process it, but it is sounding pretty cool.
Yeah, I'd be excited to work with you and help you out on it. I'm here for you guys. So
cool,
I have my expertise. You guys have your expertise. You have your enormous fan bases. I have 6,000 subs. It's like, you know, we can all rub it.
You got the talent, though.
Well, thank you.
So what would you do the artwork for it?
I don't know. We'll talk about it. I'd like to see what it is. Well, gosh.
I mean, you don't have to, but
like
I mean, I would just want a really good artist. That would be kind of the thing that I'm after.
This particular style I'm doing on this, boy, I've done about a page a day and done all my YouTubing and all that stuff. Hold on a second. Let me turn one of these layers off. There we go. So you can see that, right?
Yeah, that's looking awesome.
So yeah, dude, I just did this. Probably took me 6 hours, which for this style seems to actually be taking a long time. But if I was doing something like this, I could probably do it. But otherwise, I have a bevy of other artists that we can.
That would be great. I would want someone like top tier, like if I was going to make it, that's kind of always been my absolute kind of standard, especially even with my novel. If I'm going to make something, I'm going to make it at the best possibly I can make it, so you wouldn't be able to tell between this, which is essentially a self-published novel, and something that you buy from a professional publisher. Because the cover of my novel, I'm not sure if you've seen the cover. Shadow of the Conqueror, if you look it up, I got one of the best cover artists in the industry to do the cover, Chris McGrath, and he is amazing. And so he costs more.
Shadow of the Conqueror?
That's it.
We have Mary Ellen from Order of the Greenhand here, another Game of Thrones YouTuber.
Hi, hello, everybody. Hi.
Hello.
Shadiversity is here.
Oh, cool. Hi. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. I'm a big fan.
Oh, well, that's great. It's good to meet you.
Yeah, great to meet you too. That's so neat. So, like, how long have you known Mike, and tell me everything?
About 10 minutes.
Oh.
Well, we've known each other over Twitter a bit longer.
Yeah.
Trying to set up a live stream and stuff. Mike reached out and said, "Hey," because I actually mentioned one of the graphic novels that he did the art for being one of my favorite. And I think one of my fans then told him, and then Mike said, "Hey, heard you like my stuff?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I do." How are you going?
My God!
He had the Hedge Knight up on his bookshelf, forward facing, for how many videos, I have no idea, but it was
It was a while. It was there for a while. Unfortunately, when my novel was published, I had to put my novel in place where the Hedge Knight was. I'm sorry, but I have to have my priorities.
yeah.
Right. Well, good. I'm glad that that you're here. That's awesome. And like, so one of the videos that I saw was the one that you did on Winterfell.
Yes.
So what was that like? Like when you were doing that, like what was your process for that? That was very detailed.
Yeah, it was. that video took more man hours than anything else I've made on my channel, bar none. Like I'm talking like over 100 hours work into that, and so I love video games, right? That's generally what I do for my relax time. But when I get sunk into a project, and because I have a bit of an artistic side. I'm nowhere near on the caliber that Mike is on, but I can sketch a thing or two, and I also like designing castles and stuff. And so when I get sunk into a project, that actually kind of replaces my video game time because I get enjoyment out of it as much as I'm playing a video game. And as a result, I can sink a lot of time into it just by cutting out video games and replacing it, really, which is actually what I'm doing now with a different project. And so I chucked on audiobooks, and I didn't realize it was going to sink me down the rabbit hole to the level it did when I started. Because all it started out was like I reviewed Winterfell from the TV show, and everyone was saying, "Hey, you should redesign it. Make it, how'd you design it if how would I design it if I was going to make it accurate, more defensible?" And so I was like, "That's a good question." I first thought I would just be modifying the TV show version, but then when I started to look into the actual book design and how much better it was, I was like, "I got to do the book."
Right, like and compare it, right?
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? I haven't read the books. I want to, so I could only get the information available around, and most of my information I got from the main wiki. But it turns out there were still certain descriptions that weren't even on the wiki that then people pointed out to me after I uploaded the video. So I was like, some of them were small fixes. Like one I even have fixed on the main model, but what can I do with it? And it's that the most outer the towers on the most outer wall were square, and the towers on the inner ones were octagonal. And it's funny, right? I didn't even know that the book described any of the towers being octagonal, but I chose it to be octagonal from my own decision because I felt that matched the aesthetic of Winterfell. And so I think I got that one right without even knowing. So I was like, yes. But the most outer ones were square. And so I missed that one because it wasn't on the wiki, but I have changed it on the model. And so my model has square ones. And there is other small kind of visual differences that I actually did knowingly change for the sake of visual adaptation. Sometimes there are certain concessions that you make for the sake of the look, really, which does contradict slightly some of the book descriptions, and it's really just the placement of the buildings. But anyway, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked.
No, that's really that's awesome because like it's hard to kind of find all the details about Winterfell, like especially if you haven't read the books and you don't have that reference point.
Yeah,
I don't understand how you have not read these books.
Well, like I said, I'm one of those stupid people who get annoyed when the series isn't finished and waiting and stuff, which is a bit dumb. I mean, I am going through Stormlight Archives like a savage beast, and I've re-listened to them several times over, and they're not finished. But Sanderson is so much quicker with this, bringing out the next book. I should really have dived into it by now, I do admit.
Yeah, but I understand. I'm like, we're all stuck in this quagmire of waiting for George.
Everything is waiting. They say it makes you stronger, right?
They are. He is my favorite author.
Oh, me too, without a doubt.
Fantastic writing. So.
You can, hey, Mike,
I can start over from the beginning if you run out of stuff to read. What's up, Shad?
Yeah, so did you find the cover art for the book?
Oh, yeah, I did. It's Chronicles of Everfall.
That's the one.
Right? Yeah. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I can share it here. To share it on separate screen. StreamYard. Stop sharing. Share screen.
Oh, you have to have them in your
It's like
phone.
running the Starship Enterprise over
If
here.
you have them
There we go. That one, right?
Whoa, it looks so cool.
Yeah, that's the one. And so Chris McGrath did that cover, and I had to save up to be able to get him to do it. But it was awesome that he was fully on board with it, and I love it. I was going for something a bit more generic, just for like the classic feel of it. I've queued him up to do another cover for the second edition, and we're going to do something a little slightly different, but different. So it's going to have the character on the front cover, of course, but yeah, there'll be a whole new cover for the second edition. But what I was saying before is, I actually did so much extra work to get that book, as polished as possible. I got Michael Kramer and Kate Redding to do the audio version of it, and the audio version has turned out so good. And so that's the exact same mentality I'd have if I was ever producing a graphic novel. I would want, and I'd pay for it as well. And so, because the book has done well, so I have a bit more money I can invest for stuff like that. But I would want to get someone who is just phenomenal, top tier, if I was doing a graphic novel.
Well, yeah, we'll talk more about that and figure that out. But I definitely want to make this happen for you.
Awesome, man. Yeah, and I think one of the important things, someone who's really good at background buildings, really inventive with because sky ships feature prominently throughout the book, and they're not like technology cogs and wheel kind of based sky ships. They actually look more like sea galleons that are upside down that kind of just fly through the air. They do have a technology basis, but it's founded in magic systems and stuff as well. And so, but someone who could draw those, awesome. And then, and of course, good characters and fight scenes. There's lots of fight scenes in it and stuff.
Right on.
Awesome, man. So yeah, let's set that up. That sounds great.
Cool. Well, I know you just wanted to hang out for a minute. I don't know how much long you can hang out, but I don't want to keep you if you have to go.
Well, it's funny. The kids are settling quite well, and that's the great thing about live streams is when I do find myself, because it was perfect timing. I was like, say, hey, you available? I was like, I actually am, and when I am available, it's fun, it's casual, and so I'm generally pretty good for a longer time. Do you? I'm not sure. Have you heard of the stream EFAP? Every frame will pause.
Yeah.
Mauler, yeah. So I'm a regular guest, and the whole
on there.
and we streamed for ages. We did a 10-hour stream that I was on with them straight, and so.
I'd love to be on there someday, man. That's.
Oh well, all right. I'll ask Mauler. See what we can do.
Yeah, he's such a smart guy.
He is savagely intelligent.
Has Nerdrotic been on there?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Gary's a friend. So.
Oh, great. It's the actual breadth of the guests that have been on EFAP is pretty large, and it's growing even more. Just every day, because Mauler's he's just proactive. He just reaches out to people. It's like, hey, what's up? I was like, oh, hi, how you going?
That guy. I was asking him how long it takes him to do his videos, and he's like, I think one of the season 8 Game of Thrones one took him like 6 months or something like that. I'm like,
he does so much research,
right? It's like, jeez. But yeah, he just picks things apart down to the granular level. It's pretty amazing stuff.
Yeah, and it's just refreshing. That's what attracted me to his content and also him as an individual, because there is so much fluff crap in review these days, where it's like they purposely try and review something ethereal and undefined, so then they can then kind of give themselves credibility, and it's hard to challenge them on it because, well, I'm talking about something subjective. So they and that just annoys. I've always been more about give me something solid, okay? Give me something that's definable, that's replicatable, especially as a writer, because I want to improve as a writer. And to do that, you need to find out the specifics of what is working and what is not working. And that's exactly what Mauler's approach is. And is brilliant. It's really good.
I know. It's funny because I actually quite enjoyed The Last Jedi. And I know Quinn has.
Oh, no!
Okay. Hold on.
No, sorry. I always react poorly because when I hear people that they say they like it, I always hear it that they think it's good, and I need to realize that there's separate things. Because of course people can like it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Here's the thing: I came in a huge fan of Ryan Johnson because
Okay. Yep.
The Brothers Bloom was phenomenal. Brick, for a low budget film, was just incredibly well written. Looper I thought was good, but not his best work. And so I was like expecting just genius out of The Last Jedi. And so I kind of watched it thinking, maybe I'm just missing some stuff because he's such a good writer. I'm not quite grasping everything. But I did enjoy it. And I thought that if you separate it from all the rest of Star Wars, which is essentially what Ryan Johnson seemed to have done, Luke has the hero's journey in that story, right?
In the film itself, you're talking about.
Yeah. And I enjoyed that hero's journey because, frankly, I've never liked Luke as a character. He's a whiny brat.
Yeah, I think he could.
In the first movies, he is, but he turns out pretty awesome.
Freaking Jedi. He's an up jump Jedi who's had like a month of training, and he comes in and says he's a freaking.
He's had a bit more training than that. Like in Empire Strikes Back, it's about had a month.
Fire and Jedi, it was 1 year. Okay, can't get a black belt in Taekwondo in 1 year. There's no way he comes out the other side of 1 year of training as a full-fledged Jedi Knight.
I'm still glad that they had a 1 year period of training for him. I'm perfectly acceptable that I have a bit more of a problem when someone has 2 lessons that are more like lectures, and then they become a master.
Oh, you mean Ray?
Ray.
Yeah, no, it had significant problems, and that was the thing. That's what I was going to say is that I enjoyed it, and then
there are many individual enjoyable elements. I'll certainly say that.
Pick it apart piece by piece until I don't think I could enjoy it watching it again, just because.
Like when it's really broken down, because I came out of the Last Jedi enjoying many different elements, and
Mm-hmm.
the movie was done pretty good visually, and even the throne room fight scene, went under my radar because I wasn't paying attention to the finer details, and when you're just looking at it as a whole, there's a lot of
fight scene was terrible.
It was horrible when you really as in some of the worst ever. It's really bad. But when you're not paying attention and there's a lot of movement, and it's also this big kind of moment when, holy crap, Rey and Kylo are teaming up and everything. And so you can get absorbed in that. And so there were elements I enjoyed, but still what my main thing when I came out of the movie was that overall it was very dumb. There was a lot of dumb things in it. I was like, and my brother's like, hey, what'd you think? And I'm like, thought it was dumb.
Right.
But the other thing is that, if you separate the other movies, I fully agree. It can be a far more enjoyable movie when you look at it as a movie by itself.
Yeah, we should talk about Rise of Skywalker sometime, but not right now.
Oh gosh. I hate that one so much.
Not right now.
so we don't. This is not talking about the Rise of Skywalker, but there's been like emotional fallout for me that's had a rather significant kind of repercussions. I was so disappointed with it that Star Wars, Mandalorian I can enjoy. So it's not to say that I can't enjoy Star Wars if someone brings out that's good. But if they bring out anything that confirms the sequel trilogy in canon and the characters or builds on, I could never enjoy it or anything. The only way I can really enjoy Star Wars is to pretend that sequel series doesn't exist. And I've had ever since The Rise of Skywalker, I've had a Star Wars shaped hole in my soul. There's something empty and missing.
Mine began with the prequels. Dude, we could go on about this for friggin' hours.
We could. All I will say is that my new project is to replace that hole, is to fill that hole in my soul. I'm actually making a space opera to give me the Star Wars feel and enjoyment that I can no longer get. And so, yeah, it's I'm literally world building a space opera.
Space opera samurai western motif is just this wonderful combination, right? And kind of losing that. I mean, I felt like I lost that feel in the prequels. I actually liked The Force Awakens because of the fan service, because it brought a lot of that familiarity back. But yeah, we'll do a longer Star Wars stream some other time when
oh yeah, that's one that you can talk for ages. But
your videos you'll a little bit.
But hey, don't judge me, all right? But I drew this is like the concept drawing of the one of the characters of this new project, this Star Wars thing. So here I'll find the JPEG and send it to you over Twitter, just so you can just have a look at it. If I can actually find, I think that one is it. That'll do. If it'll let me upload it, it's a larger file. But
all right,
there you go. That's
DM'd
here.
Out of curiosity, Shad, have you read the Dune series?
No, that is on my radar. I do want to, because that's just one of those classic ones that you got to read, because I know a decent amount, and there's a lot of awesome things in it that I know I'll enjoy.
I'm a huge fan of Dune.
Yeah.
You want me to share this, Shad?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. 1 second. Yeah, Quinn's channel, he started doing Dune stuff because he loves the books, and it really started to take off.
Awesome, man.
Share screen.
Yeah, it's a great series. It's really influential as far as the science fiction genre.
Oh yeah. All right, don't judge me, guys.
No, it's good.
It's better than I can draw.
Oh, I can't scroll down. Is it the full thing, or?
No, there's about it's just her feet and the end of the shield and stuff. And so I've also been designing the spaceship in SketchUp, doing the whole SketchUp thing, and a lot of world building for the background, history and stuff. And I've already been able to start to piece together the opening scenes of the story, and so it's coming together, and it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be something smaller than my larger novels, so I'm thinking it's going to be like 75,000 to 100,000 words between there. And I'm purposely trying to make something that feels familiar for this genre, but with honestly a lot more consistent world building. Because I love world building, and there's a lot of holes in, like, especially Star Wars, when you start to break down a lot of things. And so, yeah, it's a bit of fun, and that's the result of Rise of Skywalker. Sorry, those are my puppies out the back. Yeah,
no worries. My cats are much quieter.
Yeah.
No, that's neat. I like that. I like that. That you are an artist, and you can, even if you don't want to draw the book yourself, you can design stuff that people can work off of.
Yeah,
cool. That's great.
Well, I mean, I think I mentioned to you over Twitter that I actually wanted to be a comic book artist growing up. That was like my dream. I was my naive dream job. That's what I wanted to be. And so I actually drew heaps as a kid until I discovered that I don't actually enjoy drawing. What I enjoyed was bringing to life the characters I was writing. But I was so bad at writing that the way I expressed these characters was by drawing them out. But as soon as I started to draw something in repetition or something over and over, I was like, wow, I can't do this.
Let's see. Carla Matt says, The Empire Strikes Back is still my all-time favorite. When I was a kid, I hated Empire. Well, I didn't hate it, but it's such an adult film.
It had a downer ending, and so that was a tough thing for me to handle as a kid. I've always loved Return of the Jedi, and it's still my favorite. But having recently watched the original trilogy again, Empire is the best by far. It is so solid.
Right. Yeah, but same feeling I had, and it seems the same feeling that the kids have about Rogue One. I thought Rogue One, out of all the new films, is by far the best, right? But the kids,
Yeah, I enjoyed Rogue One a lot.
yeah, and
I mean,
kids are like, oh, I didn't like it, was depressing.
Yeah, I'm not a big Star Wars guy, but I did see Rogue One, and yeah, it's pretty good. And I haven't seen the new Star Wars movie.
It's
that just
really
came out.
well done. That's the thing, and it feels like Star Wars, and it is really a good prequel to the actual. See, that's the prequel we needed to.
Yeah, I mean, like Rogue One scratched an annoying, itch for me, which is plot. I hate plot holes, and so the whole, you build this massive super weapon that can be destroyed by a single blaster bolt is like, who the hell designed this thing? And the fact that the whole movie was constructed to explain that, and not only explain, they explained it in a satisfying way. I was like, awesome. Like that alone increased my ability to enjoy the movie a lot, just because it was fixing problems. And conversely, like this should also inform us a bit more as to how much more I hate movies that destroy and contradict canon, and hence why Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker had
Not
such
your
a,
favorite. They're not
not my favorite.
Right.
That's one way to put it.
Got it. Cool. Quinn, did you have any questions for Shad?
Oh no, I'm just enjoying listening. I'm kind of starstruck, to be honest.
I know.
Yeah,
Quinn
I
was like,
just joined too, and he's the guy who made that unbelievable Winterfell video, right?
Yeah.
this is Dave. Dave is the other member of Order of the Greenhand.
Hey, how are you, Dave?
Very nice to sort of meet you / talk to you, sort of.
Yeah,
No,
pleasure's mine.
I saw your logo on the thing, and I was like, is that the guy who made the perfectly to scale model of Winterfell video that like everybody in the world sent to me when the show was on? I must have had at least 300 people send that video to me.
Oh, that was awesome. I was so pleased that, the fan base, the Game of Thrones fan base reacted so positively to it. And I think mainly because I tried to be true to the books. And wow, Winterfell, the description, that is a huge castle. It's so big.
It's enormous. And you get why they couldn't do that in the show, obviously. There's obvious physical limitations. There's no such thing as a castle that's that big in this world, and they're not going to build something that's that big. But like the 8-foot outer wall was a little disappointing compared.
I know that was like that was the depressing thing, because Game of Thrones is bigger than real life, but the TV show adaptation was smaller than the real life versions. The outer wall was pretty damn pathetic.
It makes you wonder why they couldn't just, it couldn't be that expensive just to CGI up some walls, I mean, they CGI up most of the freaking buildings. What the hell's wrong with the?
Yeah, it's interesting.
CGI that waterfall in the background for Danny and John kissing in the snow, but they can't. But they can't do that.
I think they just, I don't know, they got the wrong group of group of people, a team working on it. Some of the castles are much better, but of course that's because sometimes they just literally lift certain designs right out of like real world castles and things. I think what's the garden one?
High Garden.
High Garden, yeah, that was like they just used a shot of a real castle, I believe. If I'm thinking of the right one.
Yes, that is the one. And that was the reason that most of us diehard book people were disappointed, because High Garden is supposed to be like roughly the same size as Winterfell, except
Look at the painting of High Garden in the World of Ice and Fire.
Yeah. I was like, High Garden's like important. I'm pretty sure that's the name of George's company, High Garden Entertainment.
There you go. And what that is, because that is disappointing that the castles didn't reflect the epic scale they have in the book, because that really struck me as a cool world-building theme element, especially for someone who loves castles, where the book series seems to this is castles but on mega steroids, basically.
Have you done a video?
If George is not good with like visual.
I've heard
scaling,
that.
because he made everything ginormous.
Yeah, didn't like he said someone actually did the wall like 1-to-1 scale from the book, and he was like, "This is way too big." This is just comments and stuff people were leaving after I did Winterfell, saying like he overestimated a lot of the things.
Or if he just wanted it to be so epically huge.
Well, that's the thing. I actually feel stick with the scales in the book because you can pull it off when you have a good foundation on and kind of know how to approach the problems and stuff.
Well, we know that because you actually did it. So.
Well, thank you, sir. Yeah, I was surprised at how well it turned out, and that's what really kept me going, finishing off the project. Because when I was like, I did the outer walls, and then I was fiddling around with the keep design, and I chucked the keep in and some of the buildings, and then I finally zoomed out and looked at it in profile. I was like, whoa, that's looking so much good. That was like, I have to see this done. I have to finish it off now.
I actually, when I looked at it, thought that your version of it actually might even look better than the one from the book.
Well,
I was
actually,
like, this castle, it was like you had like those peaked dome. I don't know what you call them. The circle
crenellations.
Yeah, the cylinder roofs on all of his towers, and I was like, it looks mega awesome. I was like, I don't know if Winterfell is that fancy. I go, it doesn't mention whether they have those that I could tell. I was like, it looks incredible when you do it that way.
Yeah, and some of the comments kind of the more purists were saying that they felt Winterfell should have been a bit more like diverse in the architecture and stuff. And I think, okay, yeah, that's a fair criticism. I did specifically design the Broken Tower and the old keep in a different design, and it's like, I feel, I mean, you could kind of get away, like I also mentioned that the outer wall towers should have been square, and so that's one thing that I did miss, and so I was kind of kicking myself about that one. But everything else I felt, oh no, I mean, if you're just sticking with octagonal towers, generally the look will be pretty much the same, and it doesn't, so that one...
There's not a lot you can do with a rectangular tower.
It's yours, Shad?
Yeah. Sorry?
It's yours?
That's the one, yep.
Come on.
It was.
People can see
what it really was looking at the scale of how big it was when you zoomed out. Like your zoomed out shots on your video, I must have paused like every single
time. And just going back on what you're saying, that when you look at it, it almost looked even better than the book. I did take certain artistic liberties in the design to make it more visually striking. And one of the big elements I was actually kind of focusing on, and this is a subtle thing, and I don't even think I really mentioned it in my reveal, is the silhouette. Okay, castles have far more presence when they have a silhouette where it rises higher towards the middle. And Disney really kind of hit that home. Now, not all castles need to do it, but if you want this kind of big, epic, like holy crap visual, you tend to want to try and pull off that silhouette. And so because of that, that's why the main keep, I kept central, and the outer buildings, they kind of get smaller as you get to the outer towers and stuff. And that did require... that did inform me on the placement of certain buildings, right? And I was placing them in areas that were accurate to the information I had. But then, like I said, some people mentioned that there were certain things that weren't in the wiki that did actually give placement. Like it mentioned that Bran climbed up to the old keep from the Godswood, and that was never in the wiki. But that place, he climbed up from the Godswood onto the barracks, and then from the barracks onto the old keep, I think it was. Yes. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
I wanted
sorry?
I wanted to ask the question about a different castle. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Quinn, go ahead.
But I was wondering if you ever looked into Dragonstone and compared it to the show version, because in the book you have Dragonstone that was created from this weird magic ancient Valyrian technology, and they have this weird way of shaping the stones and the towers to like into the shapes of dragons. I didn't know if you ever looked into that.
I
But
haven't. It sounds
it's a
epic.
super cool castle, and they didn't really do it like that in the show.
Yeah, and wow, that would be such a difficult thing to model just with my own skill. I know that, like making the towers look like dragons, that would be tough.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny. I don't know. This technically shouldn't be easier, but it kind of would be. But in terms of scale, it might make it a lot more difficult, and that would be Harrenhal. And if I ever did do another Game of Thrones one, I'm almost stupid enough to try and do Harrenhal.
Yeah. No, that's a huge one.
It's like
makes Winterfell almost look like.
I know
castle.
Harrenhal is just ridiculous. The descriptions that I've read about that thing is like, oh my goodness. But it still makes me wonder, like, what on earth would that look like? Because wow, that's crazy.
Carla Matt asks, do you guys think George knows about Shad's Winterfell model? I'm going to go ahead and guess he does.
I bet he's seen it.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people sent it to him.
It looks like Hogwarts to me, kind of.
A little bit. It has some
Just a little
silhouette,
bit.
and the peaked roofs really give it a fantasy kind of flavor. And I shared my logic why I feel it. That most of the buildings should have peaked roofs. Yeah, so snow.
Yeah.
So, peaked
Absolutely.
roofs.
Now that
certainly
you
helpful.
mention the fact that they get snow even in the summer, the more peaked the roofs are, obviously makes perfect sense. I just don't feel like they ever mentioned the roofs, and I never really thought about it until I saw your video, and I was like, I don't know if it actually has those or if they just never mentioned what the roofs look like.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you go
Epic as all
any North European castles, you'll see, or castles, houses, buildings.
Houses.
they all look like that because, the snow's heavy.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, very heavy.
I
Depending on
I
what's
feel like these walls could actually keep an army of White Walkers out.
Yeah.
Perhaps, yeah.
Or at the very least, they'll be really handy, especially the gap between the 80-foot wall and the 100-foot wall.
I know, right? And even if the White Walkers are the ones that raise it, and then it's the zombies are the whites or the
Zombies are the whites. Well, in the books, the White Walkers are called the others. Mostly.
Okay. Well, even if they get over the first wall, they just get trapped in the moat in between, and just that could hold a good, almost like, gee, I reckon you could fit almost 100,000 dead bodies in between those walls before they fill up. Like, and they could handle the weight as well with how thick.
It could even be more than 100. I was thinking like it could even be as many as like 200, 250.
Possibly. Gosh, there's
80 feet high with like I don't know how
Shad.
100 feet in between them.
Hey, Shad.
Yo.
Could you do me a favor? Could
Possibly.
you go to YouTube and share this to your followers?
All right. I don't know how much longer am I going to be on, and so the community posts are weird on YouTube because they're not as instant as say Twitter is. They go out very like drip feed, and so it takes about a day and of course far fewer people learn about get alerted of the post than an actual video, but I can certainly tweet it out.
That'd be cool too.
Just in stream at the moment, and I won't be on for
Typing noises.
Yeah. So I can just copy the link here, and it'll.
Yeah, not the StreamYard link.
Not the StreamYard link? Yes, you might want to send me the link. I almost said that to
Here, I got it. Copy. It's in the. You want it on Twitter?
Yeah, just tweet it to me or DM me, I should say.
Yeah.
Oh, I posted it in the chat.
There you go. Jackie Frankovich says, "Where would the catapults go and the Dothraki?"
I don't know.
Well, I wouldn't put the Dothraki in front of the castle. That's the first thing.
No. If you're gonna do something with the Dothraki, they should have, like, if they're attacking the north side of the castle and they're not surrounding the whole thing for some reason, send them out the south side and have them flank them on both sides.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The Dothraki are light cavalry from what they were depicted in the show. I'm not as informed as what they are in the book, but I assume that's correct that they're light cavalry. And then that means harrying on the flanks, and then withdrawing and never getting stuck into a solid engagement because they're not heavy cavalry. But I tell you what, the Mongolians, right? They wiped out Polish knights like in the 13th century wholesale and what they would do, they would never get in a like solid engagement where they were just fighting one-on-one. They would run in, shoot, and run out, and they'd bait. They'd draw out the Polish knights, and to the point that the Polish knights would chase them and break their ranks. And as soon as the knights broke their ranks, the Mongolians just ate them up by just running around in circles and picking them off. They destroy. And so yeah, absolutely, like when you use cavalry in the way that they are intended for, the most tactically viable way, they can be devastating.
Was that the Golden Horde?
Sorry?
I said, was that the Golden Horde?
What's the Golden Horde?
The Mongolians.
Okay, it might have been. I'd need to look it up. But it was it's fine. They started to invade Poland, and they were winning. But then one of their other kind of areas in the north started to get attacked, and they had to withdraw to fight back this other invasion. Otherwise, Poland was screwed. But this way back then.
Yeah, they screwed pretty much most of Eastern Europe. Like mowed their way all the way through Russia, and that's impressive. Pretty impressive.
Oh
pretty
yeah.
Yeah.
So are the Dothraki based on the Mongolians?
That's what we were at.
The Mongolians and maybe a few other groups too.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe along the lines of the Scythians.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought the Huns too.
Yeah.
It is getting.
And then there's certainly the fictionalized element.
Yeah, they're basically a bunch of Conans.
And Khal Drogo's like 8 feet tall.
Yeah. See, look, I imagined Khal Drogo in the books to look kind of more Asian when I was first reading it. But they went a different direction with Jason Momoa and the way I guess the whole look of them in the show.
Well, he's Hawaiian. That's still a Mongoloid culture. So
yeah, you're right. You're right. I forgot he was Hawaiian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1 second.
Plus, he's just an absolute monster of a man.
Yeah, he definitely became Khal Drogo in my eyes at this point.
Yeah.
I see Jason Momoa.
Did you ever hear the story about the hand squeezing contest that Benioff challenged Momoa to?
They animated it.
And Momoa like broke his hand.
No, it was the hand slapping contest.
Oh, I thought that they did a grip. They played Mercy or something.
And
he challenged him to a game of Mercy, and he broke Benioff's hand because Benioff was refusing to quit. And then apparently, I believe the story was that Emilia Clarke was like, stop. Because she was like, his hand has to be broken. His hand has to be broken. And then he flew home without going to the doctor. And then he got home and his wife yelled at him and took him.
His hand was all swollen.
His hand was like 5 times the size it was supposed to be.
Wow.
Somebody animated that whole story. I don't know if you look it up on YouTube. Was it called Mercy? Just
yeah, I think they played Mercy. I can't remember what they played.
Yeah.
But Momoa like literally destroyed his hand. And like he didn't want to play, but like Benioff was insistent because they had been drinking all night, and they played, and it took Emilia Clarke like yelling at them, being like, "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!" Yeah. His hand definitely just broke for them to stop playing the game, which sounds just about right.
All right, switching gears here for a second. Shad, what's your favorite comics?
Ooh, let me think. So, I mean, I've always loved Spider-Man. He's like my legacy comic book character, and always been my favorite. I haven't been reading any of the new stuff. I really enjoyed like the first few arcs of the Ultimates in the reboot, and so those ones I enjoyed. I'm just looking at the ones I got behind me now. I mean, also I enjoyed Ultimate Spider-Man, the arc, Invincible. I got the 2 anthologies, and they're great.
2. There's like how many are there now?
Well, there's more than 2, but I have the first 2, I should say.
Yeah, I felt like later on, the art was always incredible, but the writing got a little. I don't know. I think he was focusing too much on Walking Dead and just kind of gave up on
really
putting effort into Invincible. But
it's a pity.
Might just be. I liked the early Invincible books. Yeah.
But yeah, of course, Hedge Knight. But I feel that one goes without saying.
But do say it.
well, it is my all-time favorite graphic novel. I have to absolutely. It just was just such a truly kind of like quintessential night tale, and it was brilliant, really good.
That makes me wonder. What's your opinion on The Knight's Tale? Because
love it.
Yeah, me too.
Love it. It's funny actually. Like I wasn't a live stream, but I was chatting with Mola and my editor just literally last night, and my Knight's Tale came up because I asked him my favorite movies, and I mentioned Knight's Tale being one of my favorite. And my editor didn't like it, and that almost ended our friendship.
Oh no!
It's like, how dare you?
You not like Knight's Tale?
We got into it a bit.
Jeffrey walking around naked. You've got.
They asked me, all right, Chad, why do you like it? My response was, it's called a lance. Hello.
That movie informed me on, I used it as reference when I was doing the jousting scenes in The Hedge Knight. And George is like, don't do that for when because I would do like the lances breaking and splintering and all this stuff, and he's like, yeah, they filled those lances full of straw so they'd like explode when they. And he's like, don't do that. I'm like, it looks cool. So yeah,
don't get me wrong. There are inaccuracies with it. But I love the classic night-like tale, and that captured it really well. The characters were hilarious, and the action was enjoyable. I mean, there wasn't many sword fights and the sword fighting, of course, but still, overall, yeah, I love it. It's one of my favorite.
Yeah, me too. I'm glad you said that. What about you, Quinn? Knight's Tale. Quinn's gone.
That's a Heath Ledger movie.
Knight's Tale is not a good movie.
Oh
no! I had my microphone muted. Sorry, I thought it wasn't. I mean, it's okay. I don't know.
You're too young to appreciate it. I think.
It makes me feel like I must trudge.
Patents and other stuff.
I will fung you. As Mary's my wish, I will fung you.
It's great, man. It's great. Good stuff. X Factor loves Knight's Tale. Thank you, X Factor. I think you're a good person now.
As opposed to Quinn, who is a bad person.
Yeah, you revealed that at the end of our last stream, just like an hour or two ago, when you said that you are against helping children.
Oh, that's
that was a joke.
Oh, Quinn, what are we gonna do with you?
I don't know.
I knew he was dangerous the first time I laid eyes on him. He had that look. Sitting there with his book, with his copy of A World of Ice and Fire, getting all kinds of excited about the 5 forts, and I was like, "This guy's dangerous. I can tell by looking at him."
So, I don't know what else. Gosh, I didn't have a list. Shad, you weren't I didn't expect you to come on, so I wish I had a hit list of things we could.
I actually have a question for him that I think
good,
he probably already answered, and it's probably answered 1,000 times. How long did it take you to build Winterfell to scale?
Yeah, like over 100 hours of just modeling and research and other things like that. But the other thing about Winterfell, right, is I actually hired someone to import it into the Unreal Engine. Now, I don't know how to do that, so I actually paid like I think it was $200 for him to do that, and then send the file to my editor so he could do screen captures within the Unreal Engine, which is why it looks a lot better than just like a SketchUp model and stuff. And then with the editing costs, and so I ended up investing in these. Actually, I think I spent $800 all up on just the production of that one video, and it was because it was a passion project. And then so the accumulated hours from my editor, and then the Unreal Engine guy, name is Yorick, is a champion, and it accumulated. It could have reached maybe 200 possibly. Like it was a big job.
Did you make it a playable level in anything?
No, I haven't. But the Yorick, the guy I mentioned, we've got this little project we've been working on, and he's bringing my Honor Guard castle as a playable, explorable kind of mini game in the Unreal Engine that is being putting together, and it's basically a small project, and so it's progressing slowly, but it is progressing consistently. Yorick has basically taken it on board. I didn't have any real time to commit to it, so it got to a point where I couldn't do any further modeling on it because I had so many other things. But Yorick didn't give up on it, and he's kept working on it. And so if it ever gets done, it's purely thanks to his efforts. And that might come out on Steam as a little mini game that you might be able to grab just to explore a historically accurate castle designed by myself.
Is it right now? Is it only external?
No, fully internal. Fully
Oh,
internal. Yeah,
wow.
yeah. You'll be able to explore everything. And so there's a video where I do give a bit of a tour of Honor Guard level by level, just the SketchUp model. But yeah, all the insides have been modeled and done.
Nice.
Yeah.
I hope it's all historically accurate.
Oh, well, I mean, I did point out there are inaccurate elements on it, but I've added them in because of my love for fantasy castles. And so, like the central tower and the big donjon that's attached to it, the donjon is really big, like massively big. And there's no real, or actually, there are some towers that come close in size, but not many, and they're designed differently as well. And so it's a complex subject, but it could have been built in the medieval period. That's kind of the thing with it. And certainly the design and the defenses and all the little parts are all absolutely accurate.
Right on.
Wow. You're so smart.
I was just thinking like something very similar.
I'm just knowledgeable in some very niche areas. That's all I got.
Quinn, your thought was almost verbatim what went through my head. I was like, wow, I can't believe you.
I have nothing to add. I'm just like, okay.
Yeah. I was like, whoa, so you did that, huh? That's pretty.
Quinn is usually much more verbose. You got him shell shocked or something.
I'm very nervous because Shadi's here.
Well, don't worry, man. I was like, I'm just a nerd who likes castles, basically. And
We're all just nerds.
That's exactly it. It's still something that I don't know. I don't think I'm ever going to really come to terms with what it means to have the kind of size my channel has grown to. And I think that's good because I don't want it to get to my head, and it's really not a normal thing. So I shouldn't take it as a normal thing. So I can, and that's good because it puts me in a place where I'll always appreciate and stuff. But yeah, it also, it means that I can't really kind of understand the mindset that some people do have when I meet them, when they're like, because I'm just a normal guy. So it's like,
I forget. Someone said your brother was has a big channel too.
Matt, Jazza. So formerly Draw with Jazza, and is now just Jazza. Just got like 4 million or 5 actually. I need to check.
Holy hell.
Yeah, Joss he has a huge channel.
What does he do on it?
So art, it's all about art. It started with animation tutorials in Flash, and then he expanded it to like drawing tutorials, and he would like take on challenges to draw something interesting or quirky, and then it's expanded to just experimenting in art, like random things, if it's sculpting or making it wasn't a Tesla, it was a Tesla like Jeep kind of off-road thing, and he made one with a golf buggy recently, and so he does like zany. It's all about creativity now, and his channel is awesome and really popular.
I don't understand, Shad, because I have an art channel and I only have 6,000 subs. What am I doing wrong?
Well, I don't know. Like, YouTube is interesting because a lot of it is about how you structure your videos and the format in terms of how you approach it, how you present it, and also how you sell it with the thumbnail and titles are massively important with getting further reach with your videos.
You hear that?
Sorry, what was that?
I was telling my son he's supposed to be making thumbnails for all my things, but he doesn't do it. It's playing video games.
Oh yeah, thumbnails are. Like, I cannot really stress enough how important they are for, like, oftentimes they will be the determining factor if a video will go viral or not. It is all down to and the title. The title is the next thing. The thumbnail catches their eye, and the title is generally what will sell it if it confirms their interest.
I do this weird thing with my videos where I use my thumbnails to create kind of a double title. Like the actual title of the video will be one thing, but then the thumbnail will have a secondary title.
That can work. Absolutely. That can work. My general rule of thumb is if you can sell the concept of the video in as few words as possible, that's what you want to do, because it's literally like a fraction of a second that someone's eyes is going to glance over the thumbnail. And so you need to be able to convey the concept of the video within that fraction. And if you're putting in too many words that they need to read, that generally works against you, unless there is an accompanying image that draws them in and they want to know the context. And then words certainly help. But some of my top viewed videos, if I have a look at my big ones, they have a very little, like my most viewed video has one word in the thumbnail. And then I have a few more words in my second most viewed. My third most viewed, one word in the thumbnail. Fourth most viewed, 2 words in the thumbnail, and because they're all getting sold on the picture and the concept, and so
proof.
Yeah.
What?
Yep,
That's great.
That's it. And you can glance at that one. So yeah, that's my backscabbards video, right? You can glance at it in a fraction, understand the proposition that the video is proposing, and so it's a question. It's like, oh, okay, and
oh, all right. You know,
the
you're the weapons expert. First of all, Carla Matt says, Mike, get George in here. It's like 3:00 in the morning in Santa Fe, New Mexico, so I don't think he's going to be up. But hold on, I want to get your opinion.
Maybe he's an early riser.
I want to get your opinion on my sword.
Okay.
So it is a bit rusty because it's been in the back of my car.
Well, that is not a loved sword, sir.
But it is a loved. This is a hand forged. I know I gotta clean it up, but it's hand forged. Full tang. So this is I can fight with this sword.
But what quality steel is it?
I don't know. The quality that can rust.
Okay. Well, that can be a good sign, because it means it's not stainless steel. You do not want a sword made out of stainless steel.
For display.
Is it spring steel? Can you like flex it and it'll flex back, or will it bend?
It's spring steel, yeah.
Spring. Okay. So that would generally mean that it's good metal, good steel quality. It's got a good hard edge. Edge geometry looks pretty good. I mean, the next part like that I would have, if I was to try and determine in my own kind of opinion if it's a good sword or not, is I would need to hold it. I would need to feel the weight balance on it.
No,
yeah, so that doesn't work, unfortunately.
It's got phenomenal balance, actually.
How heavy is it? So two-handed, I'd be expecting 1.5 kilos to 2 kilos. 2 kilos would be on the heavier end, but you'd want it to.
Weird kilo language, man.
I'm not a savage, okay? I don't use this old.
It's 4.5 pounds, give or take.
No, it's probably 2.5, 3 pounds. Maybe 2.5, 3 pounds.
Oh, if it's in that range, then it's a light sword, especially for its size, which would be.
Yeah, the blade is. I mean, you can see how thin the blade is. It's not.
So, well, that means you would have very good, point control if it's got a low point of balance. The drawback is that it might not have a lot of authority in the strike or in the cut if it doesn't have enough weight in the blade. And so people often take the assumption that lighter swords are always better. It's like, no, there is a point where it does get too light. The swords do need authority to have a bit of, power in the strike, but then you don't want them too heavy either. You want a good balance, the sweet spot. And that does come down to a good point of balance. Hey, that sheath, that had an opening on the back edge. How far does it go down?
My back, I can pull it out.
Ooh. I appreciate that. Can you actually pull it out on your back?
Mike chops his head off.
Live on camera.
That would be terrifying.
Please don't do that. Mike, you're gonna need to grow some longer arms.
I'm only 5'7", so
you were pulling the sheath down with your other arm, though, were you?
Yeah, he cheated.
Oh God, I'm scared.
Yeah, this is it's getting a little bit nerve-wracking here, Mike.
Anxiety inducing. Oh no.
it's actually got a bit of a lock.
Okay, I think you can pull that one off.
Right on.
He's clearly the Witcher.
But hey, that looks like a decent sword.
These are more authentic.
See, lightsabers, they're cool, but they're poorly well built.
They're poorly what?
Well, the world building logic behind them unfortunately contradicts itself when you take everything into account. Like the thing that really, really starts to ruin lightsabers as a cohesive, logical piece of tech is Phantom Menace, when Qui-Gon starts to cut through the blast door and is literally melting it, right? Because that directly shows you that the heat output that the lightsaber produces is insane to be able to pull that off. That's crazy. And that also means if a real lightsaber actually existed and you cut someone with it, even if you penetrated like an inch into someone's body, you would the amount of liquid you would instantly vaporize would cause an explosion. An explosive expansion of gas. It would be an explosive touch weapon, basically.
Jesus.
So you're saying that when Kylo Ren slices Finn across the back,
he should have just.
Oh God.
The thing that I'm just having trouble with is the fact that he just told me that lightsabers aren't real.
Unfortunately,
that's the thing that I'm having a hard time living with right now.
I mean, then there's the fact it depends how much radiant heat it produces as well, because generally, you can reach conclusions based on what is you're shown, and so the heat obviously doesn't radiate too far from the actual plasma beam. Otherwise, people using the lightsaber would just burst into flames. And so it seems that the heat transfer happens upon contact, at least with lightsabers as well.
Bright Glory points out, but Disney is trying to say that lightsabers don't produce heat.
On contact, they do, because the blast door melted. So, but I think they might be referring
or
to
maybe there's a button on the bottom of it that turns the heat up.
No, see, the button on the bottom is supposed to turn it on, but they use the button on the top to turn it on in the new movies. But that's beside the point.
They should just be able to turn them on with their force. That's how it should work. They do everything else with their force. Why don't they turn their thing on?
Yeah. To my understanding, well, what is implied by what was shown in the movies is the heat is transferred through contact, not through that doesn't radiate off. Like I said, because if it radiated, you would burst into flames just turning it on, and that would be that wouldn't be fun.
That would be potentially problematic.
Yes,
But
indeed.
don't you understand that this is a special property of the kyber crystals that allows the heat to transfer all of its something or other to blah, blah, blah. I have
Hey,
no.
there could be an explanation, and I don't mind, explanatory world building as long as it's done subtly and stuff like that. But there's no explanation in Star Wars, and so, or in the movies, I should say. People generally do try and point to comic books and things.
Yeah,
which
yeah. It would have to be something peculiar to the kyber crystal, right?
Possibly, yeah. But lightsabers is fraught with a lot of problems because they don't cut, they melt. And so when a lightsaber cut someone in half, they didn't cut him in half. They literally vaporized about 3 centimeter line of flesh through someone.
And we call it an inch in the real world.
No, in the world that is still in the dark ages, clearly. And so, I mean, what should happen is that should be turned into vapor, into gases, which would cause the explosive expansion. But it just like in Star Wars, they're just like it's cut, but it's not really cut. It melts, and that's
cauterized. It's cauterized.
Yeah. There are issues fraught with that.
Well, maybe it has a different, like microwaves. They have a different effect on water-based. Well, microwaves affect water, H2O. But they have a completely different effect on metal. So maybe they're microwave kyber crystals.
See, this is where they've like
makes sense.
Yeah, they've dug themselves into a hole, and it's very hard to try and justify all the different ways lightsabers are portrayed being, because this is a big problem with just consistent world building in movies, where they want to do something that's cool, like cutting through a blaster and having it melt, and they don't think about the extrapolation or logical implications of what that action would actually do. And you can still have things that are awesome and cool and be logically consistent. But so they do this one thing, and then it outrightly contradicts how the lightsaber generally functions in other aspects. And they're like, I mean, a good example is I'm going to stop myself because this gets me onto long rambles, and I've already made whole videos on the subject. Like literally, I made a video on what the problems with lightsabers and why, and it's dumb that because lightsabers are shown that they can be turned on and off really quickly, and thereby off and on, and that would be really useful in fighting. The amount that they clash and just push the blades into each other, like, if someone just quickly turns it off and on and then moves out of the way of the opponent's lightsaber, then bang, the opponent's dead. Like, you could do it.
It's true.
Yeah.
Quiet.
You might be too smart to watch Star Wars. That might be what your problem is.
Well, I'm making my own now with consistent world building. That I've Mike had the picture there. They're not technically laser swords. They create a sheet of thin molecules that are only like a couple of atoms thick that functions on a cutting mechanic. And if you could actually have like a solid material and it's held together through a different type of magnetic field, it's actually not electromagnetism. It's based on a different power source in the universe. But if you could create something that's only a few molecules thick, the amount of insane pressure that you can focus, because like when you punch someone, all that force is distributed over the surface area of your fist. But if you take that same force and put it onto the surface area of a needle, suddenly the needle can penetrate insanely deep with the same level of force than what your punch could. And then if you translate that into a cutting mechanic, a shearing force that is like on an edge of a couple molecules thick, and do a cut that has the force of a regular sword strike, that could chop through like anything.
John Byrne did that in Alpha Flight.
Sorry?
John Byrne did that in Alpha Flight.
Well, he's an intelligent man.
In the early 80s. He had a character called Nemesis, and she had a blade that was one molecule thick.
There we go.
Frank Herbert did that in God Emperor of Dune.
Did he really?
Yeah.
I'll say.
He talks about dueling in crystals, I think he calls them.
See, and that's a much smarter way to do it. And I'm just going to be another person in a long line of people who invents sci-fi laser swords in a much more logical, consistent way.
Right. It's like Hoth doesn't have trees, but everyone can breathe. That's one thing I never understood about Star Wars. Why are entire planets individual ecosystems? Like individual, like you have a desert planet, you've got an ice planet, you've got a forest planet.
Well, that one depends actually, because we're only shown certain areas of the planet. We're not shown the whole planet over. Like Endor is assumed that it's the forest moon of Endor, and it's just forests everywhere. But technically, if you actually, this is nerdy. You guys watch the Ewoks movies?
Yeah, not since the 80s.
Yeah, that actually shows that there are areas on Endor that are not forest. I think there's even a desert on it somewhere. And so there are different biomes that are, but I mean, I think Hoth is safe to say that from the space shots, it looked pure ice. And you're right. Where does the air come from? Terraforming, maybe. They need like atmosphere producing machines. Is there an enzyme in the water here that releases oxygen at a regular rate or something? I don't know. It's just like stuff.
It comes from the Tauntauns. They actually breathe in carbon monoxide and breathe out. There's a coolness factor with lightsabers, so it's all good. Yeah.
Yeah, but my point is you can have coolness and logical consistency in the same thing, and it just makes it more satisfying.
Indeed.
Just saying.
Not in Star Wars, you can't.
Well, not anymore. No.
Look, dude, one thing you know what, dude? I'm 48 years old. I grew up. Star Wars was one of the first movies I saw. I loved it my whole life, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend those are perfect films. There's if Star Wars was never meant to be, I don't believe, to be anything other than an individual film, and therefore somehow or another it turned almost everything Obi-Wan Kenobi said in the first film into a freaking lie. About Darth Vader.
There are interesting implications actually when you take it into context that that actually add more depth to Obi-Wan's character than contradict it. Like Mauler is the one who actually was talking to me about this. Like right before Obi-Wan dies, right? He looks to Luke, and if you take the three movies in context, then that means Obi-Wan knows that this is Darth Vader's father and things like that. And it seems like, and this is a fairly valid way of interpreting that, he knows he would be able to have a far greater effect in dying in front of Luke than, and he was probably going to die anyway because he wouldn't be able to defeat Darth Vader. But if in dying at the right point in front of Luke, he is literally setting up a situation of turning Luke against Vader, which is exactly what he wants. And so it's like a more conniving kind of tactic that he did to get Luke to hate Vader and get him to fight him and stuff. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense. I kind of like that, that interpretation of it.
But he's only known Obi-Wan for about 20 minutes.
Yeah, but he obviously was getting attached to him. Like, he wanted him to teach him.
He mourned Obi-Wan more than he mourned the people who raised him.
I've seen that movie, and I have to concur. And I'm not even like a Star Wars guy, but I remember thinking that when I watched A New Hope, I was like, it doesn't really seem like he cared about these two people that just got blew up. But
right.
I don't know.
Essentially, his parent.
I don't know.
Uncle, but the only parents he's ever known get crispy crittered.
Well, hang on. First, you have to ask: did he have a good relationship with him? He wanted to leave him anyway, and like the uncle didn't really seem to get along well with him anyway. The uncle did care for him. I mean, there were some times where he tried to be sympathetic, but Luke could have been like good riddance.
You're trying to argue that he hated his parents?
I'm not. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that could have been less there than what you're reading into. Just
I don't know. I'm not a Star Wars guy, so I would know anyway.
No.
But he had a lot. He clearly had a lot invested with Obi-Wan, and he was connecting with Obi-Wan stronger than his uncle because Obi-Wan, wanted to give Luke what he was craving. Luke wanted to leave the farm. Obi-Wan enables that. He wanted to be taught how to be a Jedi. Obi-Wan enables that, and so he already begins to have a deep amount of respect and admiration for him. So,
Jiminy Cricket says Uncle Owen was no Uncle Ben.
Oh, did I say Uncle Ben? I probably did.
Obi-Wan at his strongest, limbless Vader cannot command as much of the Force.
I haven't heard that. I would need that one confirmed.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just watched Star Wars again a couple months ago, like with fresh eyes, and I was like,
All of it?
no, just the first movie.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, wow, yeah, everything comes out of freaking Obi-Wan's mouth is a lie in this movie.
From a certain point of view.
From a certain point of view, yeah. Well, try to get away with that when you're talking to the principal, right? All right, well, guys, I'm super stoked to have you guys here. This was great. It was someone's like, this is like the dream team. But it's 2:30, and I do got to get up in the morning, so I want to say thank you to everyone. Quinn, how do people follow you, brother?
You can find me on YouTube, Quinn's Ideas, and on Twitter by the same name. Check me out.
And don't forget to sign up for Tadia. I believe the link is in the description.
I think your name is something else on Twitter. You're like Quinn of Mirath.
Quinn of Mirath. I don't even remember my own name. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Dave, Mary Ellen. I don't know what happened to Mary Ellen, but Order of the Greenhand, obviously right there. Any other way to get a hold of you, buddy?
Yeah, we're on Twitter at Greenhand with 3s instead of E's because some jerk took Greenhand from me. And you can find us on Facebook just by looking up the Order of the Greenhand. And our channel is obviously the Order of the Greenhand. You can find it on YouTube.
And thank you so much, Chad, for showing up. I'd love to do this again if you have time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's weird. There are times when I'm very available, and then other times, and I probably should say I'm not really going to be available for about the next month. I am going to announce it on my channel, but I'm going in for minor surgery on Monday, and so yeah, that's going to take me out of action for a bit. So I'm going to have less of a presence online for about a month period.
All right. I do a Bible show every morning. I'll put you in for a prayer request.
I appreciate that, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, brother. So everybody knows Shadiversity.
No worries, man.
No worries. All right. Thanks everybody for being here. Have a great night. We will see you tomorrow. How am I going to get out of here?
Shut up! Will you shut up? Ah! Now we see the violence inherent in the system. Shut up! Oh, come and see the violence inherent in the system! Help! Help! I'm being repressed!